If you are intelligent, then you know that freedom is inherent, cause it's evident. It doesn't come from government, it don't come from the president, it comes from the creator of all universal elements. Some people say it's God-given, others say it's heaven sent. No matter what you call it, natural law sets the precedent. Subjective morality's a fallacy. There's laws that we cannot see, like gravity, that people accept happily, but tragically they believe that freedom has to be granted to them magically by royalty or majesty. It's sad to see people willingly give up their liberty, cause they don't really see the enemy that's on a killing spree. The state, it hates sovereign individuals, cause those who follow natural law and abide by all its principles are mentally invincible, immune to the brainwash. We liberate ourselves and then help others break the chains off. We ain't soft, we go hard, like when the thunder hits. Guns and clips, ready in self-defense from the government and the elitists running it. Blast them all, claim our freedom standing under it. Natural law, the elitists running it. Blast them all, claim our freedom standing under it. Natural law, freedom under natural law for us all. Yeah, freedom under natural law for us all. Yeah, freedom under natural law for us all. What? For us all. What? Freedom for us all. What? You know what we do. Get big on FUNL.
Inspiration for breaking free, it's taking over me. Breaking free, breaking free. Inspiration for breaking free, it's taking over me. Inspiration for breaking free, it's taking over me. Breaking free, breaking free. Inspiration for breaking free, it's taking over me. Breaking free, breaking free.
And above all, freedom.
The causal factor for humanity's continuing loss of freedom is that humanity as a species remains completely ignorant of natural law.
The revolution won't be televised. The media will still be selling lies to get your eyes off the uprising and keep you ill-advised. They felonize the truth and prison those who leak it, demonize who speak it, and confuse those who seek it. Get deceived with all the psyops they propagate to try to co-opt the way the movement's heading. Yeah, learn how they operate. They lock the gates on those who can see the exit and try to warn the rest. That's the name of the game, and it's plain it's all a test for the soul. On this quest we enroll, every lesson we grow and have an effect on the whole. That's what they keep occulted. The knowledge to keep the sheep closed in their pants. They creeping, broken in nature, scheming, provoking, keeping Illuminati inside in the ear to the streets. Beware of the beast out to mark you if you dare to sleep. So I wear my peace with every outfit. I've been made up my mind. If shit goes down, these motherfuckers will never take me alive. All rise.
Visualize infinite individual eyes when they realize the way we make the spiritual rise.
Rise up, rise up, rise up, rise up, rise up, rise up, rise up.
They coming for my freedom, I just tell them no. They coming for my mind, I just tell them no. They infringing on my time, I just tell them no. Think that they can take what's mine, I just tell them no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. I tell them no, yo. I tell them no, yo. I tell them no. I just tell them no. Keep your hands to yourself, this ain't your pie. Come raise some comes in any disguise. What's mine ain't yours, man, much you try, man, much you back, man, much you cry. Oh, that's mine, needs my consent. $1 million or 2 damn cents. My mind, my body, my hands, my pen. I make that money that pays my rent. Come motherfuckers be more dense, literally and metaphorically. Thieves and liars make no sense. Take a pause, did you get it? To you I'm not indebted. I can say what I want, I'm vetted. Like the fact there's only 2 genders, and I don't care if you're offended. They coming for my freedom, I just tell them no. They coming for my mind, I just tell them no. They infringing on my time, I just tell them no. Think that they can take what's mine, I just tell them no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. I tell them no, yo. I tell them no, yo. I tell them no. I tell them no. That's full sentence, no repentance. Means what it means, but that's your acceptance. No exceptions, no deception. No reception. The greater good, the great infection. Fuck your shirt, it's no injection. I got me, keep your protection. I trust me, take my direction. Tiger Woods got a clean connection. I withstand all your projections. No demands change my perception. I command my own reflection. I plant seeds of truth so deep no NPC can reach. Load my weapon in my speech. Now watch me unleash. Yeah, yeah. Now watch me unleash.
before she disappear. So naturally, yeah, gift from God given to me. Oh, she is one divine beauty. Yeah, if I wanna keep her, I gotta treat her right. Yeah, the couple living thing, oh, you gotta get up and fight. Yeah, the enemy, the liberty. I was drawing near. Yeah, the grand liberty before she disappeared. Come on, defend it now. She disappeared.
It's time to rise. It's time to rise. Time to rise. Rise up, rise up, rise up, rise up.
What if the biggest obstacle to freedom is the darkness you've been avoiding within yourself? On Saturday, November 22nd, 2025, Mark Passio of What on Earth is Happening will deliver his all-new Shadow Work Seminar. This will be a live, all-day, online event hosted on the Telegram platform from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern U.S. time. In this intensive seminar, Mark will explain the critical importance of shadow work and why it is so desperately needed in the lives of those in the pro-freedom community. For the first time ever, Mark will reveal his very own personal method of shadow work. taking his guests on a deep dive into the difficult but necessary process of personal spiritual exploration and self-actualization. For those wishing to go deeper into the inner work that is required for true freedom, this seminar is one that you will not want to miss. Enrollment is now open, but space is limited. So, if you're ready to stop avoiding and start transforming, join Mark Passio's Shadow Work Seminar by visiting whatonearthishappening.com.
And here we go. Yes, we're back. It's day 2, and everybody hopefully got some sleep. I know I did. I slept good, and I'm excited to be back. Leslie, would you like to introduce day 2? You're muted.
Oh,
There you go.
you muted me again. Welcome to Funnel 4, day 2. I'm so excited to be here. Yesterday was an amazing day. I mean, it rocked the house. If you haven't heard it, please go back and listen to it. You won't be disappointed. Every talk was amazing. Every piece of music inspiring. So here we are on day 2, and we're going to, at least match that energy. So buckle in and be ready for a great day today. We've got some wonderful speakers, some great music. A round table at the end. So I'm glad to see you all here. Please join us in the chat and share the stream. Yeah. Hey guys, good morning.
Rise and shine. It's funnel time. It's the best thing people can do, the viewers. Share this on whatever platform you're on, YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, Odyssey. So we're on those platforms streaming live. Thank you all. Day 1 was awesome, and it's great to let's do another day of full on gnosis and creative expression. It's exciting. Derek, how you doing? Oh, you're muted, brother.
I got you. You're unmuted now. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I'm doing great. So happy to be here again, my friends, and looking forward to today. Is going to be it's another stacked lineup, and we got 3 heavy hitters to end it out with you and Leslie and Nate Cap, and just it's gonna pop off great with Jackie, and looking forward to everyone's presentations. I haven't heard a whole lot from some of the likes of Dustin Plattner or Jake Jackson, so it's gonna be great to hear more from them, especially on this type of a stage. So I'm ready.
Well, I got some creativity to start the day off with. We got some art pieces here from my man Crip Rick of the One Great Work Warriors, and Crip Rick's I've Been Thinking on Revolution Radio. And this here, his wife does art, and she used multiple mediums for making these images. I'm pretty amazed by them. They're beautiful. This one here is called Ethereal Horizons. And then we have, let me see if I can clip to the other one. I've got too many windows open here. This is called Celestial Calm. And this one here is called The Snow Moon.
Very cool.
Yeah, so I'll
Canvas,
get those loaded up on the website in the replays section. So
It's
folks
like
can check
stunning.
them out.
Stunning art. Yeah, awesome.
Yeah. And, I think a lot of what we covered yesterday was the importance of creativity and expression, and how hard is it to reach people with just words. So we're encouraging everybody to try different ways. Do art, do music, do whatever, appeals to the mind and the heart and the souls of people to open things up.
Do we know her first name?
He just says JKC is what she likes to be called for her art piece.
JKC. Yeah, I want to give her some credit there.
Yeah. Right on. So with that, I'll hand it to Will. Are you going to introduce our first speaker of the day?
Absolutely. Another profound artist that will share some of her art in a bit. We're talking Jackie Krasna to jump off day 2. I mean, this was like a no-brainer. We wanted that the feminine, and then Jackie always brings that top-notch quality and understanding, and it's an honor to have her on here for sure. Jackie Krasna is an artist, occult researcher, and freedom activist based in Arizona. Through her self-titled website, she offers a unique combination of her esoteric artwork and an arcana of occult knowledge. Her aim is to provide comprehensive yet simplified knowledge of the Western magical tradition in order to help others awaken to true moral principles and join the battle for freedom. Jackie Krasna's title is The Tipping Point of Mass Awakening. Enjoy.
Hi, I'm Jackie Krasna, and I am here with the Freedom Under Natural Law, or Funnel number 4 conference. The theme of this year's Funnel conference is Humanity Rising. And what we speakers have set out to do is to not only help others to understand natural law, but we'd also like to inspire action in others that they may get out there and teach natural law toward the upliftment of humanity. And my presentation today is going to focus on the role of the individual and, in fact, the great power that you, the individual, has in helping to influence the world into a condition of freedom. And the title of my presentation today is The Tipping Point of Mass Awakening. The role of the individual in waking humanity up to freedom. But before we begin, I have a few words. First of all, I'd like to say that the information that I am presenting today is not new. In keeping with the tradition of one of my mentors, Mark Passio, I'm going to state there is nothing new under the sun. This information today is not a novel strategy. It is not part of a fad, a new hack that I have figured out. These are tried and true techniques for starting a movement, and where I borrowed these techniques from is Malcolm Gladwell. I would like to credit the work of Malcolm Gladwell for his book, The Tipping Point: How Little Things Can Make a Big Difference. And I will reference this book during today's presentation. And last of all, I'd like to say that this presentation is a direct call to action for you, the viewer watching, because it points at what you must change in yourself and what you must do in order to create the positive change that you may say you want. So let us now dive into the first section, which is the goal: to assist in waking humanity up to freedom. Now, this might seem like an impossible, overwhelming, daunting goal, but I'm really a firm believer in always setting the bar really high, because even if you don't reach that high bar, you are much more likely to get very close to it than had you set that bar lower, you see. But we need to understand that the problem is slavery. In order to recognize the value of a goal of a mass awakening and of freedom, one must recognize that there is a problem. And the problem is that the current condition of life on Earth is slavery. We live in a world in which a select few individuals who call themselves the authorities claim rulership over the rest of the population, and they place humanity in a state of duress and compliance through the constant threat of violence. So if one does not obey the decrees of these masters, that person may have property stolen from them, they may be thrown into a cage or arrested, or they may even be killed, whether or not a wrong action was even committed. And furthermore, we mercilessly enslave, mutilate, slaughter, and commodify the rest of the animal kingdom without necessity, for food, clothing, product testing, and entertainment. And in the words of the now retired animal rights activist Gary Yourofsky, if they're not slaves, then what are they? Free? Okay, so we need to understand that the problem is slavery for all life on Earth at this present time. The goal then is to wake up to freedom. And what do I mean by that? Well, the truth is that no one is a slave in nature. And the concept of man-made authority is an illegitimate claim. These conclusions about the sovereignty of sentient beings are intuitive and self-evident. But most people have been brainwashed into believing that they are subjects to government or other man-made false authorities. The truth about individual sovereignty can be reached by understanding the impossibility of legitimate ownership by another. Your life, body, and property are yours, just as other beings' lives are their property, not anyone else's. These are truths that the individual must first wake up to in order to obtain internalized sovereignty. We need to understand, first and foremost, that we are, in fact, free sovereign beings and nobody can legitimately claim ownership over us. And then this realization may hopefully extend outward in the form of externalized freedom in the aggregate for all life, if this knowledge is passed on to others. All right, so we need to share knowledge of natural law and speak up about it if we would like the rest of humanity to wake up to freedom, to understand what freedom is, and to wake up to a condition in which freedom is present in the world. Okay, and that brings us to a subsection called Waking Up. We're going to explain what waking up really means. What does it mean to have an awakening? Because these expressions, such as waking up, or to say that somebody is woke, have been heavily perverted from the real meaning. And so let's clear up any confusion about what it means to be awake. So first, for waking up is activating true care. And I do look at the activation of true care as the first step to awakening, because true care is the generative principle or the causal factor that governs creation. So waking up begins with activating desire and empathy or true care within oneself, because the activation of our heart center enables us to push forward with our desires through an act of will, no matter how difficult the task at hand. The ancient Greeks had a word for love that transcends beyond romantic or familial love. This word is agape, which means brotherly love or charity. This means caring for all other beings and being able to place oneself in another's shoes, looking from another's perspective and being able to almost feel what their suffering must be like. Ways to activate true care can include facing harsh truths about immorality, corruption, and the suffering of others. Facing the music can help us to care and spring us into action. So I do suggest looking at the dark side if you really want to activate true care in yourself. And next in the process of waking up, and this is more or less in chronological order, although waking up isn't exactly a linear process, but I would say that the process of individuation would tend to be the next step in waking up. But anyway, to look at the stage of individuation, I'd like to talk about the evolutionary stages of consciousness. According to the author of Pluto, The Evolutionary Journey of the Soul, Jeffrey Green, the evolutionary states of one's consciousness can be broken down into these categories. First, you have a dimly evolved state, which is characterized by a focus on base survival instincts. Anywhere from maybe 2 to 5% of the population tends to be in this dimly evolved state at any given time. Rising up somewhat from the dimly evolved state is the herd state or the consensus state. And then, of course, this is usually the majority of people, about 70 to 80% of the population. And the herd state is characterized by groupthink and reliance on external, quote, authority. So the herd or the consensus state is basically collectivism. And then rising up from that, now you have the individuated state, which is about questioning one's social or societal conditioning, making a shift toward personal autonomy, and seeking one's own unique path. Usually only about maybe 15 to 20% of all people fall into this category of the individuated state. Now, of course, these percentages can change at any time, depending on whether we as individuals will this to happen and we get out there and try to influence others. We can improve this situation. And then beyond the individuated state is the spiritual state, which is alignment to universal truths or natural law, transcendence beyond the lies of the ego, and service to others, or service to truth. A shift toward individuation through increased solitude, personal introspection, and authenticity is a gateway to awakening. Just generally living a more authentic life, doing what it is that you are tasked to do on this earth during your short lifetime. So rising up from the individuated state is that spiritual state, and that is a part of waking up. So let's talk about spirituality. And I'd like to look at the etymology of the words spirituality and psychology. The word spirituality is derived from the Latin noun spiritus, meaning breath, breath of a god, inspiration, and soul. So whether it is recognized or not, every being is a spiritual being, simply by the fact that every being is animated with the breath of life. Or in other words, has conscious experience. Consciousness is spirituality. But let's look at this even further and look at the word psychology. The word psychology is derived from the Greek noun psyche, meaning breath, spirit, and soul. Sound familiar? And from, of course, the Latin noun logia, meaning study of. Therefore, what psychology means is the study of the soul. All right, so spirituality in large part is about psychology. It's about understanding the self, learning about one's own psyche. And in the words of Michael Tessarion, whose work I greatly value, one must never leave consciousness at the door. Even more on waking up and more on achieving that spiritual state is understanding natural law. Natural law is a set of universal, non-man-made, binding, and immutable conditions that cannot be changed, that govern both the seen physical domain and the unseen spiritual domain. These laws govern the consequences of behavior for beings who can understand the difference between harmful and non-harmful behavior. And natural law can be observed and scientifically tested. For instance, if one wants to discover the natural law of freedom, which says that freedom is directly proportional to morality, then that person need only look to examples of populations that behaved immorally in the aggregate and thus experienced a decline in freedom as a result. And the final part of waking up is service to truth. A significant part of waking up and reaching the spiritual state in one's evolutionary path is to devote oneself to the pursuit of and service to truth. This is because truth shatters the illusions that keep us stuck in physical and psychological enslavement. Service to truth entails having a strong desire to seek truth relentlessly by challenging one's conditioning, delusions, and biases. This path requires that one learns how to think properly through what is called the trivium method, which in brief is grammar, logic, and rhetoric in that order. But this third phase, the rhetoric phase of the trivium method, and the end goal of service to truth, is the application, sharing, and teaching of knowledge to empower others so that freedom may emerge and thrive. And I like to think of going down the path of service to truth as being symbolized by the archetype of Mercury. If we aim to be like this archetype of Thoth, Hermes, Mercury, this messenger of truth, then what's going to happen is not only are we ourselves as individuals not likely to be fooled and easily enslaved or coerced, but when we share truth with others and help them to wake up, then other people are not very likely to drag you down with them into deeper enslavement. Okay, we discovered what awakening really is, so let's do the same with the word freedom. First, I would say that freedom is having external anarchy, meaning that there is an absence of man-made external rulership. So there would be no government. Nobody would perceive that any other human or institution or organization has actual authority or has any right to rule over or control its subjects. So that is what external anarchy means. It means without rulers. That's it. Anarchy does not mean chaos or mayhem, like so many people have been brainwashed into believing that anarchy is. Okay, so you want external anarchy to have freedom. And then the other part of freedom is internal monarchy. This is having freedom by personal responsibility and self-governance. You understand that you can only control your own thoughts, emotions, and actions, and that's it. And that's quite a lot of power if you only knew. And then to go a little bit further into how external anarchy with internal monarchy would play out is I want to touch on the idea of having no slaves below, because it's very easy for so-called anarchists, many freedom advocates, to go about claiming that they want freedom, that there should be no masters above. And most people, unless you're a total masochist, understand that there should be no masters above, right? But how many people really understand that there should also be no slaves below? So, what freedom also means is having complete disengagement with slavery dynamics. And let's see how we actually get to this place of true freedom. It is the law of freedom, which just says that freedom and morality are directly proportional. Very simple. As morality increases, freedom increases. And as morality declines, freedom declines. And this is not some mystical concept. This is very much rooted in reality. And as I said earlier, can be observed, can be tested. There are no shortage of examples throughout our human past that illustrate this law in action. So there you have it, the dynamic that creates freedom. If you want freedom, then you need to behave in a more moral way. And on to the next section, strategies to tip the scales. And what I mean by tip the scales is to tip them back into a level state of order, balance, symmetry, harmony, and justice. So the first strategy for achieving freedom, I'm going to say, is alignment to natural law. That is really number one, because if you aren't going to actually act as a moral being as per the law of freedom, you cannot have freedom. Contrary to what some may believe about natural law exists for the benefit of all life because it ensures order, balance, and justice. Per the law of freedom, once we align our behavior with natural law in the aggregate as a species, we are well on our way toward aggregate freedom. Alignment to natural law morality entails that one lives by the golden rule, which could be stated in the apophatic, negative way as, do not treat others the way you would not like to be treated. And this means that if one wants freedom to manifest, one should not engage in any of the following transgressions against natural law: murder, assault, rape, trespass, coercion, deception, or theft of property. Every one of these actions constitutes a theft, so don't steal. Moving on to achieving freedom by individual action. And this is really the heart of my presentation today, so I'm going to spend a little bit more time on this. Let's look at the definition, a dictionary definition of the word individualism. This is a philosophy that favors freedom of action for individuals over collective or state control. And it is the habit of being independent and self-reliant. So we need to start there. And then once we wake up to the understanding that we only have control over our own thoughts or worldview, emotions, and actions, we can implement the wisdom that the only way to create freedom is to create it ourselves with our own individual action. If you remain asleep to the slavery in our world and do not take action against it by acting morally and sharing your knowledge, then you are ensuring the condition remains the same. If we do nothing to make necessary changes in our own lives, to act as moral beings, and to teach others about natural law morality, we can never expect others to do the same. And even if others do not do their part in becoming teachers of morality, you still push forward in the work toward freedom because it is the right thing to do. And you push forward with the faith that others will follow suit by your positive example. Here's what Carl Jung had to say on the matter. He said, "It is unfortunately only too clear that if the individual is not truly regenerated in spirit, Society cannot be either, for society is the sum total of individuals in need of redemption. I can therefore see it only as a delusion when the churches, or the governments or other controlling institutions, try, as they apparently do, to rope the individual into some social organization and reduce him to a condition of diminished responsibility instead of raising him out of the torpid, mindless mass and making clear to him that he is the one important factor and that the salvation of the world consists in the salvation of the individual soul. To continue on with how we can achieve freedom through individual action, with the understanding that each individual must take personal responsibility for acting morally and sharing truth with others toward the emergence of freedom, you realize that you cannot rely on others to do the necessary work. You might even realize that your great work or magnum opus could complement or support the proliferation of freedom. Your contribution to this goal of achieving freedom, if that's what you choose to work toward, should involve exposing important truths by your chosen method. For example, you might get into podcasting, publishing a book, a blog, a website, or getting involved with art creation that teaches in some way, etc. If not you, then who else will take charge? You are the only person who you can truly count on to awaken, individuate, and to advocate for freedom. You have the power to lead others by example and to be a catalyst in a movement toward mass awakening and freedom. That brings us to the tipping point, 3 rules for epidemic. So these will be 3 strategies from the book, The Tipping Point, as strategies applied to the goal of achieving freedom, of getting a freedom movement to actually take off. The first of the 3 rules for epidemic, as applied to the goal of achieving freedom, is the law of the few. In the book, The Tipping Point, the author Malcolm Gladwell provides evidence that when a large trend or movement takes off, it is usually a very small group of people who tend to catalyze a movement. And one of the first examples that he gives is that there was a shoe called the Hush Puppy that largely went out of fashion and was being pulled from the shelves. But a very small group of young folks in New York started wearing these shoes, and this trend spread quickly and in a really massive way. The fashion designers started picking up on the trend and rolling out more of these shoes and putting them back on the shelves. But it all came down to this really small group of people wearing the shoe. So it is usually a very small group of people who tend to catalyze a movement. And that's so important to recognize, that a movement doesn't start suddenly with a bunch of people already doing something. It starts with some little tiny catalyst. And among this small group are 3 key character types: connectors, mavens, and salespeople. Connectors are individuals who have links to many different social groups and a wide variety of people. These connectors tend to be highly extroverted, social butterflies, very talkative, and they can really set you up with different networks of people who can help to spread your ideas. And then the mavens, these tend to be more introverted people that you have to seek out. The mavens are information specialists who people trust for their vast knowledge and sound advice on a highly specialized subject. Getting a maven on board with your idea or a movement that you want to start can be quite powerful because people trust the mavens. And then there are the salespeople, pretty self-explanatory. These are highly persuasive individuals who have a strong ability to sell ideas. And we're going to look at examples of how powerful these three character types can be. But I just want to say that you do not have to necessarily be a connector, a maven, or a salesperson yourself. You only have to know one or more of these individuals in order to utilize their power. So it really is all about who you know, isn't it? Let's look at how connectors spread info like wildfire. Malcolm Gladwell points out in The Tipping Point that both Paul Revere and William Dawes warned the colonial militias of the approaching British troops on April 18, 1775. Although both men traveled a similar distance that night, only one of these men succeeded, and this man was Paul Revere, who we all remember. This is because Paul Revere was a connector. Paul Revere already had high social status and an extensive network of communities who trusted him, while William Dawes did not. This example shows how important connectors are in the spread of information that creates an epidemic, so to speak. And I think our reality would look a hell of a lot different if not for this connector, Paul Revere. So that's how powerful a connector can be, if you can get a connector or two or more in your back pocket. And on to the mavens. We need to learn about how important the mavens are in starting an epidemic, because people heed advice from the mavens. In the afterword of The Tipping Point, the author discusses a case study of how the Lexus brand leveraged the influence of mavens to maintain the trustworthiness of Lexus after a recall in 1989 due to a mechanical defect of the cars. This recall could have been detrimental for the new Lexus brand because they created a reputation based on trustworthiness. The Toyota Corporation knew that most of their initial Lexus customer base consisted of car mavens, because only a car maven would purchase a new luxury vehicle from what was then a largely unknown brand. The strategy that worked to restore Lexus's reputation was to provide exceptional customer service individually to each maven, rather than sending out a mass announcement about the recall, which could really annoy people. In one case, the Lexus company even flew a mechanic out to a very remote part of Alaska to fix one of these vehicles. The assumption in this case study is that these car mavens went on to tell others about the exceptional customer service they received, thus restoring the Lexus brand. People must have listened to these car mavens who bought the first Lexus cars and then took their advice and purchased the vehicles themselves. Okay, so that's how important it can be to have some mavens on your side who appreciate the ideas that you're trying to spread, because they will go on to teach other people about that idea of how to create freedom or whatever your idea is, and then people will listen to them. Moving on to the salespeople, because salespeople infect others with enthusiasm. And this story always really struck me and stuck with me in my memory because of how crucial this particular salesman was to helping the Impressionist movement to survive well beyond its initial ridicule. So one of the most powerful contributing factors to the success that Claude Monet enjoyed during his lifetime as a painter, while many of his colleagues died largely unknown and in poverty, was due to Monet's friend and salesman, Paul Durand Ruel. Durand Ruel had the gift of charisma and persuasion and was able to convince wealthy patrons that this new art style called Impressionism was a style for the wealthy to embrace. He framed the appeal by convincing patrons that Impressionist paintings would wonderfully showcase their carefree, luxurious lifestyles, and that the traditional academic art was too somber, religious, and passé. Additionally, Durand Ruel promoted the works of Monet and some of Monet's contemporaries at great personal financial risk and through building many relationships as a salesman. As a result of his efforts and a few other factors, Monet and several other colleagues were able to enjoy notoriety and financial success during their lifetimes. And this was despite the fact that Impressionism was initially a niche and heavily ridiculed movement. I mean, these guys were the laughing stock. And there were some other contributing factors to the success of Monet and some of his contemporaries, such as just having a lot of courage and starting their own independent art shows and persistence, new technological advancements in paint and woodblock prints, etc. But I consider this factor, this salesman Paul Durand Ruel, to have been crucial in the fact that the Impressionist movement made it beyond this ridicule and criticism. And this salesman was so imperative to the thriving of the Impressionist movement, as well as the opening of the door for other modern and contemporary art of today. And just to finish up on the law of the few, here is a quote by C.S. Lewis from Mere Christianity. He said that good and evil increase at compound interest. That's why the little decisions we make every day are of infinite importance. And that's why your actions as an individual in a movement are so infinitely important. The next rule for creating epidemics, the next strategy to apply to the goal of achieving freedom, is the stickiness factor. The stickiness factor, as coined by Malcolm Gladwell in The Tipping Point, is the factor in a movement that is memorable, catchy, or sticky. The stickiness factor compels others to join in and share it with others, turning the movement into a viral campaign. Stickiness can be created by sending engaging messages that invoke emotional investment. Pure logic alone does not usually stick in the mind. People tend to receive information through their right brain, emotional or subconscious connection to the data. And in order to make a product or idea sticky, one should produce high quality work with messages that are emotionally striking and that bedazzle with art, music, a great story, a strong sentiment. This quality content will stick in the audience member's mind and leave them wanting more. This stickiness will cause the audience members to remember your ideas. I want to emphasize how important it is as freedom advocates, as alternative researchers, and promoters of alternative media content. We need to produce professional, high-quality work that contains a lot of art and beauty in some way. And the truth of the matter is that if you aren't presenting professional and eloquently delivered, aesthetically pleasing work, then people will not receive it very well. They may shun it. And that is a problem, that people will allow their emotional reasoning to cause them to reject information. But that is the harsh truth of the matter. You know, the dark occultists of the world, the people in marketing and advertising and propaganda are certainly using their knowledge of the stickiness factor to their advantage. And we as advocates for freedom need to also use the stickiness factor to our advantage in our work if we want to compete with the dark side. Here are some examples of how stickiness grabs and holds attention. Malcolm Gladwell provides two main examples of the stickiness factor in The Tipping Point, which include innovations in stickiness for the children's TV show Sesame Street, as well as refinements to this formula in the children's TV show Blue's Clues. Sesame Street was among the first in children's TV to pair education and entertainment. The stickiness factor was entertainment, such as humor, music, puppetry, and breaking the fourth wall. Blue's Clues refined the formula with a focused narrative, interactive design, and with repetition by airing each episode for 5 consecutive days. Both TV shows were wildly successful. And other examples of stickiness include the memorable Columbia Record Club's 12 Records for a Penny, or 12 Hot Hits for a Cool Penny promotion, which was one of the most successful marketing campaigns in history. The book Divine Secrets of the Yaya Sisterhood by Rebecca Wells was sticky because of its emotional themes and relatable characters. The slogan, "Winston tastes good like a cigarette should," stuck in people's minds because of its slightly odd phrasing, which sparked discussion about it. So there are many, many different methods in which to create stickiness to your idea, your product, your movement. You just need to really, I would say, research marketing and advertising and promotion techniques and study what has worked in the past. And then also play around with and explore different ideas for sparking emotional investment in people and this memorable stickiness factor, and see what works. And on to the third strategy for creating epidemics. And again, we are applying this strategy to the goal of achieving freedom. And we're looking at the power of context. In the book, The Tipping Point, Malcolm Gladwell explains the power of context, that the context of where or how people are exposed to ideas can have a huge influence on how well these ideas are received. And to illustrate that, here is the broken windows theory, a criminological concept by James Q. Wilson and George L. Kelling, which suggests that visible disorder in an environment, such as broken windows, or it could be graffiti or an unpleasant stench or any kind of disorderly environment, encourages disorderly conduct. Conversely, the restoration of cleanliness and order to an environment leads to dramatic changes as people perceive that this is an environment in which to engage in better conduct. And what I get out of learning about the power of context, if we apply it to the ignition of a freedom movement is that due to the power of context, your added presence as a teacher in a movement signals others to join in. This increased peer influence in a truth or freedom movement can help others find the courage to participate in their own way and to cause enough traction for the movement to reach a critical mass or tipping point. So you really have no idea how powerful you as an individual can be as somebody leading by example. You may have peers in your personal life, in your peer circle, who will see you speaking out, doing the right thing, teaching natural law or morality, and they might say to themselves, oh, well, if he or she can do it, then maybe so could I. And the more and more advocates for freedom, teachers of natural law that join in as individuals, the more you create this powerful context, this environment, this peer influence that helps to show others that maybe that's not such a big deal to do. You know, maybe that's looking pretty normal. Here are some examples of the power of context in action. And most of these examples are pretty dark, but we can still use this knowledge for the right reasons, for good. The first example is the Milgram experiment, which everybody should become familiar with if they are not already. In the 1960s, Stanley Milgram of Yale University conducted an experiment in which participants believed that they were involved in a learning experiment. They were instructed by an authority figure in a white lab coat to administer electric shocks to an actor who they believed to be a learner actually receiving the shocks, when in fact the person was just a paid actor not receiving any actual shocks. The results were shocking and showed that 65% of participants would obey an immoral command that could result in the death of another being under a context which frames the authoritative figure as legitimate. And Philip Zimbardo, who we're going to talk about in the next example, has spoken about how there were different variations of the Milgram experiment done. And this other variation of the Milgram experiment showed that anywhere from 50 to 100% of participants, depending upon gender, would willingly administer electric shocks to a live puppy, given the context of perceived authority, such as a professor as the authority figure. Pretty sickening and terrifying, and shows you that people will willingly obey any immoral command as long as somebody who they perceive as an authority figure commands them to do so. And there was even another version of the Milgram experiment that showed that when participants said no, then the following participants who witnessed somebody else saying no, they were far more likely to also decline to administer the electric shocks. All right, so that shows you the power of context and peer influence in the decisions that people make. Moving on to the Stanford prison experiment. In 1971, Philip Zimbardo, a psychologist then at Stanford University, conducted an experiment which placed 24 male college students in roles as prisoners and guards in a simulated prison. The study was terminated after only 6 days as the context of the prison and power dynamics led to cruel and abusive behavior. So very similar to the Milgram experiment in what the results indicate about human behavior and our ability and our likelihood to be swayed by a particular context and environment and the behavior of others. And there's a great movie called Stanford Prison Experiment from 2015 that I recommend to people to watch to understand this experiment. Let's look now at the dancing mania or dancing plague, which was a phenomenon that occurred in Europe multiple times between the 14th and 17th centuries, in which groups of people, sometimes in the thousands, danced erratically for seemingly no reason to the point of exhaustion and collapse. And then somewhat similar to that example, in that there is dancing involved, is a video called First Follower, Leadership from Dancing Guy, which shows a lone man dancing in a park. Shortly after a second man joins him in dancing, the entire park joins in to form a large dance party. And this goes to show that when one individual, as powerful as that individual is, takes an action that is different or unique by him or herself, then that individual might be viewed as a weirdo. Like, what are you doing? But as soon as you have a group of two or more people, that group context shows people that there may be some legitimacy to this action that the group is taking. And so whether for better or for worse, you can use that knowledge to your advantage as an advocate for freedom and see if you can apply what was learned from these experiments towards something positive in trying to spread your own ideas. And onto the next section, setting the work into motion. We need to focus on the self first. So here's a quote that is attributed to Jesus in the Christian Bible from Matthew chapter 7, verse 3 through 5. He said, "Why do you look at the speck of sawdust in your brother's eye and pay no attention to the plank in your own eye? You hypocrite, first take the plank out of your own eye, and then you will see clearly to remove the speck from your brother's eye." With a goal as lofty as spiritually waking up and attempting to free all life from slavery, one must first focus on self-care, which involves healing from any past trauma and present conditions to include ill physical, emotional, psychological, and spiritual health. I'm going to talk about the great work, because I think that knowing about what the great work is and getting started on that is an integral part of spiritual development and possibly could be an avenue toward triggering a mass awakening, as well as bringing about more freedom in the world when we engage in our great work. According to Aleister Crowley, the British occultist and ceremonial magician, the great work is to have knowledge and conversation with the higher self. In addition to the uniting of opposites, the great work is the attainment of knowledge and conversation with the higher self, also known as the holy guardian angel. This means that to complete the great work, one must enter into dialogue with the inner voice of the intuition. One must listen. The intuition knows right from wrong and knows what one's true will is to do on this earth. The great work is a highly personal and unique process. No one can tell you what your great work or legacy should be. I can only provide the guidance that if you say you want freedom, that living in accordance with and teaching natural law is the answer. If you are truly listening to your intuition, that voice may lead you to the completion of a body of work that contributes to the end of slavery. The next section is harness education, skills, and talents. And I'd like to address the importance of autodidactic education. To gain needed information about the human condition or any other subject, one must diligently sift through a wide, eclectic array of information. For those who desire to tackle the problem of slavery, it is highly advisable to journey down the darkest possible rabbit holes of knowledge in order to fully understand the problems that plague the human and animal condition. And since, quote, alternative knowledge will not be taught by the standard channels of education, we must become autodidactic or self-taught. This means that instead of being told what to think, we learn how to think properly through the trivium method. Once we know how to think properly, we can apply this methodology to the attainment of any education we may need in order to do the work of ending slavery. This education might include learning about the dynamics and details of the problem so that it can be taught to others. We can also become autodidacts of technological skills, visual art, music, writing, and many other needed skills. Let's expand upon why and how you should harness your skills and talents. In order to morally educate the public, you will need to harness your natural aptitudes and to develop skills. Developing talents will greatly aid in how well your work is received by others. This step can be difficult for those who do not feel they are good at anything. I recommend that you start with what you enjoy or look to those who you admire, who are already successful in sharing their talents. You can mimic your role models as a starting point. And really, any interest, skill, or talent can be used in becoming a teacher of morality and natural law, or in aiding in waking others up. For example, you might get into podcasting, broadcasting, writing, visual art, dance, theater, comedy, and so many other methods. The possibilities are endless, really. But technological skills are required to influence a mass awakening and freedom. The teacher of natural law can choose from countless art forms and mediums through which to teach morality. And in conjunction with that chosen medium, it is computer technology, web publishing, and broadcasting that is the most effective means of disseminating a message in the fastest and most widespread way. Ultimately, you just need to activate your true will and do the great work. I understand that displaying our work to others who may criticize us can be quite frightening. However, the only way to resolve the problem of slavery that we are currently facing is simply for you, the individual, to muster up the will to push forward with courage, no matter how fearful you are. And I understand how frightening it can be to speak up and to engage in any kind of public speaking or putting your work out there. I myself have always had intense fears of public speaking, and yet I found myself constantly in situations in which I had to engage in public speaking and briefing. But you know what? I realized eventually that once you undergo the process of individuation and you live a more authentic life and you have true care and you're speaking about matters that you truly care about, that tends to dispel a lot of the fears and the apprehension. And that's why activating true care and your true will is so imperative to being able to get started on doing your great work. So take the first, perhaps small step with consistent effort and dedication, and chisel away at these goals at your own pace. But do get started on your great work and on the one great work of ending slavery. Your role as an individual and your work as a teacher of morality is the catalyst needed to uplift all life past the tipping point toward awakening and freedom.
disappear.
Yeah. Where's our man Derek? There he is.
Yeah, rocking
Gotta
out,
love some
man.
funky fathers.
That's awesome.
I was grooving. I saw Leslie dancing. I was like, oh, I should put you on video.
Yeah, thank you.
A lot of people commented they were dancing to that. And that's the Funky Fathers by Mike Mattingly. He's been kind of a staple musician for the funnel conferences. So funkyfathers.com.
Yeah. And Jackie, wow. That was very good. I've read the book she was referring to a lot from Gladwell, and it really experienced my thinking. And I really thought that was great how it tied into our whole roundtable conversation from last night. But yeah, you guys comment a little bit on her presentation, and I'm going to bring up a share screen. If people don't know, Jackie Krasna also does amazing art, if you didn't notice by her aesthetics and her presentation. But she's an artist, and I'm going to share a few pieces of her art while we're having this discussion in the share screen.
Yeah, Jackie, that was super solid. Such a well-articulated and organized presentation. I love that you brought in a hopeful message and really direction to us all to up our game and to really have hope and know that we have possibilities here. We can't be black pilled. We need to activate, and you really gave us some direction on how to do that. So thank you. Oh, great art. Wow.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Yeah, Jackie, I mean, well done. Your progression, your message, the advice on application, obviously the aesthetics, knocked it out of the park. Extremely inspiring. That's the type of content that inspires me, and I like to see more of. Real world, down to earth, simplifying the profound, and she just nailed it. So my hat's off. Well done.
Yeah, and this art is really good. Quite a
Yeah, it's
talented
beautiful.
lady. Yeah.
Jackie is
Yeah, you gotta
also
love-
a content creator on the One Great Work Network as well.
Yeah, inspired by the tarot here. It's
Yeah, and
the bomb.
she's a former student of Mark Passio's How to Be the True Media course, and this is a prime example of someone who was really engaged in that and took it to the hilt on, leveling up on all aspects of what he teaches. And so it's great to see a product like that. Well, not a product, but proper content with, I love the flow of everything and all that. And yeah, it's quite confirmational and complimentary kind of to my presentation, and talking about like you need to find that catalyst of care to find, really tap into that heart center, to have that heart-based intelligence, on that agape level, right? So yeah, much respects, Jackie.
Yeah, when I think of the word activation and what that means, Jackie's a prime example. I believe this is her second year in the How to Become the True Media class. She's active, she asks questions, and then she implements them. And she does it, and she has results, and it's just fantastic. So extremely inspiring.
This image right here is inspiring me because I saw in the chat that Conrad, I think it was Conrad that said he and Jackie were the same class, alumni from How to Become the True Media. And that was when I was saying, one of my best teachers for technical skills on the computer was Mark Passio. One of my best teachers for spiritual practice and understanding spiritual matters was Mark Passio. It was pretty amazing to have one person really come out with this key, and that key symbolizes to me, unlocking the divide that Leslie and Derek talk about, dissolving the divide. Her picture right here really symbolizes that, unlocking and dissolving that divide that's within all of us because we're stuck in the matrix of this bullshit authority system. And I can think of no better than a person than our next speaker who has written a book on this topic. And I'm going to let Will do the introduction for our next speaker. And I'll fade the rest of us out. I'm really looking forward to what we have right now is a live interaction here. And we're going to have a couple of those today. So hang on to your seats, folks.
Yeah, this is a special performance. Etienne de la Botier squared. He was also on the Funnel 3 and did a live presentation as well, and had Mark Passio on as a guest, and that was fantastic. And now he's back live again in Acapulco, Mexico. So this is going to be a treat. This is going to be exciting. Let me grab his bio. He is the Art of Liberty Foundation, also the publisher of Government, the Biggest Scam in History, which is a fantastic book that everyone should have. The ultimate goal is an effort we call the Pre-State Project, the Free State Project, which we would drop 100,000 copies of Government, the Biggest Scam, an upcoming companion book, and Voluntarism, How the Only Ism Fair for Everyone Leads to Harmony and Prosperity for All. So Etienne, thank you so much for joining us, and take it away, my man.
It is great to be with you and great to be with the Funnel audience. As you mentioned, I'm coming to you guys from Acapulco. You can hear some birds, in the background. We've got a little watch party here going on with people from around the world. We've got Korea, we've got the UK, we've got other people, other countries represented. I'll just kind of give y'all like a quick gander at kind of where my backdrop and my set is, today, and where we're coming to you from. But my talk, and you'll have to excuse me, I'm going to go back and forth from the shade to the sun because we are in the equatorial climb here. But my talk here today is terrorism, the only political ism that respects natural law. Just a quick background on yourself. A lot of it was just mentioned. I'm the founder of the Art of Liberty Foundation. I'm the author of a book called Government, the Biggest Scam in History Exposed. I'm in a future past life, I was a technology entrepreneur and operating executive. I've been a consultant to Fortune 25, 100, 500 companies. I used to work on Wall Street. I ran a national third-party political campaign. I worked at one of the big four think tanks in D.C., and I was a member of Washington, D.C., Maryland, and Nova's largest CEO network. I'm best known for the book Government, the Biggest Scam in History, where I make the case that government is kind of best thought of as a technique for robbing and controlling populations. And it's always illegitimate because it's impossible to have a legitimate and moral and ethical and logical government. And for one of the reasons is it violates natural law, and it is inherent and immoral on the face of it. And the subtitle of the book is How Intergenerational Organized Crime Runs the Government, the Media, and Academia. And kind of my main message there is it's the government partnered with a monopoly media system that is running where you've got 6 kind of old school monopoly media companies running hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of subsidiaries to give everybody the illusion that there's all these different media, voices in the media. But really they all, go up to the small kind of handful of media companies operating as a cartel. And on the new media side, you've got, about 30, 40 new media company search engines, social media sites, Wikipedia, others that are algorithmically censoring information on the what I like to call the DARPA internet. And that's really the main thing that's against us, is this control of perception that is putting on every screen that the government is legitimate, that it's desirable, that it's necessary. And the last one is the academia, and in the government's mandatory schools, they're teaching you that government is legitimate, desirable, and necessary before you're really old enough to evaluate the logic and morality of that claim. And so what I wanted to do today, just to get started, because I know that this is going to be kind of simple for the Funnel audience, but, for my audience, which we're going to, syndicate this content to, I wanted to just, take a second and give what I like to call the basic overview of natural law, which is a set of universal, non-man-made, binding, and immutable conditions that govern the consequences of human behavior. And there's essentially 5 basic breaches of natural law. There's assault, rape, theft, trespass, and coercion. And all of these transgressions are a theft of some sort. Theft is theft, but rape is the theft of sexual choice. Trespass is the theft of physical security in your lair. Murder is the theft of life. And all of these are obviously wrong because there's somebody that has been hurt. There's a victim that has been victimized somehow by that transgression. And so those are obviously wrongs. And a lot of people have heard the term, I have a right to do this. I have a right to own a gun. I have a right to free speech, I have a right to that, without ever really understanding what the word right means. And also in the natural law tradition, a right is anything that's not a wrong. And so if you're going to go against natural law, you're going to suffer the karma of that. So really understanding the basics of natural law so that you can keep yourself on the right side of morality, the right side of ethics, the right side of karma is in everyone's best interest. And so I wanted to just kind of break down a little bit about the difference between natural law and political law, which I like to call politician scribbles. I stole that, I think, from Lark and Rose. But natural law is logical. A right is an action which does not harm anybody else. And a wrong is anything that's not a right. And so you could actually even break it down even tighter than the meme, is do no harm in the universe to others. And everybody can understand that's self-evident, that's aligned with nature. That's 100% moral. And it's so easy that even a kindergartner can understand it. We don't hit people. We don't take their things. And so, very, very, something that everybody can get behind. It's universally applicable to everybody. There are no special privileges for some at the expense of others. Now, when we compare that to political law, well, political law is created by humans. And it's frankly through an easily manipulated political process. It's frequently self-contradictory, whether, gambling is okay in this jurisdiction, but it's not okay in 5 miles away in this jurisdiction, or you can smoke a plant right here, but if you go across this line, now you're a criminal. And so it doesn't make sense, and it frequently ignores universal moral principles where the enforcers are using violence on kind of on peaceful people to either raise revenue on their friends, their neighbors, whoever, or to inflict the moral commandments of one group on the rest of society. It frequently restricts individual sovereignty and self-ownership, and there's hundreds of thousands, if not 1 million laws, rules, and regulations in the United States alone at the federal, state, and local level. Now, I mentioned that government is illegitimate, immoral, and logical on its face. And so, just to break it down, as simple as you can get, if John told you that you had to obey him or he would violate you, well, that would be wrong. And even if John and a couple of his friends come over and they say, because he and his friends are in the majority and there's 3 of him and 1 of you, and you have to obey him or them and be punished, that would still be wrong. And so even if John and his friends are able to trick, indoctrinate, propagandize, and pay off enough people to vote for an institution to work on their behalf, and they all claim that you must obey its dictates or be punished, it would still be wrong. And if you can, understand this basic concept, then you really do understand that government neither has the legitimate or the lawful right to violate you just because some people decided to vote for it in a political ritual. Now, if you're not going to have government, if you're not going to have democracy, if you're not going to have monarchy, if you're not going to have a constitutional republic, because a constitutional republic is immoral and illegitimate on its face, then what is that? What is the alternative? And the alternative is something known popularly as voluntarism. And I like to say it's the only politicalism that is aligned with natural law. It's the only politicalism that is fair for everybody. It is the only politicalism that keeps you on the right side of morality and the right side of ethics. You're not voting violence on your neighbors. You're not trying to impose a ruler on your friends, your neighbors, your colleagues who may disagree. And the basics of voluntarism is it's the common sense idea that all relationships between human beings must be voluntary. Nobody has rights that other people don't. Nobody has an exception for morality. Nobody has the ability to use violence on anybody else. And it recognizes that the world is a self-organizing system and it's a spontaneous order, and that everything that the government does, most of what the government does is provide services, whether that service is delivering the mail or air traffic control or running a horribly bad investment, old age investment scheme, pension scheme, armed protective services that they call the police, dispute resolution that they call the courts. Well, all of these services could be and would be better provided by the free market, by mutual aid societies, by armed protective service companies, by dispute resolution providers that have a monopoly, by nonprofits, co-ops, homeowners associations, and genuine charities, if the government wasn't holding a gun to their head and saying only we can produce these services. Now, what your teacher and what the media would lead you to believe about the political spectrum is that you've got communism on the left, and then you've got fascism on the right, and between communism and fascism are Democrats, moderates, and Republicans, okay? But really the reality of the political spectrum is you've got communism and fascism, which are kind of total government on the left, and then you progress through socialism, liberalism, moderates, conservatives, libertarians, until you get to voluntarism, which is total freedom or real freedom. And when I say real freedom, I'm underlining real freedom. I'm highlighting real freedom. I'm bolding real freedom. I'm putting it in italics to denote there's a difference between what most people, think of as freedom in the United States, especially in quote unquote free countries in the Western world, and what really is freedom. And real freedom is that there's not a group in society that has an exemption from morality that gets to use violence and extortion on other people. That it really is and luckily real freedom delivers the goods. Now, here's another visualization just to kind of give you an idea of what the political landscape is. And so total tyranny on the far left, the Maos, the Hitlers, the Stalins. You've got Kamala Harris and Donald Trump kind of in the middle. If you go a little closer towards real freedom, you get Ron Paul. If you go all the way to real freedom, I use myself as an example of an advocate of real freedom. But that's really the real political spectrum, and the Overton window, that is generated by weaponized control of perception, monopoly media, traps everybody in this like little bubble of you can either have Donald Trump or you can have Kamala Harris, and both of them are nowhere near real freedom. And so one more way of kind of understanding, where this voluntarism fits on the political spectrum. This is, it's not a left-right chart. It doesn't like the media would have you think there's the left and there's the right, and there's only these two choices. You can have Kamala on the left or you can have Donald Trump on the right. But really, the political system is much better thought of. This chart known as popularly as the Nolan chart, popularized by the advocates for self-government. You can take their world's smallest political quiz on their website, and there's 5 questions that check out your personal issues of how you want freedom, how much freedom you desire, and then there's 5 questions that ask you, how much economic freedom that you desire. And if you like a lot of economic freedom and little personal freedom, well, that would kind of make you a conservative, right? Because conservatives and Republicans, they want low taxation and they want low business regulations, but they're not, you can't be having gambling in certain jurisdictions. You can't have people smoking plants. So we've got to limit personal freedom, and that puts you on the right. That's makes sense. All right. If you're on the left, you like a lot of personal freedom. Like, everybody should be free to gamble as long as they're not hurting anybody. Everybody should be free to, smoke a plant as long as they're not hurting anybody, where it is. But we got to control business. We got to, tax the rich. We've got to, redistribute money. And so very little economic freedom, and that puts them on the left. Well, what if you're for maximum economic, and what if you're for maximum personal freedom? Well, and you're at the top of the pyramid and you're voluntarious. Now, a little bit different is I created a chasm in between the voluntary quadrant and the libertarian quadrant, and the thing that separates voluntarism from all the other political isms is that voluntarists do not believe that government is legitimate, desirable, and necessary. And so everybody in the lower quadrants, they believe that government is legitimate, desirable, and necessary. And most voluntarists or anarcho-capitalists or peaceful anarchists would say that government is illegitimate, undesirable, and unnecessary. Now, how does that tie to the real world politically? Well, minarchists, so on the chart on the right here, minarchists, they're okay with acting violently on peaceful people to acquire fire protection and police and the military and roads and courts, but that's all they think that the violence should be used for. Conservatives, they'll expand the violence to unemployment insurance, retirement insurance, limited health care, limited housing, education, but that's all the violence should be used for. Socialists add health care. Communists, they're willing to use violence on people to acquire housing, food, energy, and clothing. And then voluntarists are at the bottom, and they're not willing to use violence against peaceful people. They will seek to acquire desired services through voluntary relationships. And so now, luckily, amazingly, the good news message that I bring everybody in the audience to today is that the free market provides a lot of things that the government does for free. There's economic mechanisms in place that provide these things for free, so that a lot of people, when they think that you have to have government to provide public goods, au contraire, you do not really need that, because the market and market mechanisms are providing these. So a couple of these are spontaneous order, which is really the idea that the world is a self-organizing system. Order emerges out of disorder or out of chaos kind of naturally in a market process, because people want essentially the same things in life, and the market will enable people acting freely in their own best interests to provide things for society without having to rob and to steal from people. And so spontaneous order is a key one. The invisible hand is best Adam Smith. It's not the benevolence of the butcher, the brewer, the baker that we expect our dinner, but from their regard to their own interest. And so New York City wakes up to hot bagels and hot coffee every morning, not because the baker and the barista love them, but the baker and the barista want to trade their labor for employment, and or they're entrepreneurs that want to have a dream about having a bakery and thought that they could do it better than somebody else, and so they started a bakery, and they provide the luxuries and the necessities of life to the population. In exchange, they're remunerated. They are able to earn a living. They're able to put food on their table for their kids and their family because of this market mechanism. Now, market competition is the idea that, okay, there's these entrepreneurs in the marketplace that want to sell you bagels and coffee, but market competition tempers their ability to want to charge $25 a cup for the coffee and $25 a piece for the bagel, with the fact that other bakers and other coffee shops are willing to sell it at a kind of fair market price. And this market competition tempers the entrepreneur's desire to maximize his revenue. And for the most part, you're going to pay the same for gasoline, in major markets. It gets different when you get away from, the market competition, but it's a market mechanism that keeps everybody honest and keeps prices essentially low without the need for, government intervention. The price mechanism is the idea that prices are really important in society, that prices are sending signals to other market participants and other economic participants on what the true value of the inputs and the outputs are, whether that input is clear, whether that input is plywood. And so an example that I use is, FEMA steals billions of dollars of everybody and doesn't necessarily get the aid to people that need it in a hurricane. But the price mechanism, when a hurricane is headed for Florida or Acapulco or wherever, the cost of plywood goes astronomical, and people all over, without any kind of central intervention, began rushing plywood, to Acapulco or Florida to ensure that Acapulco and Florida have plywood. Now, the cost is, some people would go, but they're charging these incredible costs. No, the market is saying we've got a small amount of plywood to go around. What are the places that it gets to first, in a fair way that is encouraging the good thing of people bringing plywood at the same time, and it kind of balances out and it rushes plywood to where it's needed. Capital formation is the idea that entrepreneurs in the market that understand their own businesses and their own industries are really the best ones to invest their capital in new businesses. It's not state-run businesses. The government frequently loses billions and billions of dollars. Solyndra was a great example of green energy that lost $500 million. And so when individual entrepreneurs that understand, when they invest, those businesses produce jobs and they produce profits. The profits are reinvested in charities and in new businesses, and there's economic growth. And the people that really are best to direct that growth are the individual entrepreneurs that understand their industries are in the best position to make these kind of investments. The discipline of constant dealings is another kind of one of my favorite examples of the market mechanism. And the discipline of constant dealings is, a lot of business people, they could cheat you, right? The guy at the gas station, he may jigger with the pump so that you will get 0.90 gallons of gasoline instead of the full gallon. Or a guy running a day could take a water hose and stick it in the milk tank and be making, watering down the milk. Or there's a gazillion examples of how market participants could cheat you on a daily basis. But for the most part, guess what? Most merchants, and there are examples of people that don't, but for the most part, most market participants are honest in the marketplace, because they know that if people find out that they are cheating, then nobody's going to buy their gas and nobody's going to buy their milk, and they're going to go out of business. And so that discipline of constant dealings keeps merchants honest, and without there having to be a government oversight, to monitor the marketplace. Innovation and productivity improvements. If it wasn't for the crooked monetary system, where the monetary system has given the banks the ability to engage in something called fractional reserve banking, where when you go to a bank to get a commercial loan or a car loan or a mortgage, they're not loaning you depositor money. They just tickle the keys and they credit your account with digital dollars, and you spend the rest of your life paying off a mortgage that was created out of thin air. That system is inflationary, and that system is stealing the value out of everybody's money in a way that very few people realize. Absent the monetary system, innovations and productivity improvements should be making everything that you buy cheaper every single year. Your dollar should be buying more every single year if the banks weren't stealing the value out of the money using fractional reserve banking in a way that most people don't really understand. And one example that I like to use, do I have it in here? I might have it in here later on, but we'll talk about it in a little bit, is a giant sail that ocean-going ships can put on a ship that didn't used to have a sail. It's a mechanical, sail. It's run by computers, and it saves on one type of phone 3.3 tons of fuel a day. And these are the kind of innovations and productivity improvements that lower the cost of shipping things across the sea, so that the shippers that have the sail can offer a discount. They can get more shipping business. That discount gets passed on to their customers. The customer might pass it on to the consumer, and that reduces the cost of the luxuries and necessities of life. And these are just a few of the market mechanisms that provide these public goods for free. Now, at the same time that the market everybody richer and improving everybody's life, government is simultaneously making everyone poor. And some of these ways that government makes poor are monopolies. I gave this same speech at the People's Set in Morelia, Mexico. We'd ship books from my distribution center in New Hampshire to Memphis, Tennessee, which is not that far. We gave them 10 days to get it there. They took 11, and so I did not have copies of Government, the Biggest Scam in History, exposed to sell at the People's Reset, and that monopoly provider cost me, somewhere between $750 and $1,000. The book is always the best-selling book at every conference that we go to. Almost always the best-selling book. It's been the best-selling book. So we would have made, made $750 to $1,000 for the Art of Liberty Foundation, and instead we lost it because of the monopoly that the Postal Service has. As one example of how just a real life example of how monopolies hurt businesses. Economic misallocation is when dollars are taken out of the economy away from entrepreneurs that would invest them in new businesses, new technologies that would improve humanity, and money is wasted in unnecessary warfare, for wars based on lies and manufactured intelligence in places of the world that we don't need to be. Subsidies are when government takes money. We gave the example of Solyndra spends money on your behalf, props up inefficient providers or technology that people don't really want. Ethanol is an example. People really don't want ethanol in their gas, but there's a subsidy that makes it, that is giving certain market participants money at the expense of other market participants and causing a misallocation in the market. Price and capital control, central planning, inflationary monopoly money, tariffs and trade barriers, imports and export quotas, bailouts and subsidies for failing businesses. William Henry Harrison said it best: I believe that all measures of the government are directed to the purpose of making the rich richer and the poor poorer. And most people just don't understand how the government intervention makes them. Now, the other thing is that the government's waste, fraud, and abuse is legendary. New York City paid $2 million for a 4-toilet park bathroom. So they built very famously built a park bathroom in New York that had only 4 toilets. They paid $2 million for it. San Francisco paid $1.7 million for a single 150 square foot toilet. Okay, the Pentagon has been caught paying $1,200 for coffee cups, $75,000 for ladders, $170 for flashlights, $13,900 for a crew chief's chair, $400,000 for the helmets that an F-35 pilot uses, $10,000 for toilet seats. There's a picture of Florida Congressman Mike Waltz confronting Air Force Secretary Frank Kendall on why the Air Force is spending $90,000 for a bag of bushings that would cost about $100. And so it's absolutely incredible. Now, people don't know this, but this spontaneous order, this self-organization, would this really work, Etienne? Would this really work? Would the market actually self-organize very complicated things? And the fact is, it's already doing it right now. And so, everything that you buy in a grocery store, I'm using the cell phone as an example, but the cell phone is an example of hundreds of different companies that come together to produce a cell phone. Okay, some people make the glass, some people make the plastic, some people make the Wi-Fi transceiver, some people make the battery technology, some people, make the software. There is no, one company that makes it. There is no top-down, government bureau that directs everything that these companies are doing. It's all happening in a self-organizing system. It's coordinating the actions of millions of, frequently, some of these supply chains are millions of people on 6 continents without any coercion, where everyone is compensated for their contribution. Cars, computers, smartphones, bookstores, airlines, movies are also examples of large-scale supply chains, complex organization without central control. So it's not something that's pie in the sky. It's something that's going on really all around you, including this organic, grassroots, spontaneous order is producing public goods. And so Underwriter Laboratories is certifying electronic equipment for safety, government mandates. The Ocean Cleanup Project is removing plastics from the rivers and the oceans in a private initiative. The Non-GMO Project is certifying non-GMO ingredients where the government wouldn't. So there was a government failure. Government is, through a well-recognized dynamic called regulatory capture, was unwilling to force companies to tell you that their garbage food was genetically modified, organisms. And so the market came in where the government failed, and now I don't buy grains unless it's certified, non-GMO. Consumer Reports tests and reviews just about everything. And I'll talk about the North Main Woods here in a second. Rural Metro Fire provides private fire protection, EMS, rescue, and medical aid at vehicle accidents, and even wildland fire protection. Detroit Threat Management provides cost-effective armed protective services in Detroit, where the monopoly police are notoriously inefficient and corrupt. And we'll talk about NAV Canada here in a bit. Kiva provides crowdsourced loans to entrepreneurs. They provided over, I think it's $2 billion worth of loans to startups, the same way the small business example does. The first time that I gave this talk, I was in Sedona for our Liberty on the Rocks conference, which you can find all the archives at sedona.artofliberty.org. Where we were, talking about this. And when I roll into town, I did some advertising in the local newspaper. And so I signed up for an email blast, and I learned that Sedona had just spent $1.5 million to construct 8 outdoor pickleball courts. So I was shocked, as everyone is probably shocked, to find that they spent $1.5 million to build some pickleball courts. So I called a buddy of mine that I know in Memphis, Tennessee, that actually has a private pickleball paradise called Willow Grove Pickleball Paradise. And I asked him how much he'd spent to build Walnut Grove Pickleball Paradise. And what he told me was the cost to construct 6 outdoor courts plus 2 bathrooms, lights, and fencing was less than $100,000. So he's currently building 5 more indoor courts, climate-controlled courts, that he will pay between $325,000 and $350,000 for. He charges $5 to play all day. You can come and go, as you wish. If you buy a monthly or a yearly package, it gets even cheaper than that. If you don't have money, he's going to let you pay for free. Okay, and so he for 1/3 of what the city of Sedona spent, less than 1/3 of what the city of Sedona spent, he's providing the exact same service. He's actually providing a better service. It's cooler. The grounds are better. He's got a lake. He's got horses and mules that will come up and let you pet them. He's got dozens of different exotic chickens, kinds of exotic chickens roaming the place. It really is a paradise. So he's providing a better service with more courts, the exact same service in the sense that he will let you play for free if you can't afford it. And so without any waste, fraud, abuse, or extortion, and also where is this money going? We did some math. If you had 4 paddles for each of Sedona's courts and they were all made out of solid gold, it would only be $700,000. So where did this $1 million disappear to provide these 8 pickleball courts? I'd mentioned NAV Canada. You know, a lot of people don't realize this, but Canada privatized air traffic control. I mean, like, so, you know, pickleball, that's easy, Etienne. What about something complicated the government does, like air traffic control? Well, NAV Canada, Canada privatized their air traffic control in 1996 through a sale to a privately run nonprofit called NAV Canada. It's the world's second largest air navigation provider by traffic volume. They have 1,900 air traffic controllers, 650 flight service specialists, 700 technologists and computer programmers. They coordinate the activities of 12 million aircraft movements a year. They've got 40,000 customers, airlines, private pilots, airfields, etc. They cover 18 million square kilometers. They have 42 control towers. It really doesn't matter what it is. The market has the ability to self-coordinate the most complicated things. Well, what about the poor, the needy, the disadvantaged? What about like people that, you know, break their arm in the job in the coal mine or, you know, something like that? Well, a lot of people didn't understand this, but before the government came in with this cash welfare system, which has a lot of problems with its incentives and a lot of problems in turning a safety net into a hammock for people that aren't interested in contributing to society in a kind of meaningful way. Well, these mutual aid societies used to provide the exact same benefits as the government's welfare program. They provided unemployment insurance, they provided disability health insurance, they provided old age pensions. And there was something known as lodge practice, where the mutual aid societies would hire doctors to work on their behalf. The doctors would make house calls. The doctors worked directly for the mutual aid society. They were part of the mutual aid society. They were a member of the mutual aid society. So their interests are completely aligned with the interests of their patients in a way that, you know, the current monopoly medical system is not. And so medical care used to be a lot cheaper, and you didn't have to worry about the doctor having an incentive, a financial incentive to inject your child with vaccines or some of the other, you know, problems that we have with monopoly AMA, first dollar healthcare insurance. And get this, the mutual aid societies competed with each other to see who could offer better benefits for their members. So the Rotary Club didn't want you going to the Elks, and the Elks didn't want you. So they had to compete on who offered better benefits. And so you can see how the market provides better outcomes than the top-down government system at the point of the gun. Etienne, what about the environment? Without government, there wouldn't be national parks and state parks, and there wouldn't be, you know, people protecting the environment. Au contraire, mon frère, yet again. And so a lot of people don't realize this, but there's an area in Maine, you can see it there on the right. It's called the North Maine Woods. It's 3.5 million acres of privately protected forest in Maine. Mostly it's timber companies, but there's private landowners, there's conservation areas that have already been kind of bought and set off as you know, strictly conservation areas. That are all managed together by the North Maine Woods. It's twice the size of Massachusetts, okay? And it has all of the amenities that you would expect from a national park or state park. You can go hiking, you can go camping, you can go four-wheeling, you can go snowmobiling, you can go hunting at essentially the, you know, equivalent prices of a state park or national park. So the market has the ability to protect resources, to protect the land, and to make it available to people without the government as well. Now, volunteerism doesn't mean that there isn't any organization. And again, I'm not just like checking, you know, cherry picking, you know, a certain pickleball, you know, the cheapest pickleball court in the United States that I could find. Okay, I just called the only person that I knew that had a pickleball court. This is an example of where I used to live in Ashburn, Virginia. This is in the kind of the tech corridor outside of Washington D.C. in Northern Virginia. It was a planned community called Ashburn Village. We had 1,500 acres. We had 5,000 residential units. We had 15,000 residents in this planned community, and we had 4 recreation centers. We had 4 outdoor pools. We had 1 indoor pool. We had a full weight room, over a dozen outdoor tennis courts, 4 indoor tennis courts, a full gymnasium, indoor, outdoor basketball courts, weight room, sauna, steam room, and all of it was paid for through your dues. So the community was the private community was providing all of the things that like a lot of times the government provides, but it was doing so privately. Now, the roads were managed by the city, but that doesn't mean that the village wouldn't have or couldn't have, through the homeowners association, managed the roads and other things. And so that is just, again, another example of, like, you don't have it. I'm actually headed here at the end of the month. I'm going to Prosperity to check this out for myself and to get on the ground. But even at the country level, a lot of people don't realize this. In Honduras, on the island of Rorotan, is what's known as kind of a free private city, where they have where some individual business people negotiated a 50-year sovereignty with the government of Honduras. And so on this 1,000+ acres, they have their own free private city where the laws and the tax rates don't apply in this area. And so they have got some of the strongest private property protections, at the same time as they have some of the lowest tax rates anywhere. It's a 5% flat tax on gross income for individuals, and an effective additional 1% flat tax on gross income for legal entities. They operate a high-end resort called St. John's Bay. They've got the tallest residential building in Honduras. They have an 18-hole Pete Dye designed golf course. They've got private villas, a Bitcoin center, a scuba shop, among kind of other amenities. And they've had 200+ businesses that have either located there. They've got this old figure that $120 million invested to date, but they're organizing a government at the same level as a regular government. They're doing it privately. They're doing it at a lower cost than any other government on the planet. And so all of these things could be delivered. I guess, to kind of end things up, the good news message is that more freedom equals more prosperity. And so these are some charts and graphs from some scholarship done by the Fraser Institute, a think tank in Canada called Economic Freedom in the World. And what they do is they measure the degree of economic freedom and personal freedom that various countries have around the planet, and then they measure the countries against each other. And so what you're seeing is in the green, the dark green is the 10% or the 20%, I think it's 20% of countries that are the freest. The light green is the next freest. The yellow is the next freest. The red is the least freest, and the bright red is the absolute least freest. And so the wealthier that you are, the more freedom that you have, the wealthier that you are. The more freedom that you have, the longer that you live. The more freedom that you have, the less children you have are forced to work in the labor force. The more freedom that you have, the greater percent of the country's income goes to the poorest 10% of its people. The income level of the poorest 10% in free countries is dramatically higher than the income level of the poorest percent in less free countries. The income per capita is much greater. The growth rate is greater. The investment per capita is greater, and the unemployment is less. And so we know that the more freedom that you have, the more prosperity, the more harmony, good outcomes. And so voluntarism really is a way of maximizing economic and personal freedom to maximize the harmony and prosperity. I've got a book coming up called Voluntarism, How the Only Ism for Everyone Leads to Harmony, Prosperity for All. We're trying to raise $25,000 for the print run and the marketing campaign about that. You can find out details at voluntarism.com. livestream-book.com. My organization is the Art of Liberty Foundation. We are a startup public policy organization coming at socioeconomic problems from a principled, voluntarist perspective of government is illegitimate on its face. We're principled voluntarists. We're free market people. We're dedicated to exposing intergenerational organized crimes, control of the government and the media that I outlined earlier. I mentioned we published Government, the Biggest Scam in History, backed up by the Liberator flash drive. And this is how you can get a hold of me. And I thank you for your time, your kind time and attention.
Right on, Etienne. Much appreciated. Look, I got your book right here. Everybody should have this book on your coffee table or somewhere where people can come in and look at it. It reads like lots of good pictures and images and appealing to many people. And your work's been astounding. Thanks so much for being such an inspiration to us all, Etienne. Much appreciated. Let's see, bring in Will here.
Yeah, great presentation. Oh, man. It just shows how, I mean, Etienne's a great example of understanding natural law, incorporating natural law and true freedom, and bringing it in the governmental and the operations category, where it's like all the information is there. It's observable. It's correct. It's true. You know, the government institutions and systems, they are broken, not even broken as he's talking about, right? They're inverted and they're working against everyone. It's not even practical. It's retarded. It really is. That's how it works. Etienne, thank you so much for your presentation, and everyone that is watching in Acapulco, Mexico. My brother Yuza, thank you very much. And yeah, and a lot of great comments and chats and the support in there. So please go to theartofliberty.org for Etienne de la Botier and check out his books, and he's got fantastic other presentations as well.
Yeah, and moving right along, let's introduce our next speaker.
Yeah, I'll bring him in. His name is Dustin Plattner. He's the first-time presenter here at Funnel Freedom Under Natural Law Conference. Really happy to have him here. He is a colleague, in a sense, as a psychologist doing work with families and children. Really important work in the world. And the title of his presentation is Transforming Our Narcissistic Wounds into Care. Holding a doctoral degree in clinical psychology, Dr. Plattner has additionally received further postdoctoral training in child adolescent psychoanalysis. He has been in clinical practice for 10 years, and as Dr. Plattner works with couples and adults, he seeks to understand the personal, internal, and environmental dynamics that break down healthy psychological functioning in the couple or adult. So I'm looking forward to this presentation.
Hello, my name is Dr. Dustin Plattner, and my presentation is called Transforming Our Narcissistic Wounds into Divine Care for the Funnel 4 Conference 2025. I'm very excited to be here and very honored to be invited to speak. Funnel 4 Conference and the Freedom Under Natural Law Conference is an awesome endeavor, and I'm really thankful to all the organizers for reaching out, and you all are doing an awesome job. So it's a great honor to be here. And you can find all my work at freeasabove.xyz and all the work that I've been doing to try to help all of us move forward, all the stuff that I've been learning and building community around this so we can grow forward in freedom and stay away from things that don't make us evolve. So that's my aim. And hopefully then this presentation, so my doctorate's in clinical psychology. And so this presentation is sort of right up my alley of what I've been learning and to share it to you all so it'll be helpful. So, yes, so let's begin. So before we begin now, this presentation has material that will be difficult to fully assimilate at onset. So take your time with it. If you want, you can watch it over again to let it sink in. The topic of psychology and spirituality is a vast topic. So my aim is just to add to this wonderful endeavor and to help others grow up and begin their journey into the invisible realm, the spiritual realm. And so hopefully it's straightforward enough as I go through this topic, but also these components are very deep, and the amount of time that to go over this in this presentation is just simply not enough, but hopefully it'll give you a good overview and stir up some things that you may not have thought about before. The etymology of narcissus. Well, the ancient Greek word is right there, but the transliteration is called narcissos, and it also is connected to the smaller Greek word, which is narke, as a transliteration. So these two words sort of embody the etymology of where narcissus comes from. So it's definitely Greek and pulls back to more ancient as well. And those are the two Greek words there. So narcissus, or narcissos, means the daffodil, the flower, which is pictured right there. And narke means numbness. So the narcissus flower has some of the kinds of the flowers have a big, strong smell. So it can kind of almost numb you to the world around you because the smell is so intense. This is sort of the idea that people have talked about with the flower. Well, and now in Greek mythology, Narcissus is a character from Greek mythology, and he was known for his exceptional beauty. And he was the son of the river nymph and a river god in Thessaly. Narcissus's birth led to a prophecy that he would either have a very happy life or die young, depending on whether he chose love or not. So he never found love. He never was interested in anyone. And it's been told that some of the other gods that really liked him were really hurt, and so they cursed him, and so then cursed him so that he would look at his reflection in the water and fall in love with that, and which that did happen. So he saw his own reflection in the water, never fell in love with anybody, saw his own reflection, and then fell in love with it. So he was tortured because he fell in love with it, but it was only a reflection. He couldn't actually quite grab it and move on to it. So he couldn't break away from the reflection. Stared and stared and pined after it. He could never be satisfied until he died, just withered away, staring at his own reflection. And then a flower grew in that spot, and it was called narcissus flower. So the main concept of this idea is, the way I kind of put it, it's a fixated gaze that cannot be easily broken. It's the same fixated gaze on yourself over and over, and then you become numb to the external world and any sort of things around it. You can't really relate to anything else. You're just stuck inside. So that's sort of the concept from this process of understanding the beginnings. Now, in clinical psychology, how this came to be in the DSM. So the DSM is the Diagnostic Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. This is the main book which the industry, the medical industry, the insurance industry, and the psychological industry use to diagnose the population when they come in for mental health issues, or something to that nature. They pull this book out and they thumb through it and they find, okay, here's what it is. The insurance is like this because it's very, succinct, and they can bill it perfectly and all this stuff. So it's somewhat helpful. In reality, it's somewhat helpful, but also not. So yeah, but the term narcissistic personality disorder comes from here, this manual. So a bunch of psychiatrists have got together over time, over the years. They sort of observed different behavior patterns of people, then they've categorized them. So the narcissistic personality disorder, NPD, is a characterological disorder. So what I mean by that is one that is embedded into one's personality. and is not transient like major depression or generalized anxiety. Transient means it floats in and out. So it's more in the bones of the person. That's why it's kind of nefarious that way. So in the DSM-5, that's the newest version, a pervasive pattern of grandiosity, need for admiration, and lack of empathy. Okay. So that's actually what's coming from it. This is sort of the crux of what it is, NPD. So, like I said, some of the nefarious issues with this, because it's a characterological issue. It's not, it doesn't rest and then go away. It's not transient. The individual with the disorder doesn't really know they have it. They're not really suffering with like depression or anxiety or PTSD or OCD. These things the person suffers. They know they're suffering, but with a characterological disorder, and there's a category of them, but NPD is one of them. The individual doesn't really suffer. So they're not really aware of it is the issue. But the other people in their life experience it really heavily, the energy coming from the individual. They sort of got to walk on eggshells because they don't want to cause aggressive attacks or passive aggressive attacks from the person suffering from NPD. Not really suffering, but because they don't really feel it, but the people around them actually suffer from it. And so it's really acute and palpable when you're around someone who has had this and is dealing with it. So that's the distinction to sort of highlight this in clinical psychology. So how does this come to be? So is not narcissism a bad thing? Are there good forms of narcissism? How does this come to be? Well, to answer these questions, we need to understand how we develop as a species. We need to go back to the beginning to understand this. It's called etiology instead of etymology. The etiology, the beginnings of, right? So we're going to go on this topic of the developmental arc and the necessity of narcissistic mirroring. So we need to transform these narcissistic wounds, and I'll get into that. So we're thinking about first, how do they come to be in us? Well, the foundations of all of us as a species is we are motivated by a drive to connect, relational connection. It is the foundation of human action on 99.1% of us. It is the foundation of all of us to connect and to bond. That's how we are. We bond and we connect. It is the foundation of us. This innate drive for relational connection is superimposed into the procession of time as we grow from infants to adults. Okay? Beginning to the end. And that's this developmental arc of which I'm talking about. So, to further understand these details of the developmental arc, we need to start at the observation of infant life. We're going all the way back. So this is what maybe most folks aren't quite attuned to. Maybe you are, but this isn't really talked much about. But in my doctoral work and postdoctoral work, this is more of a finer understanding of this. So infant mental life, right? So the necessity of narcissistic mirroring. During the first 6 months of life, pivotal moments in the mother-child connection, which are essential for the infant to build a foundation to deeply know if the world is safe or unsafe. The first 6 months of life. Okay, it's huge. The mirroring can be seen as attending to the needs of the infant, not only physically, like feeding or creating safety, external comfort, but also emotionally as well. It's mirroring of the needs back to the infant. Emotionality is the key component in mirroring. It's the crux, the reflection back of the tone and the facial expression. So as the parent, the caregiver, mother, father, grandparent, whoever they are, they're reaching out. Not only is meeting the physical needs of the infant, but also the emotional, relational, and tonal and energy needs as the baby's having um, uh, an emotional, energetic experience. Is it mirrored back? That's the narcissistic mirroring back to. So they get feedback. The infant, the baby gets feedback from the caregivers. This is essential. This mirroring is the reflection back. It's to reflect back their world, meaning to see the need, to see it first, to observe that there's a need there, emotionally, physically, and then to meet the need. It's huge. That's a huge process. So, all in all, mirroring is to keep them safe as possible, right? That is what we need to do, is to keep them safe as possible. Cute picture, by the way. Super cute. Yes, to keep them safe as possible. So, in this process, in this process, the mirroring from the parents or caregivers is essential in establishing now the personality of the infant is a big deal. Not only is the mirroring important to match for the infant, the baby, but also this is developing their personality. First 6 months of life. So you get this. The aim is to create, again, here's the aim. So we're meeting the needs, it's developing the personality, but here's the aim. To create a consistent, cohesive, and dependable environment for the baby to develop. This is the aim of it. So narcissistic mirroring is to mirror back to the infant, definitely during the first 6 months of life, but as we know, the developmental arc, I'll get into that, but this is essential to create the establishment of the self, establishment of the ego. So John Bowlby was a child psychoanalyst, and he added a lot to this field. And he talked about what I was saying, the developmental arc. He talked about the cradle to the grave in his research and literature. So in his writings, in his work, our need for mirroring continues throughout our development. So the first 6 months of life are pivotal in shaping the personality based on the narcissistic mirroring that comes, the constant moment by moment mirroring. And then as we start developing and grow older, that mirroring still needs to come back to us to keep solidifying our sense of self, who we are, our value, our worth. The reflected attention, mirroring, attunement, or narcissistic mirroring is essential for our development of self-love. Ideally, as we know, adequate mirroring, what we've been talking about, would create a very mature and balanced young adult, ready to take on the world, able to take responsibility because they're filled up. Their sense of self, their ego is strong. It's a healthy ego. It's strong. They got enough mirroring to build them up. They got enough reflection back, and they're able to have some self-love. And then as they have that self-love, they're able to care for others in the world. Ideally, this is the aim. Parental weight. The infant's continued mirroring needs take an emotional toll on parents. Captain Obvious. Okay? Obviously, it's huge. The good news is, though, even though it takes a huge toll, the good news is, well, one is it's wonderful to have children and to raise them and be stewards of them. It's an amazing spiritual endeavor. Wonderful. Also, as I just talked about in the last slide, it's very difficult at times. But the good news is you do not have to be perfect as parents. You just have to be good enough. So we need, as our species develops, we need parents that are good enough parents, not perfect, but good enough. This is also John Bowlby's term, good enough parenting. The good, the bad, the ugly. If these needs do not get met, or the infant being hungry, needing changing, some physical pain, misattunement, etc., if the needs aren't met, the infant moves into a state of a death instinctual force that drives them into action. Okay? The life force or the death force. And this moves them into a state, as we're to think about the infant's mind. This is mainly done by the baby through their crying, right? As we know by pure observation, infants move into splitting states very easily. And what I mean by splitting, it's just very binary, black and white. You can see how infants are happy and calm, sleeping, whatever it might be. And then if something's wrong, instant breakdown, meltdown. It seems like the whole world has fallen apart. It's that splitting idea. This term came from Melanie Klein, and I'll have a quote from her later, but this is the idea. It's a binary, it's first 6 months of life, very binary, black and white, good, bad, good, bad. So the splitting, this is what I'm talking about. As needs are not met in the parenting dynamic, experiences of deep disconnection can befall the infant. As the bad sets in, they start crying, it feels like there's a huge disconnection in the baby's mind. So I want to show you what that looks like in this video. So I'll play it here.
The still face experiment what the mother did was she sits down and she's playing with her baby who's about a year of age.
I'm like a girl. Oh.
And she gives a greeting to the baby gives a greeting back to her.
Yeah.
This baby starts pointing at different places in the world and the mother's trying to engage her and play with her. They're working to coordinate their emotions and their intentions, what they want to do in the world. And that's really what the baby is used to. And then we ask the mother to not respond to the baby. The baby very quickly picks up on this. And then she uses all of her abilities to try and get the mother back. She smiles at the mother. She points because she's used to the mother looking where she points. The baby puts both hands up in front of her and says, "What's happening here?" She makes that screechy sound at the mother, like, "Come on, why aren't we doing this?" Even in this 2 minutes, when they don't get the normal reaction, they react with negative emotions, they turn away, they feel the stress of it. They actually may lose control of their posture because of the stress that they're experiencing.
Okay. I'm here. And what are you doing? Oh, yes. Oh, what a big girl.
It's a little like the good, the bad, and the ugly. The good is that normal stuff that goes on, that we all do with our kids. The bad is when something bad happens, but the infant can overcome it. After all, when you stop the still face, the mother and the baby start to play again. The ugly is when you don't give the child any chance to get back to the good.
So as we can see, that was Dr. Edward Tronick, and he's done great work in child development, and that's called the still face experiment. And I just wanted to show you, as we're seeing here on this slide too, but adding it together, that how inextricably that is linked inside of us, the bond between the caregiver. And if that gets disrupted, how instantly we move into a state of good and bad. And so it's so fundamental to understand this concept in us all the way back to we were little. I know we're adults now. I understand this, but I'm saying back to when we were little is what I'm talking about. This is how we develop. So, which in the infant's world, the basic everything becomes all bad at the moment. If chronically not met, it generalizes deep into the infant psyche. So the chronically not met is the ugly. The good is everything's connected. The bad is the breaking, but then the repair, what we just saw in the video. And then the ugly is the breaking, but no repair. And the person, the little infant, and then the toddler, if it keeps going on through the development, is constantly not met by the caregiver and the parent. This is leaving deep psychological wounds in the infant child. So here's Melanie Klein. She does some really good work. Although psychology and pedagogy have always maintained the belief that a child is happy being without any conflicts, and have assumed that the suffering of adults are the results of the burdens and hardships of reality, it must be asserted that just the opposite is true. What we learn about the child and the adult through psychoanalysis shows that all the suffering of later life are for the most part repetitions of these earlier ones, and that every child in the first years of life goes through an immeasurable degree of suffering. It has to be paint the picture of what this is in us and how sensitive we are as little ones and the mirroring that we need. So chronic unmet infant needs, failure of narcissistic mirroring, creates hooks in their inner world which demand rectification. These hooks carry through adulthood if not dealt with. Here is where we see egos getting in the way of individuals wanting true spirituality and freedom. People want these things in our adult life. They get in this, they start the egos of the individual. The ego wants, the ego's needs, right? We get into that system. So more specifically, it is the narcissistic wounds that have not been resolved. So it's like I like to say, the ego is actually, I mean, this is what we start talking about the ego, but the ego is actually a wonderful thing in strengthening our sense of self, who we are, the boundaries of you versus me. It is essential to us. But the narcissistic woundedness fragments our ego. We can't develop on because we're too wounded, because we didn't get it from our caregivers in our early life. This becomes, so if we didn't get it and we're stuck in this chronically unmet state from our caregivers, there's an internal struggle always going on, where we feel like the individual feels like they can't connect to somebody. And why don't I have any friends? It's an internal struggle over and over. And they begin to get numb to the feelings of others because they're so internally focused. They become stuck in the material world. They can't move on beyond the spiritual into the spiritual. Self-loathing. Self-loathing is created from the piles of narcissistic wounds that have not been integrated. Self-hate, that means hatred towards oneself. If you don't get mirrored back that you're valuable and lovable and that you're worthy to be seen and put time and energy and love into, if you don't get that, you end up beginning to think that you must not be valuable, you must not be important. Those are the more vulnerable feelings. Likable or lovable. You're not likable, you're not lovable. These things start getting put into our unconscious. If we don't get the mirroring that we need, it ends up being self-loathing. However, if there were chronic narcissistic wounds during the development of the individual morphed with certain personality temperaments in infancy. So every baby, we all have different temperaments when we become a more sensitive baby, a more stoic baby, a more high energy baby, a more lethargic baby, these sort of temperaments. And if they're mixed with unmet narcissistic needs, narcissistic mirroring needs that were not met, this creates a problem. So this could create the symptoms as described in the DSM-5 as a full-on characterological disorder. So with a certain baby temperament, maybe a high sensitive baby or a high energy baby with their needs aren't met, high intelligent baby, a highly intelligent baby, a high intellect baby. This can create sort of this perfect storm to have this happen, and it can move into the full-on NPE for folks. So the self-loathing is on a range from mild narcissistic woundedness. We all have narcissistic woundedness in us, but then what range is it on? Based on our temperaments and what we got or didn't get from our early environment. Okay? So we're all on a range of our own self-loathing. It's just on what range. Now we know how it happens. And we can see the dynamics on how it plays out, how it moves through in our development. And now we can understand that everybody's on a range. So self-love. So we all have self-loathing. It's all on a range. Now we got to move into self-love. Self-love is the antidote to the terrible position we find ourselves in. This terrible position of self-loathing, of feeling the pain internally. It is the key that unlocks the door. So self-love and his end goal is to heal the hatred that we have for ourselves. So I say it comes in a twofold process to develop self-love: taking responsibility and knowing and setting boundaries. These two are both very hard to do. They're very easy to say. But if someone suffers heavily from, as we all do, from the range of our narcissistic wounds, we need to transform it. And we first have to get a concept of how to transform it. And number one is the hardest thing to do. It's the hardest thing to do, especially when, if we're self-loathing, we don't want to pile more "you didn't do it right" onto us, more shame. We don't want to pile that on. We refuse to pile more shame on, but it's essential. So, taking responsibility. The hallmark of building self-love from self-loathing is to look at what you created in your life through your own actions, cause and effect. You are in a position right now because you made decisions to get there. You did. There are some environmental factors that were out of your control, but a lot of it is based on your own decisions. You did it. You need to look at them and realize, what did I do to get me into this position where I'm at now? Because there is an energy that what you choose to do moving forward will create your future. The future has not been created yet. The future is created based on your actions moving forward. So, cause and effect. So as you take that and look deep into where you've gotten yourself from, you have to look at the truth, and that will set you free from your self-loathing. That will be the beginning. Okay? Knowing and setting boundaries. The second part is you must come to know what helps you grow and what does not. What are the things that are helpful for you and what are the things that are not helpful for you to grow? Just like a plant here. There are things that help plants grow and there's things that do not. You have to know the difference. Those are boundary conditions. Okay? So, part of understanding boundary conditions is one is the masculine, the divine masculine, the divine feminine, the two energies in balance. So as you are caring for yourself internally, the self-love, talk to yourself kindly. That's the feminine aspect. I didn't say nicely. I said kindly. Talk to yourself kindly. And the divine masculine aspect is, you know, when you say, hey, that's enough. I need to stop doing that. It is not helpful. Stop doing it. Or this is really helpful, so I will do this. And then you do it. That's the divine masculine. So you know the boundaries, but you talk kindly to yourself. And then in some parts you say, you know, I did that and I shouldn't have done it. I messed up. Own it. The divine feminine is owning it. You know, so, okay, I messed up. I want to do better. And the divine masculine is taking and doing the action. It's the balance of those two. That's the beginning of self-love. So as I was talking about, you know, being kind and nurturing toward yourself, the divine feminine, and also setting boundaries with yourself. And if you are moving into self-destructive actions, for example, you set hard boundaries to not do that. And if you can't do that, you need to go back to what are your narcissistic wounds? Why must you do something that's self-destructive? Or why can't you do something that's helpful to you? What is going on? What did you not get when you were younger? Is a way to look at it. The other boundary condition in developing your self-love is morality, is knowing the difference between right and wrong, knowing what your property is and what another's property is. So that is the key. And obviously, once you understand what property is, then you don't steal that property. This keeps you in line with nature and the creator and love. And so as you can love others, you can love your own property and protect it, then you begin to protect others. This is how you navigate that space. So self-love, not only will the actions of self-love remedy our own haunting of self-loathing caused by unrectified narcissistic wounds, by taking responsibility and setting boundaries, it will bring us to a point where we begin to heal. So these are the constructions of how to navigate this self-love piece. And as we know, we cannot care for others if we do not care for ourselves. If we don't know how to truly care for ourselves and begin the process and the path of healing our self-loathing, self-hate, we can't develop our own self-love. Therefore, it is not going to go external to love the world, to bring our care into the world. It has to begin with you. That is the process. Even of initiation is stop lying to yourself. You've got to begin looking into your own world and tell yourself the truth. And if you can't tell yourself the truth, you need to have somebody in your life that will tell you, that you trust, that can tell you the truth. This is what's important so you can grow. This is all our jobs here on this planet, is to grow up. If we didn't get it, it's our responsibility to grow up, and this is how we take the responsibility and then know how to set boundaries. Okay? So, looking at more of an esoteric understanding of this, generative care, the care for all species, it begins rooted deep in the energetic body of us, and the light from source comes in all the way down through the lightning bolt, all the way down to the material realm of Malkuth, and gets us moving forward. It calls us to get off the floor, and it's moving us up. As we agree, we move up from the floor, and we will, in part of the path, land in the beauty. And that beauty is between severity and mercy. As we move up the path, begin to get in touch with our higher spiritual self. This is highly important for us to evolve. And these are what these esoteric traditions are saying. So self-love begins from the ground and it pulls us up to beauty. Self-love to divine care. The generative care, divine care, the generative care for all moves us from the individual to the world around us, from the inside to the outside, the law of correspondence. As we begin to fully understand that we are all connected, and if one suffers, we all suffer, as we begin to work on our own internal suffering, we realize that if everyone else is suffering too, we're all connected, so that must be remedied as well. But it first has to start with our own healing, like I've been saying. And from this truth, us as a collective whole will keep reaching out to help humanity grow from their narcissistic wounds into the transformation of divine care. We have to begin this process so we can move ourselves into divine care to share with others, just like this conference is doing, just like I'm doing, and all these other folks that have gone before me are doing. We're all doing this to help humanity move forward, to inspire, to do the hard work. Well, thank you all for your time and attention. I do appreciate it. I hope that was helpful and straightforward. It was really great doing this, and thank you.
You've come to fight as 3 men, and 3 men you are. Tell our enemies that they may take our lives, but they'll never take our freedom!
Our rights not depend on emotions and feelings, let alone the distractions of political opinions. We politicians pitching a dangerous rhetoric. Better know the fundamental principles and get ahead of it. Each and every one of us is free to practice liberty. God created freedoms and we are his utilities. I with all ability, I with all humility, exalt the name of Jesus. Book of John 16:33. Even as our enemies willingly plot to murder thee, death comes a time until Christ grants eternity. Cause it ain't a war, it's a strategized conquest. Fake news, false laws, deception, and that wokeness. I encourage you to get your Bible, faith, and firearms. Knowledge, consultations, what is written is that will be done. They hope to entrap you, so you stay compliant. Assembling on your rights together is the
We got this rap shit down lyrically to a science. Free your minds with the rhymes that we be devising. So be advised of these societal pariahs in massing in alliance of defiance. Encouraging worldwide mass non-compliance. A message dividing the sheep from the lions. With the motto, death to all tyrants. As we unite and alliance on a fuck about a revolution. Yeah, we're down the resolution. We 2 MCs bringing the truth with empowering solutions in unison. Cause 2 heads is better than 1. Taking hip-hop to a level that's never been done. By elevating your metal, you recommend you get your guns and be ready wherever you're from. Cause in this tyranny, you never know when you gotta grab it. And it's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. So I'm packing a whole arsenal of pistols and rifles, accepting bullets the size of fucking mini-inch missiles. We official, kid, representing the real dissonance. Willing to physically resist against this control system, which takes a mile when you give an inch. That's why we're never giving in or caving, not even a little bit. Shit, we choose dangerous freedom over complacent slavery at the price of remaining individually vigilant. We got this rap shit down lyrically to a science. Free your minds with the rhymes that we be devising. So be advised of these societal pariahs in massing in alliance of defiance. Encouraging worldwide mass non-compliance. A message dividing the sheep from the lions. With the motto, death to all tyrants. As we unite in alliance of defiance.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. I love that song. Just to talk about coming up with the hammer. Yes. And Dustin Plattner, that presentation was fantastic. I was inspired because it's, it's hitting all the things I wish I could say, but he says things so distinctly and comes with a life of experience and professional knowledge, and I think that's what a lot of people need to hear. You know, the reality of the practicality of how to fix these problems and see what they really are on a deep level.
Yeah, kudos, Dustin. That was great. This was the most vital information that I think needs to be shared, that everyone understand about their need for connection and attachment needs, and how they're created or hurt in childhood and infancy. And really, when I'm working with people, that thread of attachment disruption is the most key clinical chord that I work with my folks on to help heal that. So this is really important info. Yeah.
Yeah, fantastic. And then we heard Alliance of Defiance by Joe Murray, and awesome track to get us moving, get everybody up in their seats. Yeah, buddy, look at Derek. He's disappeared. You're so awesome that couldn't keep up with you. Is your mic on, Derek? Why don't you
I'm
pop
muted,
on
but
in
yeah.
here, and we'll let you introduce our next speaker.
Cheers. Yeah. I'm not wearing this. It's out of the laundry. It doesn't smell too great, but big ups to Joe Murray, cooking it up in the kitchen like some slow curry. What? So yeah, Jake Jackson is great. We had him on Dissolving the Divide. I would love to get Dustin as well, but yeah, constructing a natural law republic. That's what his goal seems to be. And geez, you know, he's quite the age-defying health and fitness enthusiast, and he's quite disciplined in the study, teaching, and application of universal principles. He is an ex-military turned avid researcher, and Jake's been designing practical methods for humanity to shift towards real freedom under natural law. And it kind of goes along the lines of what Etienne was talking about, you know, some real practical things like, okay, yeah, you know, we could see these playing out. So yeah, he's the writer and driving force behind the Freedom Project 2020 and livingwellvnl.com. And I think VNL is like living well via natural law. So looking forward to this. Jake's a great speaker and hard hitting. So enjoy.
Hey, what's up, everyone? This is a quick introduction to my presentation for this conference. I want to thank everyone for putting this on. I was honored to be asked to be a presenter for the Freedom Under Natural Law 4 conference, Humanity Rising. My presentation is called How Do We Get From Where We Are to a World of Complete Freedom? And in the process of putting this together over the last few weeks, I came across a word. And when I dug into the etymology and the legal definition of that word using Black's Law Dictionary, I had a revelation and everything changed for me. And in the process, my presentation changed and ended up being over 2 hours. So because of the time restrictions for this conference, I can only present part 1 to you today, but there's a natural break between part 1 and part 2. So part 1 is called How Humanity Has Been Enslaved Under Positive Law, the True Nature of Our Cage. And then part 2, which will be available on the website and the restreaming, as well as all my websites and my video channels. Part 2 is called Why Humanity Will Only Find Freedom Under Natural Law, and the key to unlock the cage. So I hope you're enjoying this conference, learning a lot, and I really hope that what I have to present to you here will show you a whole new perspective on how the system keeps us so trapped through the deception of one single word. So enjoy, and I'll see you at the end of this. Hi, this is Jake Jackson, and this is my presentation for the Freedom Under Natural Law Conference number 4, Humanity Rising. Before I start, I wanted to thank the organizers of this conference, especially Leslie Powers and Derek Bartolocelli, who had me on their show Dissolving the Divide last year, to talk about a macro solution to the human condition. And that's the focus of my work, which is taking natural law and applying it to a solution which has never really been tried before in human history, as far as we can tell. But that's the whole purpose of my work. And the title of my presentation is How Do We Get from Where We Are to a World of Complete Freedom? And that's what this is all about, because where we are is not a place that anybody should want to be living in if you want to live in freedom. Because nobody really in this world is free within the system that we live in. So we have to understand that natural law is our guide. So, again, thanks for putting this conference on, because this is the conversation that everyone needs to be having. Until people understand the omnipotent power of natural law, we're going to remain stuck. So, that said, let's get started. Questions to be answered in this presentation. Number one, what do I mean by where we are? What is this world we live in? This system. What do I mean by that? And again, why do we not want to be here any longer? Number two, why is natural law the only guide we need to create a world of complete freedom? And I'm going to be talking about something I've never talked about before in any of my presentations or my podcast interviews. And I think that's really going to show people the real reason why we need to align with natural law more than anything else. And so I'm kind of excited about talking about that. How do we create a world aligned with natural law? What is the process to make this transition? If we all decide, hey, yeah, this is a better model, what do we need to do? And what all needs to be done to bring this vision to fruition? So there's a process, and then there's what needs to be done. They sound the same, but they're a little bit different. So let's start with number one. What do I mean by where we are? And the best way, I think, to illustrate this is to show a graphic of the hierarchy under which we live, because that's going to show essentially the system in which we live. And this is what that looks like. We essentially have 4 levels of control in this system. At the bottom here, we've got world population control, which is also referred to as human resources. Then right above that, we've got world resource control, which is referred to as natural resources. Above that, we've got world financial control, which essentially runs the whole thing. And then above that, we have what they refer to as the superclass. So these are the 4 levels of control in the world today. So let's start at the very bottom with world population control, human resources. We, the 8 billion debt slaves, we the people down here at the bottom, are the energy source for the entire system. Okay? And there are 5 basic areas of control within this human resources area. We have the media, government, education, religion, and medical industrial complex and big pharma. What the media, government, and education system was initially meant to be, it was meant to be a firewall to protect we the people from those above them in the hierarchy who wanted to control us and who wanted to steal our wealth from us, essentially. So where once government, media, and we had an education system that actually taught us how to think and not what to believe. Now it's an indoctrination system. All 3 levels of this protective layer have been hijacked by the entities above it in the hierarchy. Okay? That's why we have the world in which we live. That's why we are where we are. Religion is part of the control structure, and obviously medical industrial complex, big pharma is a huge part of controlling the masses. And we'll get into that a little bit later on. Above them is the world resource control level of natural resources. And this is pretty much controlled by the corporations. And given the corporations' number one fiduciary duty of maximizing shareholder value, what they do is they extract those natural resources in the cheapest way possible. And they use the cheapest human resources possible to extract those natural resources. So not only do they find the cheapest labor, they do it in the cheapest way possible. And doing it in the cheapest way possible to maximize shareholder value destroys ecosystems and upsets the balance, the natural balance of our world, all for profit. So it's a system run by greed. And that creates a system of imbalance because, again, everything operates in violation of natural law. Above the corporations, they are beholden to world financial control. And this is really the root of the system itself, because the system runs on a financial monetary system based in debt. And what they do is they create money out of nothing, lend it into existence, and we use it. Everybody down here uses it at interest. And we all have to pay interest on this money they create out of nothing. Essentially, what they've done is they've perfected alchemy. Because long ago, we all know that the alchemists one of the things that they tried to do was to take a base metal like lead, and they tried to figure out how to turn it into gold so they could create something of value. And they've done one better, probably 100 times better. They just create the money out of nothing, out of thin air, lend it into existence and say, now you owe us interest on this. And this debt has been building and building and building over the years to the point where it's impossible to ever repay. And they're going to use that debt to ultimately take over, bring down the economic system, and bring in what you see here, CBDC, some type of digital currency that's going to control everything. And you're not going to have any freedom whatsoever to buy and sell unless you completely submit to their rules. All right? This is all run by the central banks. And so this is where we are. Okay? And above world financial control, we have what they refer to as the superclass. These are the think tanks and non-governmental organizations. George Soros' Open Society, the United Nations, Club of Rome, Bohemian Club, World Economic Forum, the Bilderberg Group, Council on Foreign Relations, the Rand Corporation, the Heritage Foundation, the Clinton Foundation, Trilateral Commission. These are all the groups where the superclass, they meet every year and they decide what they're going to do. This is how we're going to run the world. And everything flows down from there. And above them, we've got the Council of 13, the Committee of 300, and the world's richest families. So this is the hierarchy of the world in which we live. And we down here just essentially put up with it and try to live our lives without being abused too much. All right? And this is essentially a system of flow. Okay? And what flows down in the hierarchy is deception, control, and power. They use deception to control us and gain more power. And this is the way it works. That all flows down. Each level in the hierarchy below is beholden to the powers above. So if you do something that they don't like, then you will be eliminated from your position. Fired, knocked down a few rungs, whatever. Okay? So people play the game to maintain power and control. And what flows back up is compliance and currency in the form of our energy. So as long as we comply, they basically take our energy in the form of currency. And what we live in here is a feedback loop of power and control down, compliance, currency, energy up. And this just keeps on. This is the world we live in. This is where we are. And it's a perpetual cycle. And until we decide that we want to break this cycle, we're going to be stuck in this loop. And this is a system that we free thinkers in the world, those who are trying to wake up the rest of the world, we refer to the people who control this as they and them, right? And people ask us all the time, well, who are they? Who are you talking about? Who are they? You know, they roll their eyes at us. Well, they are the hierarchy enslaving you, all right? Again, this is a system. This is a hierarchy that's enslaving everybody at the bottom of the pyramid. And them are the hierarchy extorting mankind. So where we are is a system of enslavement and extortion. That's essentially the world that we live in. It's a system that's also called, and it was referred to by Bob Marley in a song by the same name from 1979 as the Babylon system. All right? It goes all the way back to ancient Babylon and a system, controlled by usury and a system of control. And what he said about this system is that it's a vampire sucking the children day by day. And what he means by that is it's a system of harvesting our energy. Just like a vampire sucks your blood, the system, the Babylon system, it sucks our energy from us. And it uses us to enrich itself to, again, buy up more power and control in the world. All right? And we're just down here toiling away, doing our jobs every day. And the wealth that we should be building for we the people and the good of the world is being stolen from us. They build the churches and the universities. They deceive us continually, right? We say them graduating thieves and murderers, right? This is the system. Every single institution in this hierarchy, what I refer to in my work as legacy institutions of enslavement, have been created by the hierarchy, right? And they pull people out of the 8 billion debt slaves. They bring them through their education system, or indoctrination system rather, and people eventually sell their souls to get into positions in all these different levels of the hierarchy, right? And as long as they're making a good living, this system perpetuates. Very few people are willing to stand up against the system, right? But are they graduating thieves and murderers? The medical industrial complex is responsible for, I think, the number 3 cause of unnatural death or premature death in the world, iatrogenic death. Big Pharma, the military industrial complex that creates all the wars. Are they graduating thieves and murderers? The entire financial system is based on theft, right? So I think he was right. The system creates the institutions. They bring the people up through the ranks, and then they put them into all these systems of control. They get into the media, they get into the government, they lead the religions, the corporations, the banks. And so this is the Babylon system. And Bob Marley knocked it out of the park with this song. His solution, tell the children the truth. Because we've been treading on your wine press much too long. Rebel, right? The truth will make us free. And the truth is understanding natural law. I like the allegory he used here, because treading on your wine press is about stealing the fruit of our labor. Wine is from a fruit, and they use this wine as a metaphor for the obscene wealth that they live off of, because essentially they don't create anything of value for society. They create the institutions, and they create the money out of nothing that runs the system, and then the system extracts the real value that we the people create at the bottom for themselves, and they buy up control. So we've been taken for granted much too long now. Rebel now. And that's the message. Rebellion does not mean violence. Rebellion can be simply peaceful non-compliance with the system, and that's what I'm going to show you in this presentation, is how we do that peacefully. My message is, always has been, and always will be, nonviolence. Because violence only begets more violence. And they want us to be violent so they can use the system to crack down on us. So whatever the solution is, it has to be 100% peaceful. Yeah, so that's the system. And that's the solution. But this system is also called something else. And this is via their revelation of the method. This is what was referred to as alchemical processing of society. They show us everything they're doing to us, and they explain. They have to show us what they're doing to us, because if we don't understand the message and we allow them to do it, all the karma shifts to us. So they showed us in probably the most powerful allegory in cinematic history exactly how the system works. So this is also called the Matrix. This is the world that we live in. This is where we are. And how do they describe the Matrix in the movie? It's the world that's been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Okay? So everything in this hierarchy, like I said earlier, is about deception. They create a false reality that everybody down here on the bottom perceives as objective truth. Well, this is the way things are, right? This is the way things must be. This is the way we have to do things. But it's not. It's all a lie. And they create this world to blind us from the truth. And Neo asks, what truth? Right? And Morpheus responds that you are a slave, Neo. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, into a prison that you cannot taste or see or touch. A prison for your mind. So, that's where we are. We're in a prison. The Babylon system, the Matrix. And by saying born into bondage, it's what your parents did the day you're born. 99.9% of parents do this. They sign a birth certificate, converting you from a natural man or woman into a corporate entity. And through that birth certificate, this system extracts a huge portion of your wealth, of everybody's wealth, your entire life. And over the generations and centuries that this system has been in effect, they have stolen trillions and trillions of dollars of real wealth from we the people. And they've created a world that, looks much like Sodom and Gomorrah, ancient Babylon, a world of sin. And that's why things are the way they are in the world today. That's why there's so much misery and so much chaos in the world, is because we're living this system that people just can't see. And this system is controlled by what they refer to themselves as the superclass, the very top of the pyramid, the hierarchy. And the superclass was, I guess, coined by David Rothkopf in his book from 2009. And the subtitle of this book was The Global Power Elite in the World They Are Making. Right? They, the hierarchy enslaving you. And what he foresaw or foretold in this book is, 15, 16 years further along now. And we're just allowing it to happen. And the world they are making is a world of complete control over our lives. But the thing about this superclass that he admitted boldly in this book is that the superclass is comprised of approximately 6,000 people. So we are 8 billion down here. They are 6,000. 6,000 people essentially control the entire world. They're the people up in this upper level of the hierarchy, right? They create the deception, they create the mechanisms, they create the institutions that steal our wealth so that they can live these lives of obscene wealth. And so that's where we are. Essentially where we are is living in a system built on debt slavery, illegitimate authority, universal deceit, theft, gluttony, oppression, coercion, greed. I could go on, but I think you get the point here. And this is also a system where vice is considered virtue, and virtue is mocked and ridiculed, right? Have we seen that? The system is an inversion of objective reality. It's an inversion of natural law. The whole system is a violation of natural law. Okay? Because their God, their eye of providence at the top, is not the creator, the true creator. It's Lucifer. That is their God, right? And everything about the Luciferian religion is about inversion. So where we are is a prison for your mind, right? And the only way to get to a world of complete freedom, the most important thing is we need to change our minds. We need a critical mass of people to change their mind. Because whatever this is, whatever it is where we are, one thing I know for sure, this is not freedom. All right? What they give you with their rhetoric of democracy is an illusion. Right? They keep telling you that, oh, democracy is under attack and we must save democracy. That's all part of the deception. That's all part of the illusion. Because democracy is a system of mob rule. 51% get to tell the other 49% how they're going to live. It's a world of people imposing their will on other people. And that's not freedom. Okay? So the entire system is built on lies. It's built on deception, right? Universal deceit. Illegitimate authority. It creates a system of illegitimate authority. Okay? And there's one more thing that Morpheus told Neo in the movie. And that's, as long as the Matrix exists, humanity will never be free. Okay? So if we want to create a world of complete freedom, something's going to have to go. And that something is the Matrix. That something is the Babylon system. That something is this hierarchy. And that's what this presentation is all about. It's how we do that. Okay? How do we unite 8 billion people to say, we're done. We're walking away. We're tired of this. We're not going where you want to take us. We know exactly where you want to take us. And we're not going. We're going to create a world fully aligned with natural law. And we're going to be completely free. Okay? So, that's where we are. Moving on. Why is natural law the only guide in the world? All right. Video about this a couple of years ago for my foundational video series for my YouTube channel Kaizen and the Pursuit of Truth. What I call my Reclaiming the Mind video series as well. But part 2 of it was understanding natural law and why it is the key to freeing humanity. All right, and I talked all about natural law. I took people through the history of natural law and why, if we align with natural law, we can peacefully dissolve the system. But the one thing that I didn't talk about in that video, which I'm excited to talk about today, is the difference between natural law and the law that we all follow in the Matrix. So first what we need to do is define what natural law is as opposed to positive law or man's law. Because this is really the key to understanding why natural law is the solution. All right? So let's start with defining our terms. And we just need to go back to Black's Law Dictionary, because if you want to get a real legal definition, that's the best place to go. So we have the second edition from 1910 here. And we'll start with the word positive, because positive, that's part of the deception that the hierarchy in the Matrix uses to get the people to think it's one thing other than what it really is, right? It's misdirection. It's the deception. Most people, they hear positive and they think, oh, well, it's opposite of negative, right? It's something good. So they hear positive law, they say, well, that's good law, right? Here's what positive really means. It means laid down, enacted, or prescribed, express or affirmative, direct, absolute, explicit. Now, do those words make you feel like a sense of freedom or free will? Or do they make you feel like something is being imposed on you? Like someone has power over you, right? So add that to positive law, It's law actually and specifically enacted or adopted by proper authority for the government of an organized jural society. Okay, so there you have it. It's something laid down, enacted, prescribed, adopted by proper authority. Now that's the key here, proper authority. What you're going to see moving forward is that what they call proper authority under natural law is actually illegitimate authority. Okay, and we're going to get to that. A law in the sense in which that term is employed in jurisprudence is enforced, that word enforce, by a sovereign political authority, right? Now they're claiming that only political authorities are sovereigns. And I'm arguing that sovereignty belongs to the individual. All power belongs to the individual. And again, we'll get to that as well. And this is where they, if you read it, to me it sounds like they're mocking natural law, right? It is thus distinguished not only from all rules, which, like the principles of morality and the so-called laws of honor and of fashion, and by fashion they mean to create, to fashion, to make, are enforced by an indeterminate authority, i.e. God or a creator. So that's what they're talking about, fashion right there. So they say so-called laws of a creator. But also from all rules enforced by a determinate authority, which is either on one hand superhuman or on the other hand politically subordinate, right? So they're saying that this other, we're distinguishing positive law from this other type of law, which doesn't really have an enforcer. And if it does have an enforcer, it's going to be subordinate to political authority, right? So they're putting themselves above God in their legalese. And this is the deception of positive law. In order to emphasize the fact that laws, in the strict sense of the term, are thus authoritatively imposed, right? There it is again. The imposition of will on you. They're described as positive laws. Okay, so right there, we just went from positive being something that most people perceive to be good to something that is imposed on you. So let's go a little bit further into where they get the term positive from. What is the etymology of the word? Posit derives from Latin meaning to place or to put. Okay? So positive law, they're laws just put into place by men who claim authority, right? They claim political authority over you, sovereign political authority, and many political authorities say they're ordained by God, i.e. monarchies. And in some certain countries, communist countries like North Korea, they say that their political authority is ordained by God. They just put these laws into place. That's where the word comes from. In English, posit means to state or assume something as true or existing, often without proof. So we don't need proof that this is good for you. It's just do as we say or else, right? That's what positive law means. It's just randomly made up by men who want to control you. In formal writing or academic discourse, it is used in the following context. In philosophy, to introduce assumption. We're just assuming this is right. In science, to propose a theory. In math, to state a postulate or axiom, and in logic, to make a premise. So positive law is just law made up by people who claim control and power over you. That's all it is. There's nothing good about positive law, right? So that's really the crux of the issue here when we compare it to natural law and creating a world of freedom. Because as this conference is titled, freedom can only come under natural law. Because under man's law or positive law, we cannot have freedom. Because it is law that is imposed on us by illegitimate authority. By the very definition that we've just laid out here. Okay? So, moving on. Let's look at a definition of natural law. And this is from 1889 from a dictionary of law. The rule of human action prescribed by the Creator and discoverable by the light of reason. Simple definition, right? These are the laws handed down by the Creator of humanity, mankind, the world. whatever you want to call it, whatever your perception of whatever the creator is, and there are, millions of different perceptions of what, who, I wrote a blog about it a couple of years ago. Nobody knows, right? Nobody in this realm of reality can say definitively who or what the creator is, right? There are a lot of people that will tell you definitively that they know, but it's just a belief, right? But using logic, we can assume that there is a creator because we have free will and we have a desire to be free, right? If someone tries to put us in a cage, we're going to want to escape. Free will is something that was given to us inherently because that's what we all understand, right? If we go to Black's Law Dictionary, they define natural law as a rule of conduct arising out of the natural relations of human beings, established by the Creator and existing prior to any positive precept. So they define positive law as superior to natural law in that other definition we looked at. But if it's prior to any positive precept, is it not superior? I would think so. But they're saying, hey, the positive precept, this is what we need. If we don't have these positive laws, then there's going to be chaos throughout the world, and we need to enforce these laws on people. Otherwise, you're just not going to be able to handle yourselves, right? The foundation of this law is placed by the best writers in the will of God, discovered by right reason, and aided by divine revelation. And its principles, when applicable, apply with equal obligation to individuals and to nations. This is true, right? Natural law applies equally to everybody. And if you violate it, you're going to suffer the consequences of that violation. If you align with it, you're going to reap the benefits. Simple as that. This is how the world really works. And then we get this thing called positive law that comes in and messes everything up, right? And it gives power to people that don't really have power. Their power is just an illusion. It's just a belief. They continue in Black's Law Dictionary. Natural law was intended to denote a system of rules and principles for the guidance of human conduct, which, independently of enacted law or the systems peculiar to any one people, might be discovered by the rational intelligence of man. True, right? This is intended to denote a system of rules and principles for the guidance of human conduct, right? Independently of enacted law. So we don't need laws enacted because we all understand natural law. And I'm going to get to why we understand it coming up. A natural law is defined by Burlamaqui to be a rule which so necessarily agrees with the nature and state of man that without observing its maxims, the peace and happiness of society can never be preserved. So as soon as we violate natural law, if we don't observe its maxims, we can't have peace and happiness, right? So they're claiming, well, now we need to invoke positive law to enforce peace and happiness when all we need is natural law, right? And he says that these are called natural laws because a knowledge of them may be attained merely by the light of reason, right? The light of reason comes from our free will, from the intelligence and the intellect that our Creator gave us to figure it out. And from the fact that their essential agreeableness with the constitution of human nature, right? So in our hearts, all human beings, unless you're one of the 4% who's a sociopath or psychopath, the 96% of human beings understand the difference between wrong and right, right? So observing its maxims. So what are its maxims? There's essentially 4 moral maxims of natural law. So let's look at those. And these are from the Constitution that I've proposed for a natural law republic. Number 1, the Golden Rule. Do no harm and treat everyone as you would expect to be treated yourself. The wrongful imposition of will against one's informed and willful consent is a primary violation of natural law and human interactions. So there you go, the Golden Rule, number 1. First moral maxim. Number 2, don't steal. Every violation of natural law is one form of theft or another. You're either stealing from yourself or you're stealing from someone else when you violate natural law. Vices are violations of natural law that only harm yourself. And in a natural law republic, they're not crimes, right? They're lessons to be learned, right? Honor your contracts and word. Do all you've promised to do to the very best of your ability and obligations. And I've added that because in a system of complete freedom, the best way to ensure that everybody remains honest is everybody has a contract. Everybody signs the Constitution, agreeing that this is the supreme law of the land, because this Constitution is based in natural law. And this Constitution actually does guarantee and protect my rights and my sovereignty as an autonomous individual, right? And then always respect the balance of nature. We live in a world where there is a symbiotic and synergistic balance in everything. And upsetting that balance has repercussions in other areas of nature which can have negative and unintended consequences when not handled carefully and with respect to the overall balance, right? So that's it. That's all we need to understand to have a truly civil society. And once people understand it, the thing is, most people operate this way already, unless they're operating on all of these ideas and perceptions that have been programmed into their mind their entire life by the Matrix, by the Babylon system. And that's what corrupts people, right? But if we just go back to natural law and everybody understood this, we can do away with government, we can do away with positive law, and we can just live in harmony with the natural balance, okay? So now we're going to cover a brief history of natural law philosophy. So we understand positive law is just made up. And now we're going to cover why natural law is the only thing we need, is the key to a world of complete freedom. So we're going to go back all the way to the beginning. And Aristotle was really the first one who started talking about this. Because if you go back to his teacher Plato and then Plato's teacher Socrates, Socrates was actually a proponent of positive law. If you look at his trial and his acceptance of his penalty of death for corrupting the youth, for essentially doing what I'm doing right now, right? I'm teaching the children, the world, whatever, how to think critically, how to be free. That's what all my work is about. And he was charged with corrupting the youth and sentenced to death by, a majority of, I believe, 30 people. I think I was 200, no, maybe it was 260, 10 to 30 people, I don't remember. But anyway, Plato's kind of on the fence because he didn't want Socrates to die. He was his teacher. He had a lot of respect for him. He didn't write much about it. But then we've got Aristotle here, who was really the first person, before Cicero, as we'll see coming up. But he said, he who asks law, and I added the natural in there because that's what he's referring to. He who asks natural law to rule is asking God and intelligence and no others to rule. While he who asks for the rule of a human being is importing a wild beast too. For desire is like a wild beast, and anger perverts rulers and the very best of men. Natural law is intelligence without appetite, because he understood that all men can be corrupted. And if you give them power, they're going to let it go to their head. Most men will do that when given power. So, by understanding that natural law, God's law, is intelligence without appetite, right? It is what it is. And everyone knows that. Marcus Tullius Cicero was the first to really articulate a definition of what this idea of a creator's law is, right? And he said, true law is right reason in agreement with nature. It is of universal application, unchanging and everlasting. It summons to duty by its commands and averts from wrongdoing by its prohibitions, right? So just by understanding, we know the difference between right and wrong. It is a sin to try and alter this law, nor is it allowable to attempt to repeal a part of it and it is impossible to abolish it entirely, right? Because natural law is just inherent in creation. It's there. And as you'll see, moving forward, it's written on our hearts. Everybody understands this. We cannot be freed from its obligations by Senate or people. And we need not look outside ourselves for an expounder or an interpreter of it. And there will not be different laws at Rome and at Athens, or different laws now and in the future. But one eternal and unchangeable law will be valid for all nations and for all times. And there will be one master and one rule. That is God, over us all. For he is the author of this law, its promulgator, and its enforcing judge, right? So natural law is the only power. And any government, senator, whatever, people that come in and try and pervert it and say, oh, no, we have the power. We're the ones who are going to tell you what you need to do. It's a sin, is what he says, right? So he's calling anyone who tries to pervert natural law for their own personal gain is a sinner. And that's where we are. That's the world we live in, the world of sin, because we've strayed from natural law. St. Augustine of Hippo expounded on St. Paul's notion that natural law is written on the hearts of man by our Creator, right? Again, we all know. It was his belief that man once lived freely under natural law before the fall, right? And have subsequently been doomed, now this is very interesting, to live in bondage under sin and positive law ever since. So St. Augustine equated positive law to bondage. That's the world we live in. That's where we are. We're in a world of positive law. So if we ever want to get back to a world where men once lived freely, we have to align with natural law. Because again, that's the only way to freedom, is aligning with natural law. He spoke about his understanding of this in his 25th sermon on Psalm 118. No one injures another without at the same time hoping the same will not be done to himself, right? There's that golden rule. And in this respect, he transgresses the law of nature. The very fact that he does not want to suffer the fate he inflicts on someone else means that he cannot plead ignorance of the natural law, right? If you harm someone that you don't want them to do to you, you already know it's wrong. You already know what natural law. They could have no more been without the natural law than they could have been alien to the human condition itself, right? So he understood. They understood that natural law is just inherent in all of us. Just like free will, just like the desire to be free, right? It's built into us, right? No one wants to be a slave to anybody else. And that's all part of natural law as well. St. Thomas Aquinas said an unjust law is a human law, positive law, that is not rooted in eternal law and natural law. Natural law is the same for all men. There is a single standard of truth and right for everyone, which is known by everyone, right? Again, so it continues. We see throughout history that the true philosophers, they understood this, and this is what they taught, that natural law is all we need. And human laws are the only unjust laws, right? There is no such thing as an unjust natural law. The only unjust law is human laws. And we are living in a world with millions of unjust human laws, which is why the matrix persists and perpetuates, and why, if we ever want to be free, that system needs to be dissolved. And positive law has to go with it. Okay? John Locke. The state of nature has a law of nature to govern it, which obliges everyone, and reason, which is that law, teaches all mankind who will but consult it. That being all equal and independent, no one ought to harm another in his life, health, liberty, or possessions. There you go, the golden rule, once again. To understand political power right and derive it from its original, we must consider what state all men are naturally in, and that is a state of perfect freedom to order their actions and dispose of their possessions and persons as they think fit, within the bounds of the law of nature. Again, we have to do everything under natural law, or we're going to pay a consequence without asking leave or depending on the will of any other man. So again, if anyone tries to impose on us what we can and can't do with our person, with our property, all right, look what government says you farmers can do with your land. You know, you can't build there. You don't really own your land because you have to pay taxes. And if you don't pay taxes, we're going to take it from you. This is all sin. All positive law is sin, right? Natural law is all we need. William Blackstone. Law, in its most general and comprehensive sense, signifies a rule of action and is applied indiscriminately to all kinds of action, whether animate or inanimate, rational or irrational. So, no matter what we do, the law is going to apply. If you do the right thing, right action results in positive benefits. Wrong action results in negative consequences, right? Thus we say the laws of motion, of density, buoyancy, and electromagnetics, of optics or mechanics, as well as the laws of nature and of nations. And it is that rule of action which is prescribed by some superior, in which the inferior is bound to obey. So the superior is the creator, not government, and we're all bound to obey this law. That man should pursue his own true and substantial happiness. This is the foundation of what we call ethics, or natural law. This law of nature, being coeval with mankind and dictated by God himself, is of course superior in obligation to any other. So any law that violates natural law is repugnant to our Creator, and that's most of man's law. It is binding over all the world in all countries and at all times. No human laws are of any validity if contrary to this. Boom, right there. How many human laws are contrary to natural law? What, probably 97, 98% of them violate natural law. And again, so the lifeblood of the matrix of the system, the Babylon system, is debt and positive law. Because if you think about it, what is debt? What does it say on your dollar bills? It says legal tender, right? They give it value, but they debauch that value, and they rob the true value of what you create with this money created under positive law. So the whole system violates natural law, every last bit of it. So if we want freedom, we have to align with natural law. Samuel Adams, founding father of the American Republic. Among the natural rights of the colonists are these. First, a right to life. Secondly, to liberty. Thirdly, to property. And what most people don't know is the Declaration of Independence originally was written to say that we invoke government, or we institute government, to protect our right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? But it originally said life, liberty, and property. And they changed it at the last minute to happiness, the pursuit of happiness. Together with the right to support and defend them in the best manner they can, right? We have a right to defend ourselves from anybody trying to take our life, our liberty, or our property. These are evident branches of, rather than deductions from, the duty of self-preservation, commonly called the first law of nature, right? He's invoking natural law here. We all have the right to life, liberty, and property, and we have the right to defend that if someone tries to take it from us. All men have a right to remain in a state of nature as long as they please, and in case of intolerable oppression, civil or religious, to leave the society they belong to and enter into another, which is exactly what I'm proposing with my macro solution. The natural liberty of man is to be free from any superior power on earth, and not to be under the will or legislative authority of man, but only to have the law of nature for his rule. So he was an advocate of natural law, and the government, the Articles of Confederation, the government that set up, essentially allowed them to live this way. And it was 11 years later when they instituted the Constitution where everything started to go wrong, right? Because that's when they invoked positive law. Lysander Spooner, one of the most ardent voices against the Constitution in American history, and why we're never taught about him in school. I didn't even know his name until well after I turned 40 years old. But he wrote, a man's natural rights are his own, against the whole world, and any infringement of them is equally a crime, whether committed by one man or by millions. Whether committed by one man, calling himself a robber, or by any other name indicating his true character, or by millions, calling themselves a government. The very idea of law originates in men's natural rights. There is no other standard than natural rights, by which civil law can be measured. Law has always been the name of that rule or principle of justice, which protects those rights. Thus, we speak of natural law, right? So he found government law repugnant as well. And if you haven't listened to or read No Treason, The Constitution of No Authority, I highly recommend it. You can find it for free on the web. And you can find it on YouTube. And finally, let's come full circle, round this out with a contemporary view of natural law from Stephen Covey. I believe that correct principles are natural laws, and that God, the creator and father of us all, is the source of them, and also the source of our conscience. I believe that to the degree people live by this inspired conscience, they will grow to fulfill their natures. To the degree that they do not, they will not rise above the animal plane. If you want to achieve your highest aspirations and overcome your greatest challenges, identify and apply the principle or natural law that governs the results you seek. While we are free to choose our actions, we are not free to choose the consequences of those actions. Consequences are governed by natural law. All right? So there you have it. 2,500 years of people understanding and teaching that natural law is what guides us. It's the only thing we need to guide us. And it's what allows us to achieve our full potential in life. And operating under a system of positive law, which is oppression, hinders the individual from achieving their full potential, right? Because so much is stolen from you under the pretext of positive law. Income tax is a positive law, right? It's written in the Constitution. It's an amendment to the Constitution. Is it good? Or is it a violation of natural law? It's theft. Violates number 2, the second moral maxim. So, the difference between natural law and positive law. Natural law is based on principles and truth, inherent to creation. Man's law is based on dogmatic beliefs, constructs of the mind. Again, remember, positive means to just create. This is the law because we want it to be. Natural law is harmonized with due to knowledge and understanding, right? Human intellect. Man's law is complied with due to fear of punishment. It's something imposed on you. Natural law is universal, exists and applies anywhere in the universe regardless of location. Man's law differs with location based on the whim of legislatures. Moral relativism, right? Different countries have different laws that all are repugnant to natural law. So, no matter where you live, you're still living under some form of positive law, which is dogmatic belief, right? Just created to control you. Natural law is eternal and immutable, exists and applies for as long as the universe exists, and cannot be changed. Man's law changes with time based on the whim of legislators, right? So there's a difference between natural law and positive law. One is inherent with creation, the other is made up, right? Man's law is designed to control you and to, as we showed in the Matrix, in the Babylon system, extort your wealth, harvest your wealth, harvest your energy, right? I want to really focus in on this part right here for a second. Harmonized with due to knowledge and understanding, right? So how do we come to knowledge and understanding of natural law? And I'm not a religious person in any sense of the word. I don't follow any religion. I don't adhere to any dogmatic religious beliefs. But I do look at the Bible as a source of great wisdom and knowledge. And in the Bible, there are 5 scriptures that teach natural law and how we harmonize with the understanding of natural law. And I'm going to cover those here. Number 1, Hosea 4:6. My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. And because thou hast rejected knowledge, I will also reject thee. Thou shalt be no priest to me. Seeing thou hast forgotten the law of God, I will also forget thy children. So what it's saying here is, because you violate natural law, you're destroyed. And you're destroyed in many different ways. It could be in, violating the laws of nature and what you eat, your diet. People get sick because they put the wrong things into their bodies, right? Natural law applies to everything we do. Every action that a human being takes has an implication in natural law, right? So when you reject natural law, when you reject the knowledge of natural law, you're rejected by the Creator. Simple as that. That's natural law. So, we're destroyed by lack of knowledge. How do we acquire that knowledge? Well, that's Matthew 7:7 and 8. Ask and it shall be given, right? Seek and ye shall find, knock it shall be opened to you. If you want knowledge of truth, you have to go find it. It's not going to be given to you in the system. The Babylon system is not going to educate you in the way that you need to be educated to understand natural law. Because the system indoctrinates you. It doesn't teach you how to think, it teaches you what to believe. And what to believe is not what you need to understand. Right? So everyone that ask, receive. Everyone that seek, find. And everyone that knock, it shall be opened. All right? That's the key. And once you seek and you find it, and you know the truth, you'll be made free. Right? So the whole operative word of John 8:3-2 here is no. Right? There's a lot of people out there who think they know the truth, but they've been deceived. Right? And so they're not free. They're not truly free. They're living under the illusion of freedom. And that's most people in this world. Because until you understand and know the truth, and the truth is natural law. Natural law is all truth. Natural law is all objective truth in existence. Right? Natural law is God, is natural law. Right? What do they say about God? About the Creator? Omniscient, omnipotent, and omnipresent. So is natural law. It's always there. Right? So God is natural law. And once we understand the knowledge, once we acquire the knowledge, we're made free. Right? And I'm, in this system, I'm living a life about as free as you can get. But I want to bring the whole entire system down so that I can experience complete freedom and everybody else can experience complete freedom. Because no one should want to be enslaved to this system. Moving on from John 8:3-2, we get to Romans 12:2. And be not conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Again, more talk of the mind. That ye may prove what is that good and acceptable and perfect will of God. Right? Don't conform to this world. Don't conform to the matrix in the Babylon system. Be transformed by the renewing of your mind. And the renewing of your mind requires seeking the knowledge of truth. Right? And once you understand that, you'll prove to yourself that the perfect will of God is aligning with natural law. Right? I mean, this is powerful stuff. This is exactly what it's all about. And when we stray from this, we suffer the consequences. As we can see in Galatians 6:5-7. For every man shall bear his own burden. Let him that is taught in the word meaning natural law, the truth, communicate unto him that teacheth in all good things. Be not deceived. God is not mocked. For whatsoever a man soweth, he shall also reap. Again, if you violate natural law, you're going to suffer the consequences. If you sow goodness in the world, If you align with natural law, you're going to reap the benefits. You're going to reap the rewards, right? So there you go. 5 of the most powerful scriptures in the Bible that teach natural law. And they're all in chronological order in the Bible, just this way, right? So this is the path. You have to understand that you're destroyed for your lack of knowledge. This is how to do it, all right? We're going to show you in the Bible. So, that's my perception of the Bible. I look at it as a book of wisdom and, something that teaches how to live a good life in alignment with what the Creator intended, all right? So to finish this up, the difference between natural law and positive law. Under natural law, or living in harmony with natural law, leads to freedom. It leads to peace. It leads to prosperity. And it not only leads to survival, but it leads to thriving in our world, right? Not just surviving. Once you harmonize and align with natural law, you actually thrive. And everybody thrives. It leads to evolutionary progress and abundance. Because the world was created to generate abundance of everything, right? And as long as we align with natural law, there's abundance for everybody. But under positive law or man's law, living in opposition to natural law, that leads to control. It leads to enslavement. It leads to war, evolutionary stagnation, extinction, and scarcity. And if you really look at the model that we're living in, they use scarcity as a tactic of fear and control, right? We're running out of this. With the oil, Hubbard's peak, we're at peak oil and we're going to run out by the 70s, right? They use scarcity to scare us into everything, into compliance. But we live in a world of abundance, and there's enough for everybody to go around. And once we align with natural law, we will be living in freedom, peace, prosperity, and thriving. All right? So, in conclusion, we can confidently assert that positive law is negative or detrimental to individual freedom. Right? The system operates on positive law. Well, if we want to be free, we can't have positive law. Right? We can't have men making stuff up. Positive law is the enemy of individual sovereignty. Sovereignty, in my mind, belongs with the individual. Period. You don't get a bunch of individuals to create an entity and say that entity is sovereign over us, because the only thing that's sovereign over us is the Creator, right? But in this world, we're all our own kings. And under natural law, we're all the rulers of our own lives. So individual sovereignty is the goal in creating a world of complete freedom. Positive law is the foundation of statism, illegitimate authority, and the seed of all tyranny and oppression. Right? We just showed you with the definitions and everything. Natural law is the only law that enables the individual man and woman and the communities and societies they create to experience complete freedom. All right, so there you go. We've just covered the difference between positive law and natural law, come to the conclusion that if we want to create a world of complete freedom, we must align fully with natural law. Okay, so that wraps up part 1 of my presentation. How do we get from where we are to a world of complete freedom? Hopefully by now you understand that where we are is a world of deception, completely made up by a small group of people who want to control the mass. Okay? Just like they make up debt and create the money out of nothing to control us and extract our wealth, they also make up the laws that control us. And as long as we believe that this is reality, it will remain our reality. Okay? So in part 2, I'm going to give you the key to unlock the cage. And this is a culmination of 18 years of my life. This is what I've been working on since literally 2 weeks after my 40th birthday back in 2007. And I saw Aaron Russo's America, Freedom, and Fascism. I was shocked what I learned because I did have a background in finance with a degree in finance from Illinois State University in 1993. And when I saw that, everything just clicked and I realized, oh my God, everything's a lie. And so I have dedicated my life to fixing this problem that has enslaved humanity. And hopefully you will see that what I've created over the last 18 years is what I call a macro solution to the human condition. Because everything that I've created is designed to align humanity with natural law and do away with this idea of illegitimate authority and universal deceit. Okay, as I talked about in part 1. So, enjoy part 2. It unfortunately won't be airing here during the conference. It will be in the replay section of the Freedom Under Natural Law website. I believe Chris Jantzen is going to be playing it on his podcast End Evil this Thursday, and it will be available on my YouTube channel, my websites, all of my video channels, so you'll be able to find it. But again, it's equally as important to understanding part 1 and why we're enslaved, and this is how we free ourselves. Because I think what I put together is by far the most logical, sensible, peaceful, and easiest way to get humanity to a world of complete freedom. So, I hope you check it out, and I will see you all in the roundtable after the conference is completed. Enjoy the rest of the conference, and we'll
A storm is coming. Desire burns. A war is calling. The tides are turned. Only one will stand at the end of it all. Only one will stand at the end of it all.
This a warning, youngin', a storm is coming. Do you hear that? War is calling. You shouldn't fear that, cause the war is all inside of your mind and your soul. Your mind is controlled with ease when it's blinded by gold. Cause all that glitters is an AU 79, check the periodic table, and you will find chemical compound 196, not stop now. Run up on me, get knocked out. Got the gun up on me, get shot down. Like Pac did to them cop clowns. Top blow, only to defend myself. What's more important, physical or mental health? Who determines what the answer to that question is? Fuck a fact checker, they can suck a fat deck of dicks. In this war, information's what the weapon is. So we mustn't let oppressors tell us what oppression is. Diesel audio, Joe Murray, we bout to go. Psycho mode, spit of knowledge though. With the microphone, we body flows. Fire con Dios. Sparkle.
Dear God, all I ask is that
The tides are turned.
if there be trouble, let it be in my day, so that my child may live, my child may live, my child may live.
It is no exaggeration to say that we are now standing at the most pivotal point in human history. And our generation is the one that bears the responsibility.
It's getting hard to hold on in the eye of the storm as the calm keeps getting prolonged. Even though I prep myself for this hell to play out for so long. Come to think about it, this is the moment my whole life has been leading up to. All the shit that I went through, physically, mentally, I guess it was meant to be that I would live to see this point in history where we would embark on this battle for freedom and I'd be one leading the charge. So I play my part with honor and look at my brothers and sisters as we all march toward the battlefield, and I feel the fear for the children through their eyes, deep in my heart, which gives me the spark of drive I need when my body is calling to stop. And I swear to God I won't let you all down, cause I'ma continue to fight with all that I got until we see the end of the system. And my premonition is war is imminent, so I condition my body and soul to withstand a collision of spiritual forces on this plane of existence. Ready for the call, I stand in position. Banana clips of ammunition, banana grips on my containers. I'm brandish if anyone dare me to flip. Built up with rage, I ain't nobody's fucking slave. Who'll dread the day when I show you I mean it. It's gotta go to war and fuck it, so be it.
Desire burns.
We are peace-filled men who do no harm non-aggression.
The tides are turned.
But we will not allow ourselves to be bullied into submission.
Only one will stand at the end of it all.
We will stand. And we will fight.
Stand at the end of it all.
So if it's war you want, bring it, bitch. Yeah.
War is calling. War is calling. War is calling me. War is calling me. War is calling me. War is calling me.
Wow. I'm feeling really.
Damn, that was good. Jake just really knocked out of the park with that presentation. That was fantastic. I really love how he broke things down and explained things in a stepwise form. And Leslie, why don't you go ahead and talk a little bit about how you how that all hit you?
Am I on mute or unmuted?
You're coming through.
Oh, I am. Okay. Yeah. No, I'm feeling really touched overall. Of the momentum of this conference, and I thought that Jake did an amazing job. He's an excellent teacher, super well spoken, and I loved the way that he brought up again, similar to your presentation, Chris, the progression of wisdom over the centuries, that this isn't new. We're not like making up this concept. This is something that is discoverable as pre-existing, right? And I'm inspired. So I'm really looking forward to seeing Jake's part 2. Very excited to see that, and really looking forward to the remaining presentations today.
Yeah, we should talk a little bit about the website. Will, you want to pop up next? And
Sure, yeah. freedomundernaturallaw.com. We have all the replays from even the past funnel conferences, 3, 2, and 1. So go there, enjoy, dive into the content. Similar to how Funnel 4, there's an overarching like tapestry and vibe and theme and message, but really coming back down to those causal factors and that core message of freedom under natural law. So there's profound information and wisdom on all categories on our website through those replays. And we always recommend when you come across, you see a presenter for the first time, you really like their information, go to their website. We make all the websites available for the presenters. Dive into their work, support their work, share the videos. This is what the Funnel Conference is all about. It's uniting under the banner of truth, and kind of showcasing these presenters. Like Leslie said, this information is absolutely not new. These presenters could be new in their creative expression, and they absolutely deserve support for their contributions of doing the one great work.
yeah, and I want to show folks too, while you're watching this, at the bottom of freedomundernaturallaw.com, if you scroll all the way down, right here at the bottom, there's an image that says funnel tap link. And if you click on the funnel tap link, Derek has done an amazing job of organizing just all the information here that you might possibly need. And each presenter has a link. It's just, all through the presentation, I'm using it all through to find, the links that I'm sharing and such. So I wanted to send people that way. And then you can see the Telegram link chat is next to that. That's going to be a great place to hang out after the conference and share your experiences and talk. We just ask that people use it for conversation and back and forth, and keep a conversation going, not just for sharing links. We're not too fond of that on the funnel chat. Okay, and with that all being said, did I miss any announcements?
Fantastic song there by Joe Murray with featuring Diesel Automatic.
Yeah.
Had me sipping my Honest Kid, just swaying back and forth. So I loved it.
Yeah, that was awesome. All right, well, I guess then with that being said, I'll go ahead and introduce our next speaker, who I'm very excited to tell you folks about, because Jim Adams has been a big influence on my life. He's a permaculturist. And I think, permaculture, that word gets tossed around. And I think in this presentation, he's going to help clear some things up for us. He's been, he's done landscaping and been a conscious farmer and father as well. He's a busy man, proud member of the One Great Work Warriors, and you often see him on Instagram. I would recommend people check out Earth School Farm and earthschoolfarm.com. He does a lot of local, not only growing of things, but growing of food and farm to table type things. And he's worked on educating about truth, natural law, and the connection to nature and how important that is. And I also want to refer to people to One Great Work Warriors, our work on, I'm blanking out. Derek, you still there? What's the name of the book with the
End Evil?
No, the book that we all did the book study on.
Ishmael.
Oh, Ishmael.
Ishmael.
Yeah.
I don't know why I blanked out on it right now, because I'm under the microscope here. But yeah, let's check out Jim's presentation and enjoy the show. This is called The Missing Ethic of Permaculture: Care for Truth.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jim Adams, and I'm so grateful to be presenting today at the Freedom Under Natural Law Conference. Humanity Rising, Inspiring Care to Action. And today I'm going to be presenting on a topic that's been part of my life for the last decade or so, and that topic is permaculture. And this presentation will be part of a series that I've been working on called Inner Permaculture. And this project is an appeal to the permaculture world, that the inner work must precede the outer work in order for permaculture to truly work. And that's what we'll be getting into today. But first, I want to start off with this question. Do you believe anyone deserves to have more rights than you? Right. So this question I've been asking people over the last few years, and every time I do, the response is always no, right? And it's usually automatic. It's not something that people need to think about very long, right? And it's usually pretty quick. Like, no, I do not believe anyone deserves to have more rights than me, right? And so, as part of this presentation, I ask the viewer, what is your answer? And to think about it and keep it in mind as we move along. Let's get into permaculture, right? What is permaculture? I'm sure there's many people out there who have never even heard of permaculture. There's people who do know what it is, and then there's people who have heard of it and they think they know what it is, but they're not quite sure, what it is. And so that's pretty common across the board. And as you can see here by this quote that Bill Mollison, co-founder of permaculture, even he says because permaculture is so multidimensional that even he can't define it. It's much bigger than just a one sentence definition. And you would find that even the best teachers of permaculture today, if asked what is permaculture, would struggle to have anyone walking away with a solid definition. So that being said, I'm going to do my best to give a brief overview and give people a sense of what permaculture is and kind of its philosophy. And so permaculture is a term and a design science that came about in the mid 1970s, and was created by these two Australian gentlemen, Bill Mollison and David Holmgren. And it came about as a response to the ever increasing harmful effects of human activity, right? And they were pointing to agriculture as a key driver to these damaging consequences, such as flooding and land erosion, deforestation, and then also poisonous foods and cancer and pollution. And then on top of that, they also were pointing to thoughtless design just based solely on fossil fuel energy and economical decisions and political decisions just based in greed. Right. And so from that, permaculture was born, right, by recognizing the futility in trying to oppose those oppressive systems. And Bill Mollison and David Holmgren were asking, how can we create a new model, right? How can we create a better world by going around them? And then hence this rather famous quote by Buckminster Fuller, right? You never can change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model that will make the existing model obsolete. And so that was the idea, to create that new model. And ever since then, permaculture over the last 50 years has been taught all across the world, in kind of this grassroots kind of cultural way. And permaculture really offers an extensive wealth of knowledge. It's an amazing source of information on, that doing that outside work, and, how do we create abundance and design for our needs in anywhere in the world, in any climate. And I don't have time to get into any of that, but the knowledge that is available is incredible. And so really it's about how do we grow food for ourselves is a big aspect of that, in harmony with nature as opposed to against it. And 50 years later, a big question is humanity ready for this? So permaculture is a synthesis of a permanent agriculture and then also a permanent culture, right? The permanent agriculture, again, is looking at ways of like that balance of looking to nature as our teacher, looking to the forest as our teacher, right? How do we cultivate the land in enduring way where we're not destroying it? And if we're able to achieve that, that balance of providing for ourselves outside of ourselves, then it would also lead to a stable social order in society, a permanent culture. All right, that's the idea. And then for sure, there's definitely this theme of anti-authoritarianism that is running throughout permaculture, right? It wasn't only agriculture that they were pointing to, they also were pointing to government as the problem. And so this quote by Bill Mollison is very well known and popular throughout the permaculture community. And let's just have a look at it. The tragic reality is that very few sustainable systems are designed or applied by those who hold power. And the reason for this is obvious and simple. To let people arrange their own food, energy, and shelter is to lose economic and political control over them. We should cease to look to power structures, hierarchical systems, or governments to help us and devise ways to help ourselves. Right? So you can see there, clearly they're pointing to government as part of the problem and getting in our way. And so permaculture is saying, like, how can we create a way where we can help ourselves? And not be dependent on them. All right, so the intention of this presentation, and as always, future work, is the theme is to address the root cause that permaculture leaves out. Because permaculture points mainly to agriculture as the most destructive force on the planet. And there's this belief, amongst the permaculture world that if we can change agriculture and redesign agriculture, then that, it's like will solve all the problems. But in reality, agriculture is not the root cause of all the problems, right? Agriculture is an effect of human consciousness, right? The collective consciousness of humanity is really the most destructive force on this planet. The the collective mind of humanity being imbalanced within is creating that imbalance that we see outside of us. And so human consciousness really is the root cause, and agriculture is the effect of us being, separate from nature. And then number two is when people really get that, right? You really realize that root cause is the problem, and that must be solved first before we can truly heal the effects. All right, and that goes to this analogy, right? Like saying, attempting to fix the external world without first addressing the internal world is like trying to heal a diseased tree by trimming its branches while ignoring its poison roots, right? We really got to understand the root cause. And so again, the inner work must precede the outer work in order for permaculture to work, right? It's that imbalance that's within that is creating the imbalance without. That's what we need to understand, because the root cause is within, and as within, so without. And that's a big theme throughout this work I'm putting out there as far as inner permaculture, right? What we are experiencing outside of ourselves is a reflection of what's going on inside of ourselves. And so what's going on inside of us, right? Humankind as a family is suffering from an imbalance within our minds, that separation from nature. The collective consciousness of humanity is struggling with a cognitive dissonance, where we are in contradiction with our own morals and values. Again, do you believe anyone deserves to have more rights than you? Do you vote? Keep these questions in mind. Let's get back to Bill Mollison and David Holmgren. I want to play a couple of clips by them. I'm going to start off with Bill Mollison getting to that root cause and asking a very important question.
Permaculture has always been much more than a gardening system. It arose from questioning of the 60s and the previous questioning of the 1890s and the 1930s about why does society, with all its skills and intelligence and resources, keeps falling into holes of its own making.
All right, why? Right, that's the big question. What is the root cause? Why does society keep falling into the holes of its own making? Right? Why does society, and society's getting to all of humanity. Like permaculture was created for all of humanity, right? It's much bigger than just a gardening system for yourself, like to go out and live off grid and all that. It's about the collective consciousness of humanity. And so society, right, it must have something to do with the collective beliefs, right? Why does humanity keep falling into these holes of our own making? Let's have a look at this quote too by Bill Mollison. where he's getting deeper into the inception of permaculture and the strategy. He's saying, I withdrew from society about 1970 because I had been long in opposition to the systems that I saw were killing us. I decided it was no good persisting with opposition. That got you nowhere. I thought for 2 years. I wanted to return to society, but I wanted to come back with only something very positive. I did not want to oppose anything again and waste my time. Somewhere someone had given me Mao Zedong's little red book. I didn't understand it very well. In fact, it was very difficult for me to read. But at one point when he was talking about an attack on the city of Taiching, his advice to his army was, don't attack Taiching. It's too heavily defended. Go around it and Taiching will fall. So I've been going around the things that I think are killing us. All right. And so that's been the strategy of permaculture, to go around. He's saying the government, he's pointing to the government, right? He's saying the government is too heavily defended and there's no point in fighting them head on. And if we go around, then we can slowly gain power for ourselves in that way. And so next I'm going to play a much longer clip by David Holmgren, who's really elaborating on that strategy. And it's about 5 minutes long, and I want to play it so it gives people more of a sense of, what permaculture is. And I figure who better to hear it from than the two guys who originated it.
The other way to think about permaculture is as a way to change the world, because of course a lot of people are motivated around permaculture as a positive, we can change the world in a positive way, rather than just endlessly trying to stop the world we don't want. Permaculture has always been about how do we create the world we do want. Well, when you start to think about those issues, most people think about how we change public policies, how you get the leverages of power pulled in a different way, so all the big structures in society get changed. That's an old way of changing the world. The sort of new way that's now sort of well proven, but still a lot of the politicos, the people who think about how do we change the world, haven't caught on that actually by changing yourself and what you do yourself, that is actually not just a little stepping stone to contributing to a larger change, it's actually arguably the most powerful thing you can do. And some of the reasons why are, firstly, if you've got a strategy or anything in permaculture, from own a building to community supported agriculture, right back to just growing your own food in your backyard, when you do something for yourself that you benefit from, that reflects the ethics and design principles of permaculture, you're doing something for yourself and you're also reducing your adverse impact on the world. But by doing something that you benefit from, that is potentially attractive to other people to say, oh, I'll do that too. Whereas the hard-bitten person who's doing something just to atone for our sins in the world is not very attractive to many other people. A small proportion are motivated by such things, but most people want to get something out of it, and especially get something directly. So the permaculture strategies benefit the early adopters, and on top of that, they're simple, low-key things that other people can copy. And they often don't need permission of the authorities, of the banks to provide funding to do it. And that's really important, because a lot of these changes, if they were done at even by a proportion of the population, represent a real threat to a lot of the power structures in society. A lot of those centralised systems, the corporations, the governments with their tax base. So they would understand that a lot of this self-reliant stuff associated with permaculture is actually subversive. And so if it really took off in a large way, it might be not just not assisted, but attempts to prevent it. If that's like some advanced technology or very large-scale project, it's very easy for power elites to say, no, can't do that. And we can see the struggles over renewable energy versus fossil fuels. But if it's something that you can do at home, it's very, very hard to stop it. So on top of that, that copying allows rapid evolution where you improve the thing, because you do one example and then you copy it and do another, and you get this incremental improvement. If we did big projects that are all driven by sustainability concepts but represent massive reallocation of society's resources, it always will end up as a mess. Because somehow the complexity of those things, you might have the ideas, but when you actually go to do it, it's never quite right. So the small scale replication, rather than big giant projects, is a good learning process. And it also allows people to adapt the solutions to different situations. And that's very, very important, because every situation is slightly different. And then when you get more people doing it, that gives you, if you like, the lobbying power of, well, there's all of us over here doing this. We've got a bit of a power base through autonomy, not a power base through shouting louder to get the authorities to change policies, because that's really a powerless way to go about things. And we can see in the last 30 years how mass movements to get structures to change direction, whether it's due to engaging in foreign wars or whether it's to do with climate change, have actually been harder and harder to get those changes and requiring more and more mass movement resources. Whereas when we just do something that supports ourselves and provides an example to others, it's actually also the leverage towards a larger positive change.
All right, so there you have it. I think it's quite clear to understand, that strategy of permaculture is to go around, right? Go around man's law. Instead of asking for permission from our masters, right? And understanding also that they're too heavily defended, that we can sidestep, permission and use incremental small scale replication of that outside work, and that'll gradually increase, give us that foothold that we need, to increase freedom over these oppressive systems, right? Give us that leverage that we need to accumulate more power from them. But that takes us back to this analogy, right? That there really is no amount of outside work that we can do, like by going around the government, can never really be enough, because it's not it's not addressing that root cause. Again, attempting to fix the external world without first addressing the internal world is like trying to heal a diseased tree by trimming its branches while ignoring its poison roots, right? We cannot be in ignorance of the root cause, or we will just keep continuing to keep falling into those holes of our own making, right? We cannot sidestep the root cause. There's no way around the root cause, right? The imbalance within is causing that imbalance without, right? The oppressive systems are never going to go away. The government is never going to go away, as long as humanity keeps believing in the legitimacy of their authority. right? And so many people wholeheartedly believe in their masters, and they vote for them, and they believe they deserve to have that power over us. And so again, it's that inner work that is so much more important than the outer work. Working on that imbalance within is an understanding that is what is creating these power structures to exist outside of us. And so that takes us to natural law, right? This is the Freedom Under Natural Law Conference. And natural law is something that I'm going to be definitely integrating into the work of inner permaculture, and just getting started, introducing it into this work. And it's quite the opposite, right? It's natural law strategy is to go within, right? There is no way around, right? And the key, the real solution to that imbalance is can only be healed internally, right? That we must face ourselves head on. We must be honest with ourselves about reality, right? And so it's the incremental small scale replication of the inside work, right? By increasing morality and balance within is the only way to increase freedom. And that takes us to the law of freedom, which is another thing I'll be integrating into this work. And the law of freedom states that freedom and morality are directly proportional, right? The more moral, the more balanced within society we are, the more freedom we will have. And vice versa, the less moral, the less balanced, the less free we will be. And that's where we are currently today. Human consciousness is very immoral, and the less moral in believing in these authoritarian systems, right? And so when it comes to morality, do you believe anyone deserves to have more rights than you? Do you vote for people who have more rights than you, right? Do you? Do you believe in slavery? All right. And so the truth is, government is slavery. In any shape or form, government is slavery, right? Throughout humanity, there is this belief system that some people have the right to claim ownership over you. And, I know many people will say, well, I don't see it that way. But in truth, it really is that way. Government is slavery. And this is something that I'll definitely be integrating into the future work of the inner permaculture, and must be known, must be part of that inner work. And also understanding these things such as statism, which is that religious belief, in your governments, and moral relativism, which is the belief that there's no such thing as right and wrong. And that really is a huge root cause of all the problems that we see. The governments are doing wrongdoings all day long, and yet people seem to be okay with it, and they know that if they do the same things, that they would get in trouble, that it would be wrong if they do it, but it's not wrong when the government does it. And that cognitive dissonance, where people are in contradiction, with their own values, and they don't even realize that they are, and they'll just keep saying, I don't see it that way, when the truth is that it is that way. All right. And so these are all things that will be part of the future work integrating into permaculture. Right? But I want to get back to David Holmgren again, and I want it to be known that permaculture is not just about the outer work. There's so much that they included, they did understand, that there is a problem, with the consciousness, and there is a moral foundation. So let's just play this quick clip from the previous clip where he did mention, more about the most powerful thing that we can do.
Still, a lot of the politicos, the people who think about how do we change the world, haven't caught on that actually by changing yourself and what you do yourself, that is actually not just a little stepping stone to contributing to a larger change, it's actually arguably the most powerful thing we can do.
All right, so that's speaking to that natural law strategy, like that small scale, little stepping stones in changing yourself, right? Is the most powerful thing you can do, So, we'll get to that. A couple of quotes, just pointing to that same message. Leo Tolstoy. Everyone thinks of changing the world, but no one thinks of changing themselves. There's so many people out there trying to, do work on the outside, but there's really so much healing within the belief systems of humanity that needs to be, healed first. And of course, the great Bob Marley, right? Getting to that as within, so without, right? The mental slavery is creating the slavery that we see with by believing in these governments outside of us. And it's only us. We're the only ones who can do it, right? The inner work must precede the outer work in order for permaculture to truly work. And the inner work is so much harder than the outer work, and that's clear. Like going, facing yourself, being honest with yourself, all these things is a billion times harder. So that's why everyone wants to just skip over this part and get to the outside work. But the good news is that permaculture did not leave the inner work out. And in the very first chapter of Bill Mollison's seminal work, the designer's manual that the permaculture course is based off of, the first chapter gets into the philosophy of permaculture, and it gets into morality and consciousness within the first few paragraphs. And on page 2, he introduces the 3 ethics, right? And just to go over them real quick, you can see that they have a lot to do with care. And of course, this conference is about inspiring care to action. So care for the earth, right? Earth is a living, breathing entity. Without ongoing care and nurturing, the consequences will be too big to ignore, right? And what are we doing? We're just really just shitting on the earth. We're just not caring for it, and we're suffering that lack of care. And then number 2, care for people, right? That lack of care for people is this really getting to the golden rule, right? How can we treat people the way that we want to be treated? And that's something that I'll be getting into in the future as well. And then the 3rd ethic has been the most controversial. It's gone through a few different phases. It's changed over time, but people argue over it. It becomes political. So we see that statism going on within the minds of so many permaculture students, and that. But what it comes down to is balance, right? It really, I think even to sum it up in one word, ecology. Looking to ecology, looking at that balance in the world as our teacher. And as I keep saying, we have that imbalance within that we need to heal. But by finding that balance within, we can also create balance without, and that's huge, right? So this is part of the inner work of permaculture. And then a little further on in permaculture's evolution, David Holmgren introduced the principles. And again, these principles are mostly looked at and applied to the outer work. That's where people are looking to apply them. But the good news is that, he didn't leave it there. He also was showing ways where we can apply them to the inside work. And that's something that I am for sure going to be doing, going through them one by one and showing how we can apply them to the inner work too. And then there's the Hermetic principles, which I feel would be of great value to include within the teaching of permaculture. And you can see here that, this short amount of time, I've already, gone over a few of them, like the first principle of mentalism, all is mind, right? Getting to, the consciousness of humanity being the root cause, and, the mind being the most destructive force. All creation comes from mind. And then the principle of correspondence, right? As within, so without. We saw that. And the principle of rhythm. And that gets all into about that balance, that third ethic. And that's something I'm going to be creating, I know, a lot of content on when it comes to the third ethic and rhythm. And then, of course, cause and effect, right? That root cause and the problem of, the permaculture world really operating on the plane of effects, trying to fix things in the outside world without truly addressing the cause, and knowing that the real power to affect change is only on that plane of causality. All right. And then there's the permaculture flower, and you could see in the middle of the flower the ethics and principles, of how to apply them to not only the outside work, but the inner work. David Holmgren included these other, subjects outside of the outer work, like the first three, and that's where permaculture seems to be stuck. That's where the main focus is, on that outer work, those first three. But the good news is that, that inner work of, the education and the spiritual well-being and, finances, like how do we see ourselves with money, and land tenure gets to property rights, and community governments. How can we live with these principles and, create a way to live under natural law, and not be governed under man's law. So these are things that can all be included into the world of permaculture, and definitely, as I keep saying, need to be focused on more, right? For sure. And so in closing, permaculture is a guide. It's a user's manual for humanity to utilize in accordance with our Mother Earth. It contains the knowledge, guidance, and instructions needed to live within the balance and maintain a harmonious way of living in our outside world. Permaculture is waiting in the wings for humanity as a whole to recognize the imbalance, the lack of care, and disharmony within our minds. The healing must begin within, first across mankind. Then, and only then, will permaculture become the effect caused by a balanced, unified cooperation and consciousness. In our present time, situation, and culture, it is the imbalance and disharmony within the collective consciousness. It's the colonization and mining of our minds that is causing the problems we see around us. Large-scale totalitarian agriculture throughout history has not been the most destructive force on the planet Earth. Totalitarian agriculture is the effect of a collectively spreading diseased mind. The root cause is the mind. The most destructive force is the mind. There are no outside solutions, be they political, financial, religious, or even permaculture. But permaculture is a guide, a user's manual for all of humanity. Only when humanity cares for truth will its guidance be useful.
What if the biggest obstacle to freedom is the darkness you've been avoiding within yourself? On Saturday, November 22nd, 2025, Mark Passio of What on Earth is Happening will deliver his all-new Shadow Work seminar. This will be a live, all-day online event hosted on the Telegram platform from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern U.S. time. In this intensive seminar, Mark will explain the critical importance of shadow work and why it is so desperately needed in the lives of those in the pro-freedom community. For the first time ever, Mark will reveal his very own personal method of shadow work, taking his guests on a deep dive into the difficult but necessary process of personal spiritual exploration and self-actualization. For those wishing to go deeper into the inner work that is required for true freedom, this seminar is one that you will not want to miss. Enrollment is now open, but space is limited. So, if you're ready to stop avoiding and start transforming, join Mark Passio's Shadow Work Seminar by visiting whatonearthishappening.com.
Boom. I don't even know.
Yeah.
Great presentation by Jim. Well done, man.
So good.
Best I've heard from him. You know,
Will's Jim's first formal presentation. I know he's been working on this whole concept and creating a course on permaculture, but it is very similar in the same vein where he's making the point that we have to have these principles in place first before we can make this stuff work.
Absolutely.
Important
Yeah,
to
not only did he have great information, a great topic, and he presented it well and it looked good, it's first formal presentation. That is awesome. That's how I got my start on a conference like this, the Seed 4 conference, and we like to bring people that are ready mentally there to take that leap and put themselves out there, have that courage, and do a presentation. So well done, Jim.
Yeah, especially given I think he uses his phone primarily for a lot of his like Instagram posts. So it's a big step. Yeah. All right. What do we have next?
Derek, you going to introduce our next speaker?
With great pleasure. I'm quite familiar with this, I think. So, yeah. We're coming towards the couple final hours, and it's of great pleasure and honor to introduce the lovely Leslie Powers. And her presentation is something we can all relate with. You might have it, within you, as we all should, as, magicians, humans in this world of music. The power of music, bridging matter and spirits. And as a lover of nature, art, and philosophy, as well as seeker of truth and freedom, Leslie is a clinical social worker, mental health counselor, consultant on mental health and trauma, conscious parent, and mentor. She has great insight into human psychology, the effects of trauma, holistic health, the strategies thereof, and how they integrate with natural law principles, which she expresses in her works on her website, AliveThrive.life, the One Great Work Network, her YouTube channel, and Dissolving the Divide, which I'm a co-host of, and she participates in the Girls Club hosted by Sarah Cross. Good old Crosstalk. And yeah, without further ado, she's got a lot coming in future. She's doing projects with Corey Angelid and Stephanie Mo Davis. So yeah, it's just a busy bee buzzing around, cross-pollinating all over the place. So yeah, it's looking forward to this one.
Hi, welcome to Funnel for Humanity Rising, Inspiring Care to Action. My name is Leslie Powers. My presentation is called The Power of Music, Bridging Matter and Spirit. You can find all my material at my website, alivethrive.life. My father was a musician, and as a child, I was alert to every time he would sit down at the piano or organ. His music was a meaningful and memorable experience for me, and it connected me to him. It awakened my true soul expression, dance, and this became a clue to something I am still called to do for my deepest fulfillment. Recently, I felt a déjà vu with my son's jazz standards playlist, an interesting choice for my 23-year-old. I recognized the deep connection between music and memory as spirit. When my son played that music, it took me back in time, and I was back in my childhood home listening to that music and being deeply connected to my father. So this was part of the inspiration for this presentation today. We will explore the power of music. The 7 liberal arts are a path to truth discovery. It includes the trivium, which has grammar, logic, and rhetoric as its base, and then the quadrivium, which includes arithmetic, geometry, music, and astronomy. I'll be quoting from the book Quadrivium, the 4 Classical Liberal Arts of Number, Geometry, Music, and Cosmology. Quote, "The quadrivium arises out of the most revered of all subjects available to the human mind, number. The first of these disciplines we call arithmetic. The second is geometry, or the order of space, as number in space. The third is harmony, or music, which for Plato meant number in time. The fourth is astronomy, or number in space and time. All these studies offer a safe and reliable ladder to reach the simultaneous values of the true, the good, and the beautiful. This in turn leads to the essential harmonious value of wholeness." What is music? Quote, "Music is a mother's lullaby. It gives sound to our feelings when we have no voice, words when we are silent. In it we praise, love, hope, and remember. In the breath of the soul, the contours of the path of a hummingbird in flight, and the wind that carries it. Music shapes and shivers into endless colors, nuanced and diverse, and eternally creative. It is spirit taking form. Music is central to our humanness. Music is universal, a language that connects people. The history of music, dance, and sounding or toning and chanting is vast, from ancient cultures to the present. The ways that the components of music can be used and put together is practically infinite. There are so many genres of music, from rock to punk, disco, country, R&B, blues, jazz, classical, soul, Nordic, Celtic, reggae, New Age, Latin, acoustic, funk, folk, hip-hop, rap, and on and on. Music is part of our entertainment. It can involve performance and is central to pop culture. Music is central to community ritual and ceremony as well. It can be used for trance induction and energy enhancement. Music can be instrumental. It can involve a whole variety of musical instruments. There can be vocals. One can use toning or humming, harmonizing. One can sing a cappella, play in a band, be in an orchestra. It can be choreographed or freestyle, solo or in groups, with a partner, as part of a folk expression of a culture, and it can be ecstatic. Here is a short video with music, visuals, and spoken word that my friend Glenn Horton put together. This was part of the inspiration for this presentation. Without music, life would be a mistake. Nietzsche. Music is the mediator between the life of the senses and the life of the spirit. Beethoven. The highest goal of music is to connect one's soul to the divine nature. Pythagoras. Mystic Ray Creations. Presents Sound Epiphanies. Part 6, Secrets of Music. Music is the purest form of art. Therefore, true poets, they are seers, seek to express the universe in terms of music. Tagore. Music is the universal language of mankind. Longfellow. Music is the language of the spirit. It opens the secret of life, bringing peace and abolishing strife. Khalil Gibran. If I were not a physicist, I would probably be a musician. I often think in music. I live my daydreams in music. Albert Einstein. Do you know that our soul is composed of harmony? Leonardo da Vinci. Life is a symphony, and the action of every person in this life is the playing of his or her particular part in the music. Hazrat Khan. Music was my refuge. I could crawl into the space between the notes and curl my back to loneliness. Maya Angelou. Music can name the unnameable and communicate the unknowable. Leonard Bernstein. Do you know what the music is saying? Come follow me and you will find the way. Rumi. If you learn music, you'll learn history, you'll learn mathematics, you'll learn most all there is to learn, says Edward Casey. If you wish to understand the universe, think of energy, frequency, and vibration. Nikola Tesla. Rhythm and harmony find their way into the inward places of the soul. Plato. Real music helps you to transcend your biology, your physiology, your psychology. Real music takes you to the world of the beyond. Osho. Music can minister to minds diseased, pluck from the memory of rooted sorrow, raise out the ridden troubles of the brain. And with its sweet, oblivious antidote, cleanse the full bosom of all perilous stuff that weighs upon the heart. William Shakespeare. Music composition entitled Initiation by Adam Plack and Johnny Soames. Video created by Glenn Horton for Mystic Ray Creations. And thanks to Sundari for help on the video. Thank you, Glenn, for sharing this video with me and allowing me to share it with all of you. Music, step 3 of the quadrivium, is a bridge between the material and the spiritual due to its unique power to help us transcend the physical realm, evoke deep emotion, and connect us to each other and to the sacred, to the infinite. Music allows people to experience elevated states and transcendent interconnections through its synergistic, multidimensional, and expansive effects. Music essentially acts as a conduit between the physical body and the immaterial spirit through the play of frequency and vibration. Music is a form of expression that connects us to the stars through cosmic principles and illustrates the natural principles of mentalism, correspondence, vibration, polarity, rhythm, gender, and cause and effect. Quote, all science has its origin in magic, and in the ancient schools, no magician was unschooled in the power of number. Music has emotional power. It helps us directly access our emotions, bypassing rational thought, which allows it to trigger feelings of awe, joy, peace, or sorrow, or anger, leading to heightened spiritual awareness and heightened self-awareness. It is a universal language that transcends cultural boundaries, allowing people from all different backgrounds to connect on a spiritual level through shared musical experiences. Harmony and order exist within music. The structure of music, with its melodies, rhythms, and harmonies, can reflect the order and beauty found in the universe, creating a sense of connection to something larger than oneself. Music is central to spiritual traditions around the world and throughout history. It is a key element of worship, meditation, and ritual. Hymns, chants, and devotional music in various faiths are used to connect with the divine and foster a sense of spiritual unity. Nature sounds are a music of their own. The sounds of nature, like a bird song or the blowing wind, can be perceived as a form of music that connects individuals to the natural world and inspires a sense of wonder. Music is integrally connected to sacred geometry, which charts the unfolding of number in time. Thus, like good music, the study and practice of geometry can facilitate the evolution of the soul. Essentially, music sound can be described much in the way language sound can, a combination of tones that vary overtone content with a noise component that initiates the sound, sometimes continues it, and occasionally also closes it, the function of consonants with an organizing rhythm and form. Music is comprised of sounds, space, and symbols in such a way that humans can interact with it in infinite ways while following shared basic principles that not only bridge matter with spirit, but closes the gap among people despite nationality, culture, or language. Joseph A. Kutarba says, through music, we continuously self ourselves into being. Through music, we are getting to know ourselves as well as we are creating ourselves. Rhythm is the component of music that punctuates time, carrying us from one beat to the next, and it subdivides into simple ratios just like pitch. The march and the waltz are thus nodes in the subdivision of rhythm, and the tensions created by polyrhythms and syncopation, push and pull against the gravity of these nodes, just as individual musical notes do in a scale. All this happens through time, creating a framework of epigrams or poetic devices, disclosing their plight or journey, existing within a system of rules. Perceiving music as an unfolding of epigrams, molecules of meaning, unities of opposites, allows for a new appreciation of its narrative quality. Music tells stories. Degrees of contrast and repetition can be measured, and most importantly, variation and transformation can be understood as a kind of evolution. Like the stations of the scale and the pulse, epigrams also have gravity. And what happens in between them communicates part of the drama, of the intentionality of the transference, its story, its plight. And in the most skillful hands, our souls follow suit. These epigrams, melodic and rhythmic, can then be arranged into larger coherent structures, compositions, also unifying opposites, and so music is born. There are abstract and metaphysical concepts within music. Music is the art medium that communicates interiority, being only perceived by the ears and received by the mind. It is the hearts and minds of human beings that shape and weave melodies, harmonies, and rhythms together into meaningful tapestries. In music, we organize and fantasize, arranging the elements of music, melody, rhythm, and harmony, into meaningful shapes and patterns. Its rhythms move our hands, feet, and bodies to the pulses of the universes. Its harmonies breathe with the exploratory intricacies and curiosities of the relationship and proportion, consonance, dissonance, assonance, and resonance. Its melodies flitter into flights of fancy, weaving woe and wonder. When music is married to language, then what is spoken becomes song, elevating the intentions and entreating us to listen more deeply, making the profane sacred. Music soothes the soul and the savage beast. And in both music and language, the components of epigrams are often synthesized or unified through paradox, an essential quality for having an aesthetic response and remembering the phrase. This is from the Quadrivium book. You can see here on the slide, and I highly recommend it. Music has been found to stimulate multiple areas of the brain, leading to improvements in memory, attention, and executive function. It can also enhance brain plasticity by promoting the formation of new neural connections. Music therapy has been linked to cognitive enhancement, aiding in language development, problem-solving skills, and emotional regulation. Music affects brain waves through tempo changes, through rhythms, through activating the limbic system, which is involved in learning, memory, and emotional responses. It activates the reward center, can stimulate pleasure. It can enhance low-frequency brain waves, which can diminish higher-order cognitive functions. It can increase theta and alpha power. And it can help consolidate memory, especially during sleep. Other effects of music on the brain include reducing stress and anxiety, improving cognitive performance, improving focus and concentration, improving spatial temporal learning, and stimulating neurogenesis, which is the brain's ability to produce neurons. Two important concepts related to music are resonance and dissonance. Resonance refers to a harmonious or agreeable vibration where two objects amplify each other's sound when their frequencies match. This comes from the Latin word to resound or sound out together. Resonance typically feels good. It helps to feel connected. Dissonance, on the other hand, describes a clashing or discordant sound created by incompatible frequencies, often perceived as unpleasant or jarring. Essentially, resonance is the opposite of dissonance, particularly in the context of music and sound. Dissonant intervals are often considered unstable and unpleasant, while consonant intervals are considered stable and pleasant. And surely our subjective experience is involved in how we experience music. Our emotions are activated and lead to how we interpret the sounds we hear. Dissonant music can convey negative emotions, providing an interpretive framework that serves to process the audiovisual experience. So again, music can bring all senses into activation. The profound impact of music on mind and emotion. Music and sound can be used consciously and therapeutically. It also affects us unconsciously as a state change tool or agent for relaxation, motivation, centeredness, anxiety reduction. Music is involved in rites of passage. Think of an average teenager who gets through their days through music. Music helps us celebrate life transitions. Music helps us to recapture ancestral memory through ritual and community experiences.
It's harder when you're trying to figure out how to love. But fucking this all up, 'cause we don't know how to love. Don't even know what it is we want. I don't know what we got, but I know what we had, and I hold it in my heart. Yeah, we don't know how to love. I never thought I'd give it up, but we don't know what we
It opens up new pathways in the brain, bringing present moment awareness and activates an intuitive right brain state. It can deepen one's connection to self and others, open a gateway to spiritual expansion, emotional inspiration. And if you've ever taken a psychedelic, you might have noticed how music really enhances the experience. Music can catalyze learning. One can experience pleasure and entertainment, or fear, dread, disgust, and agitation. Music helps to integrate the memory through the emotional experience and activate or complement the healing of emotional trauma and physical healing as well. Music has a role, as I've said, in memory consolidation. Music can improve memory by activating multiple brain regions associated with memory and emotion. The interaction can create a strong connection that may improve overall brain health and function. Some ways that music can impact memory is through the use of arousing music that enhances the strength of our memory by increasing the emotional arousal. It can also bring relaxation and counter the highly aroused brain state, and also through that relaxation help consolidate the memory. We can encode memories with the details of a life event, making it an effective cue for remembering an event later. Music engages multiple brain regions, so memories are stored in many different places. And regular exposure to music may reduce the risk of cognitive decline and enhance cognitive abilities. Music affects our energy through motivation, arousal, endurance, follow-through, and action. Music is energy, sound energy that moves through substances in waves. As I've said, music is a tool that can help us access our ancestral memory. Here I quote from The Urban Shaman, a handbook for personal and planetary transformation based on the Hawaiian Way of the Adventurer by Serge Kahili King, PhD. He talks about one aspect of our consciousness which is called the ku, or memory. He says, the most important thing to know about memory is that it is stored in the body as a vibration or movement pattern. Genetic memory is, of course, stored at the cellular level, while experiential or learned memory is stored at one or more of the many muscular levels. Under the right stimulation, internal or external, mental or physical, the movement occurs and the memory is released. This then gives rise to mental, emotional, or physical behavior. If the moment is inhibited, say by tension or stress, then the related memory is inhibited too. This holds true for both genetic and learned memory. In the case of genetic memory, the body only knows what its ancestors knew. He says health is a state of peace and harmony, while sickness is a state of war and conflict. He adds, now music has its own magic. It has subliminal powers because it can stimulate thoughts, feelings, memories, and behavior without our conscious awareness. Think toe tapping, marching music. And it can enhance tremendously our appreciation of words and images. Think how dull some movies might be without the music. As a subject of meditative focus, it is one of the most powerful I can recommend if you use it properly. He says, music that will amplify or counterbalance any state you are in or wish to be in can be consciously chosen. There's a whole field of sound healing, which is not incorporated into our mainstream healthcare system. Originating from various cultural traditions, sound baths use instruments like crystal singing bowls, gongs, and chimes to produce immersive soundscapes. These sessions, typically led by skilled practitioners, aim to induce a state of deep relaxation and meditation. Think of the crystal singing bowls tuned to the 7 chakras. Chakras are energy centers. And here we see sound combined with color and light, smell and vision in all sensory experience. The sound Om is an ancient seed syllable in Sanskrit. It represents a threefold time division from wakefulness, dreaming, and deep sleep. It represents God, the source of universal consciousness. According to the Katha Upanishad, the goal which all Vedas declare, which all austerities aim at, and which humans desire when they live a conscious life, or a life of conscience, I will tell you briefly, is Om. This one syllable is indeed Brahman, the supreme being. This one syllable is the highest. Whosoever knows this one syllable obtains all that he desires. This is the best support. This is the highest support. Whosoever knows this support is adored in the world of Brahma. As per the Hindu mythology, Lord Brahma exclaimed, I am one, but may I become many. This very thought started a vibration that settled in the form of the sound that is known as Om. The vibration created everything that we see in the universe. Om is the life force that creates and sustains life. The cause of the universe, the essence of life, self-knowledge, Atman and Brahman. And it turns out that chanting Om can deactivate the limbic center of the brain, which is responsible for emotion and threat. It stimulates the vagus nerve and activates rest and digest. As implied, music can tone the vagus nerve, even beyond the chanting of Om. Toning the vagus nerve, singing, humming, or chanting activate muscles in the back of the throat and vocal cords, which are connected to the vagus nerve. Stimulating the vagus nerve in such a way can lead to a potential calming effect and increased vagal tone associated with stress reduction and relaxation. The vagus nerve carries signals to your brain, heart, lungs, and digestive system. It's the longest cranial nerve in your body, running from your brain all the way to your large intestine. It plays a part in controlling involuntary sensory and motor functions like your heart rate, speech, mood, and it helps your body switch back and forth between your flight and fight response and your parasympathetic rest or digest mode, where you're much more relaxed. And unfortunately, your vagus nerve can lose its ability to switch back and forth into your parasympathetic mode due to factors like chronic stress. This is called vagal dysfunction, and it can put you at risk for high blood pressure and heart disease, type 2 diabetes, depression, and anxiety. Stimulating the vagus nerve can help minimize seizures, treat depression, regulate emotions, reduce blood pressure, lower heart rate, reduce inflammation, and treat headaches, and improve your heart rate variability. How does sound change matter? Well, sound affects matter by causing the molecules within a material to vibrate, essentially transferring energy through the medium as a wave. This means that when a sound is produced, it creates vibrations in the air molecules, which then propagate to our ears, allowing us to hear it. Depending on the material and its density, sound can travel at different speeds and can even be used to manipulate small particles through acoustic manipulation techniques. When sound travels through non-solids, it moves in longitudinal waves called compression waves. In matter, the medium is displaced by sound waves, causing it to oscillate at a frequency relative to the sound, and visible patterns emerge. Now, humans cannot hear sounds that fall outside the audible frequency range of 20 Hertz to 20,000 Hertz, which are called infrasound or ultrasound, respectively, meaning very low or very high-pitched sounds, which are inaudible to the human ear. However, those frequencies are still impacting the matter of our bodies. This, of course, brings us into the sacred geometry. How sound influences matter and molecular structure is called cymatics. It's the study of visible sound vibration and shows the transformational nature of sound and matter. Sound and vibration are visualized through their effects on water and reflect to us the intangible force of water that is present within all of us. The human body is roughly 60% water. Water is a strong conductor for sound. Imagine how sound affects your inner workings and how it can assist in rearranging dissonance or disease into patterns of a natural state of coherence, as shown in these images of cymatic patterns. Music could be said to be the liquid architecture, and architecture frozen music. Think of Dr. Emoto's water crystal images and these photographs of ice crystals formed from water that were exposed to different words, pictures, or music. His research suggests that our thoughts, words, and feelings can affect the physical structure of water. Sacred geometry is the mathematics of the cosmos, refers to the belief that the geometric patterns found in nature, like spirals, circles, and triangles, reflect a deeper underlying order and divine blueprint within the universe, essentially suggesting that the structure of the cosmos can be understood through mathematical principles and geometric shapes, often interpreted as having spiritual meaning. This concept is explored by studying the repeating patterns observed in celestial bodies, nature phenomena, and even the human body, connecting them to ancient spiritual and philosophical ideas about the universe's design. So now I'm going to share with you some of the work of Eileen Day McCusick, where she really talks deeply about our energetic anatomy and how she uses sound healing, specifically through the use of tuning forks, to tune our human biofield and bring integration and healing. She says, the human energy field was revealing itself to have a certain anatomical structure to it. It seemed to hold our emotional history, the record of our life experiences, in a very organized way. It was like a very delineated storage system, but I could not deny the patterns I was observing. It was becoming clear to me that our memories, instead of being stored in the brain, or perhaps in addition to being stored in the brain, appeared to be stored in this field around the body. The areas of the field on the right and left sides of each chakra appeared to be like file drawers containing records of a specific emotion or state of mind. This is my hypothesis in a nutshell. I believe that the human biofield is a diffuse electromagnetic medium, a bioplasma, that surrounds and interpenetrates the body and stores the record of our life experiences. What we call mind and memory are actually inside this electromagnetic field. The information of everything that we've ever experienced, and even what our ancestors experienced, is encoded in a standing wave format in the body's electromagnetic field, with specific areas holding specific types of experiences. In this model, your body is inside your mind, rather than the other way around. Bouncing sound off bodies and listening to the signals that came back revealed a universal pattern that appeared in everyone. Your biofield, like your brain, is compartmentalized with different emotional experiences stored in different stratospheric locations. Emotional experiences, like memories, are stored in standing waves around the body. Different emotions have different frequency signatures, which is how I'm able to identify them. This is powerful. To one degree or another, we all have a vibrational backlog of unprocessed emotions. These old emotions become signal jammers that put us in a state of incoherence and create a feeling of stuckness. The heart of what Eileen teaches is effective emotional management, learning to dance with our emotions. When we learn to accept our emotions as a healthy and natural part of life, we enter into a fluid relationship with them, whereby we simply allow whatever emotion is arising at the moment to arise and do its thing. We let it out in some way and then we move on. Unexpressed emotions generate stress, and ultimately the state of our health comes down to how we manage stress. Our emotional response to a situation, rather than the situation itself, is what causes most stress. The solution in our current healthcare models is to give people drugs, but what we really need is to identify what's going on below the level of our symptoms. What's going on with almost every single person I've worked with is that there are unexpressed and undigested emotions in their bodies that they don't know what to do with. So think about how sound therapy and music can greatly help us with our health through the processing of emotional energy. So there's so many implications for health and healing. When vibrations come together, they start to sync up and resonate at the same frequency in a kind of spontaneous self-organization, which is described in physics as sympathetic resonance. This resonance may also form the basis of what we call consciousness or intelligence, which science is increasingly revealing to be a fundamental property of energy, and therefore all matter. Could it be that what religion calls spirit and soul, and science calls electricity, are really one and the same? What we call voltage is the force that makes electric currents move, also called the electromotive force. The higher the voltage, the stronger the current. In your body, stronger voltage means more energy running through the wires and a brighter inner light. When the amount of voltage flowing through our system drops, we have less energy available to power all the processes of our bodies. Disease and loss of vitality are the eventual results of a low voltage state. Pump up the volume, right? Because your body's literally a battery. You're full of salt water, which conducts electricity. All your cell membranes carry a charge. Every organ and system in your body has its own electromagnetic field. When our bodies have sufficient energy running through them, they fix themselves. When the flow of energy is blocked, our bodies don't have the resources necessary to repair themselves and to return to a natural energy conserving state of homeostasis. When we return to a state of higher charge, the body's natural healing intelligence directs that energy to where it is needed. So when we change our tune about ourselves and our lives, our bodies also change. We are essentially just stewarding a collection of molecules of creation. You're not a part of nature, you are nature. When sound and light meet, your energy field is a map of your mind, and fundamentally your mind is the most powerful tool you have. Our emotions and feelings are just electromagnetic waves that naturally pass through our beings like waves in the ocean, unless we deny, suppress, or repress them. In which case they become frozen and stuck in our bodies and biomagnetic fields and create resistance and static that block the healthy flow of energy. We make our electric bodies stronger and more coherent primarily through effective emotional management. So if we want to get healthy from an electrical perspective, the first order of business is to open an inquiry into the vibrational backlog of emotions that is clogging up our circuits and blocking the natural flow of energy that keeps us healthy and vital. This is the greatest trick to having high voltage, to not judge or suppress any of your emotions, but rather to seek to manage them appropriately. It's about learning to understand and master your emotions and allow them to flow through you. All energy is electromagnetic. It's movement in our being. The fundamental truth is that you are the light you are seeking. You are already enlightened, as your biological reality is that you are a being of light, down to your DNA, your cells, and the trillions of biophotons that permeate your entire being. Even your bones, the densest part of your physical being, are piezoelectric crystalline structures that make electricity or light when they are compressed. And this light that powers you is the same light that powers the sun and the stars, the lightning and the lightning bugs, and the cosmos in its entirety. We are electromagnetic beings bathed in an electrically connected reality. Together, we are the way out of these seemingly dark times. Thank you, Eileen McCusick, for this profound research and conclusion.
You wish you could tell that you're under a spell and it's easier to deny. You carry the light, firefly. You carry the light, firefly.
Imagine what happens when we add movement and dance to the music. We can enhance even more so our brain function, boosting connectivity between the brain hemispheres, lowering cortisol levels and releasing endorphins, improving proprioception, the awareness of where our body is in space. We can increase our strength physically and our endurance, our muscle tone, our aerobic fitness and cardiovascular health. Dancing together builds trust. When several people are dancing or grooving together, after that we like each other more, trust each other more, and are more likely to help each other. A direct indication of how music and dance builds community, creates a cultural touchstone and community connection, a sense of belonging and safety, promoting harmony and cooperation among people. Music and dance and movement builds concentration and stamina, and partner dancing can inform us about the gender principle and bring greater awareness to one's patterns of lead and follow, also bringing us face to face with our own patterns of resistance and issues around trust, and allowing to be led or to lead, and to have full awareness of that synergetic experience. So dancing has helped me to release energy, find stress relief, work past insecurities, face my fears, experience vulnerability, exercise my brain, gain discipline, and play with my feminine energy. It does take fearlessness to follow your natural free flow of expressive energy. It is a gift to share our musical expression with others, to be seen and heard. Music, sound, and dance have a sacred relationship. Music is a divine force that humans can creatively and intentionally harness, and dancing together in groups or in partner dancing takes us to the next level. Ecstatic dance has developed in multiple ways and shown lots of benefits, as I've said already. And there are ancient root to, for example, through the Sufi whirling dervishes with the repetitive spinning movements meant to induce a state of spiritual trance and ecstasy. Or the Odissi temple dancers who play out spiritual poems and stories, use mudras with their hands where all of their body positions have meaning. And this concept of sympathetic vibration plays out in this process. Sympathetic vibration in music is a harmonic phenomenon where an object vibrates in response to an external sound wave that matches its natural frequency. Sympathetic vibration can occur through the air or through matter, even if the objects are not touching. The increase in sound resulting from sympathetic vibration is called resonance. You can see this with tuning forks. When a tuning fork is sounded and brought close to another tuning fork of the same frequency, the second fork will vibrate. If a note is played on a piano and there is a guitar nearby with a string that matches that note, the guitar string vibrates on its own. And humans resonate with each other. We strike chords in each other. In sound healing, sessions alter brainwaves, typically shifting them from a more active state to a relaxed state with slower frequencies like alpha and beta waves, sometimes even reaching delta waves associated with deep sleep by a process called brainwave entrainment, where the brain synchronizes with the frequencies produced by the sound healing instruments. This can lead to feelings of deep relaxation, calmness, and improved well-being. The effects of music are amplified in groups of people. It's essentially an aspect of all human civilization and has the power to emotionally, morally, and culturally affect society. When people from one culture exchange music with each other, they gain valuable insight into another way of life, another way of thinking. Learning how music and social bonding are linked is especially crucial in times of conflict, when other lines of communication prove to be challenging. As a cultural right, music may aid in the promotion and protection of human rights. It can help in the healing process, dismantling walls and boundaries, inspire reconciliation, and provide education. Around the world, music is being used as a vehicle for social change and bringing communities together. Music's impact on human rights movements and its role as an agent for change is clear in the history books. Think of the freedom songs of the civil rights movement, "We Shall Overcome." These songs broke down barriers, educated people, built empathy across the divide, and had a hand in ending segregation. Music today continues to shed light on the inequalities experienced by people worldwide, and it's clear that music will never stop acting as an agent for change. Because of how strong of an influence melodies and lyrics have on society, we must be acutely aware of our current culture. And more importantly, we must be conscious of the culture we wish to build and develop via our music. Songs have the power to change the world in unexpected ways, challenging preconceived notions and shedding light on issues that have historically been ignored. These are some thoughts from Emily Dzuzinski. Sounds, bodily or otherwise, are a natural tether to ourselves and to each other. The heartbeat is an example. We talk, we listen to music together, we make music together, we have points of sonic reference in our environments. We listen to and regulate each other's beating hearts. How do we relate to sound, and how can it help us relate to and resonate with one another, within our own bodies, across space, and throughout time? There can be dissonance between our experiences, but existing within sound together can connect us more physically than we realize. When we're together, making noise at similar vibrations or of similar sentiments, we resonate. In all these ways, sound is touch from a distance, suggesting that there is a direct physical process enacted as sound reaches and permeates our bodies. As sound travels through us physically, there are some studies that suggest that we can be neurologically altered by the sounds we listen to. Experiences with sound can fundamentally alter the physical makeup of our brains, editing the frequency maps in our auditory cortex. Making sound in groups affects us. Making sound together, particularly performing music, increases our pain thresholds and helps us to endure hard times. These bodily human sounds of joy and pain are particularly important in relating with one another. Mirror neurons are cells that respond to and mimic the emotions or feelings of other humans to produce a sensation of of empathy. So music, listened to together, can increase our empathy for one another. Denise Peters, a professor and researcher interested in musical empathy, writes, "Music is a compound entity born out of a confrontation with the often unnamed and ineffable traces of others in us, of life as it affects us, of individual encounters and encounters with society, culture, and nature. Sound can help us relate across time to both the past and the future. And when things resonate, not only are they amplified, but they are also prolonged. Sound is a tool to help us reach into the past, perhaps even reminding us of who we are. The emotional salience that the sound of a voice carries affects us, tapping into our mirror neurons, and we may begin to understand a new depth. Research has suggested that when we listen to stories, our brains start to synchronize, going as far as to mirror vocal patterns. Additionally, listening to stories helps promote learning through the generations. Music reflects the human condition and is a mechanism for humans to understand life. Some ideas proposed by German sociologist Hartmut Rosa on the human condition. To Rosa, resonance refers to these deep, meaningful connections we form with the world around us, characterized by a sense of engagement and responsiveness to our surroundings. These connections are inherently unpredictable and uncontrollable, involving dynamic, reciprocal relationships that allow for genuine interaction and mutual influence. Rosa posits uncontrollability as a normative ideal for those relationships, suggesting that the most profound connections arise not from domination or control, but from embracing the unpredictable, unmanageable nature of life and our interactions with it. The human experience is a dynamic dance between the resonant and the dissonant, the controllable and the uncontrollable, the objective and the subjective. Song and dance unify people, bringing people together and uniting them in a shared task with an opportunity for a transcendent community experience, as well as an individual transcendence, and creating an outlet for stored emotional energy, bringing us to a more vibrant health. It offers a place for individual expression and recognition, a place to be seen, heard, felt, and to uniquely speak your voice, and allow people to work together in harmony. It can give us an outlet for primal and shadow elements of ourselves. It can be a way to communicate to and with each other. Enslaved cultures throughout history have used music to keep their spirit alive and helps people to tolerate difficult conditions and is a sign, a symbol of our resilience. Music comes in many forms, and while there are endless variations to what we can do with sound, there are natural principles at the core. Music incorporates natural laws and physical regularities. It has been said that music is an art form governed by nature's arithmetic. Think of the fractal structure that is the basis of the sacred geometry that is part of the sound frequency. Think of music as an acoustical system governed by the physics of the universe that involves cyclical rhythm. The earth itself was the first clock, and the relationship between musical processes and nature must include the idea of cyclical rhythm. And music is subject to perception, conventions, and subjective judgments and interactions and interpretations, and that is simply part of the dynamic of music. Music and storytelling can be used as trance-induction, and here Josh Shree from the Embodiment podcast talks about this, where he says that there's a musical interweaving in storytelling, and that storytelling is meant to take people into a trance space, and music is meant to take people into a trance space. So we should be open about it because there are all kinds of things in our modern world which are designed to take us into a trance space that we are not aware of, like our phone. So storytelling and the use of music through sharing story can be a positive way for us to get into a trance state and be taken on a journey. This is one power of our podcasts. Now think of music and how trance states are often created among large numbers of people. Colin Davis, author of Transforming Darkness, a shadow work toolkit for the red-pilled initiate, describes in his work how music is a vehicle to access and metabolize shadow parts of ourselves. Particularly, he explores how heavy metal can be a means to transmute and manage our darker emotions. He says, as I became more comfortable with psychological principles, I began to understand more about what this music had been doing for me. As I now understand it, extreme metal music effectively channels masculine psychic energies, especially those with a shadow tint. We might see participation in this form of music as psychic displacement, even transmutation. Through this music, the musicians and listeners are penetrating and releasing destructive shadow energies before they can reach a level of psychic toxicity. A regular feature of the concert is a spontaneous, audience-generated ritual called the mosh pit. The mosh pit is an evolution of a prior form known as slam dancing in punk rock circles. It is essentially a tribal dance where the audience members aggressively but respectfully push each other around in a circular formation, synchronized in tempo to the live music. Fans who are bruised in the pit usually see their injuries as a badge of honor. In the Mircea Eliade's 1955 book, Rites and Symbols of Initiation, he describes the characteristics of indigenous initiation rituals. I've noticed that the extreme metal concert is closely aligned. Participants put themselves into symbolic contact with the archetypal material of death, engage in a ritual dance, tattoo and pierce themselves, wear sacred clothing within a dark sacred space, and honor the gods or dark forces of nature through the onstage musical shamans. Thank you, Colin. Here's Colin Davis and his band Vile with his wife, Melissa Mari. We want to honor Melissa as she recently passed.
Crush your mind in a box of lies until you're willing to die for us and love your servitude. A pound of flesh is worth more than gold. Your sacrifice is a virtue. Keep your eyes on our agents who will keep you safely controlled. Let us entertain you. Trade your soul for a mask. This is how we train you to stay inside your trance. Wake
And here's Mark Passio with the Founders, really demonstrating social activism through music and the sacred masculine principle being expressed powerfully in such a way, a ritual performance. Abracadabra. Music is a form of casting spells, and there are exoteric aspects to music as well as esoteric, deeply hidden aspects of music, things that are occulted. Universe, the one song, one truth. Words cast spells, that's why it's called spelling. Words are energy, and so we want to use them wisely. So there can be a harmful use of music and sound that can exploit and feed off group energy, sometimes for malevolent purposes. Mind control programming can occur through our harmonics, the lyrics, and the images of music. It can impact our physiology, our nervous system, and our emotional experience in ways that can feel or be negative or evil in how they play out. It can evoke hostile or hateful moods and impulses. Ill-intended musical programming, especially in large crowds, can influence what groups do and think. Some music can promote divisions between people instead of unifying them. So beware of unconscious listening, especially when in a suggestible brain state. Theta waves are associated with the unconscious mind. Times as when you're falling asleep or just waking up are very suggestible times. We can be programmed through lyrics and subliminals. And of course, avoid worshiping performers or making them political spokespersons. Here's an example of some more esoteric and occulted concepts and research that is related to sound and music. We can look into the controversy of the 440 versus 432 hertz in the tuning of music. Rockefeller allegedly wanted that universal standard changed to 440 hertz. We have to ask why. And what is the impact on the human mind or our voltage of listening to these Billboard chart hits over and over mindlessly in the background while we're at work or walking through a store? We can connect sound therapy with healing therapy such as the Rife machine, this technology that is based on sound and light used for the purpose of controlling microorganisms or pathogens. And it's based on the premise that all living matter vibrates to a specific frequency. And it is known that there is another major occurrence in the body when a specific pathogen resonates with a specific frequency. When the matching resonance of the pathogen and the emanating frequency occurs, the life force of the pathogen is immobilized or devitalized, and what we then have is killed off. So that could lead to a detoxification. Dr. Group, DC, in this video, Dark Science, The Shocking Truth About Gene Editing, shares some more information to back up the Rife technology. Here's another sound therapist, Aileen Thompson out of the UK, which draws some correlation between well-known diseases and typical sound patterns, where certain musical notes can actually have a healing effect on certain specific medical conditions. And it brings into question, like, even what are vitamins? They're organic material. Are they also frequencies of light and sound? So there's so many rabbit holes we can go down. And here's another good example from the Monroe Institute in the study of hemisync sound technology and the gateway experience. Think of the story of the Pied Piper of Hamelin. It tells the story of a mysterious, colorful stranger who uses his magical pipe to lure away a plague of rats from the town of Hamelin. But when the townspeople refuse to pay him as promised, he retaliates by using the same power to lead the town's children away, never to be seen again. Serving as a cautionary tale, music can be used for good or for evil. Energy medicine is ancient wisdom. We are energy, frequency, and vibration. When vibrations come together, they start to sync up and resonate at the same frequency in a kind of spontaneous self-organization. This brings us to the concepts of animism, where our ancestors recognized that there is spirit in all things, and the concept of anima mundi, or spiritual essence. Everything has energy, frequency, and vibration, and these principles operate through all things throughout time. There are lots of reflections and correspondences. The cosmos as a whole may be considered to be alive and thus have a mind or soul, the world soul, a position advanced by Plato. Moreover, the cosmic mind or soul was often thought to be divine, most notably by the Stoics. Hence, it was sometimes inferred that the human mind or soul was divine in nature as well. The analogy of the human mind or soul as divine is applied also to human physiology. For example, the cosmological functions of the 7 classical planets were sometimes taken to be analogous to the physiological functions of the human organs, the heart, the spleen, the liver, the stomach, etc. This view is ancient and may be found in many philosophical systems worldwide. including Chinese medicine, where in Chinese medicine, each organ has a sound. And by chanting this healing sound, we can help tone and bring optimal functioning to our organs. Pythagoras theorized that the entire universe could be better understood through the combined interpretation of musical harmonies and simple mathematical ratios. For many centuries, right up until the early modern period, musical harmony was considered to be an important contribution to scientific understanding and one of the primary languages of the universe, often working in concurrence with astronomy. For example, astronomers of the 16th and 17th centuries, such as Johannes Keller, were of the belief that the motions of the planets produced a cosmic harmony of sorts. Pythagoras believed that the planets, stars, and other celestial bodies produce a harmonious sound known as the music of the spheres. He believed that the universe was a giant musical instrument and that the quality of life on Earth was affected by the sounds of the cosmos. And here, a writing by Richard Heath, a developmental engineer with degrees in systems science and computer-aided design, really brings some validation to this ancient theory in an article called The Harmonic Origins of the Human World. The ancient world civilizations had a singular body of knowledge, allowing them to know the astronomical context of the earth, a fusion of myth, sacred numbers, geometry, and musical intervals seem to have been the language used to express it. And through understanding the world in the traditional way, now as then, one is in contact with a higher intelligence which created the harmonious earth. The study of ancient number sciences is therefore an opportunity for individuals to see the higher worlds. We are sacred, a divine mirroring of the cosmos, built according to a universal template, following natural laws, visible and discoverable through deep analysis and observation. And as such, the answers to our deepest problems are also discoverable through a study of the mathematical and musical principles inherent in life and existence itself. From Eileen McCusick, she says, in truth, what we really want to be doing is descending, occupying our miraculous and amazing bodies, drawing energy into ourselves from the earth, really committing to being where we are here and now. We need to strengthen and to be present in our lower energy centers, not just the higher ones. And from a sound healing perspective, what we want is to clarify and cohere and tune our vibrations. Sound, as you'll discover, is an invaluable tool in this work. Singing, humming, chanting, repeating affirmations, mantras, toning, listening to music. I have often observed a disconnect in our understanding of sound and the electromagnetic body. As you will learn, there's really no separating sound from electricity. Light and sound are both just waves vibrating at different frequencies. Everything is electric, including your body, and sound directly influences electricity. Sound is nothing more than vibration. It's all part of the electromagnetic spectrum, vibrating at different rates or frequencies. Vibrations affect vibrations. So music is clearly a creative tool to create a freer world, a means for us to explore our material and spiritual nature and where they meet. An infinite space to explore the nature of our world and the role we play in creating it. A profound avenue for healing. An avenue to build communities and amplify our sound together. Music is a powerful tool for personal development through creative expression, building confidence, finding your voice, encouraging sharing. And music is a way to bond with each other. Music can promote harmony, collaboration, improvisation, and community bonding. If we work with music consciously, we can intentionally set the tone for creation and be actors on a stage that we choose. If we interact with music unconsciously, we can run the risk of others setting our emotional and mental stage. We can be as organized and directed as an orchestra, composing and reading our music. Or we can be free-flowing and creative through improvisation. Improvisation ignites a synergy among multiple people, each adding their individual part, voluntarily offering their unique contribution and creating something new, something more with each other. So let's do it. This brief overview on the value and complexity of music brings us back to the beginning. Who are we? What are we made of? Where do we come from? How are we connected to each other and to the cosmos? This topic clearly holds mysteries beyond what is taught in school or church, and yet it is apparent that music affects our whole being. Music alters our physical, mental, and spiritual energy. It impacts our health. It interacts with light and color frequency and with all of the elements. The depth of the power of music is at our fingertips and has the potential to alter our future. It has untapped power, and this power is clearly connected to the metabolism of emotion and the unblocking of stagnancy and blockages in our emotional life. Music is used on us every day. How conscious are you of its effects on you? How intentional is your relationship with music in your everyday life? Music is interwoven in our history, in our ancestry, in our DNA. It is shaping our present-day culture, and it will clearly have a powerful influence on human life from here forward. The mystery of its unique potential reminds us that we are spiritual beings with an equal mystery and potential. Music reminds us that we are intertwined with the Creator and we have the power to create. And I'll share my personal takeaways in a short video. Personal takeaways. First, recognize that spirit takes residence in your body. Our body and mind are interconnected and essentially are one. The majority of disease begins as an emotional event. Emotions are stored in and around the body as magnetic fields. Music is a positive tool that can assist in emotional healing through memory integration, emotional regulation, facilitation of purging or detox, stilling or activating the mind, and achieving peak states. Realize that you have the inner resources to work through whatever challenges you're facing in life. You have resilience, you have adaptability, you have clarity. Eileen Makusik. So become aware of the effects of music on your mind, body, spirit system. Experiment with sound and movement. Be intentional and conscious. Join others in playing with sound and music. Create harmoniously. Experiment with dissonance. Recognize that you are a sacred reflection of the laws of the universe. Learn the laws and approach the music you play intentionally, as perhaps a shaman would. Spend time in silence and in listening only to nature sounds, and contemplate your inner connection with nature. Create personalized playlists, incorporate music into your daily rituals, explore different music genres, attend live music events, use music as a form of self-care, express yourself through music. And engage your body as you listen, dance, and sing. Through the study of sound, and particularly music, we can more deeply understand the laws of the universe, know ourselves, and more deeply embody the concept of harmony in daily living. You are the magus, the magician, and music is one of your tools for conscious transformation. Thank you for listening to my presentation, and I dedicate this to the memory of my father, George Brooks Losinger, Jr.
Without contrast between dark and light. The myth of my life that lived through me and the dark reflections from society. Now I clearly see my victory as a face for great mystery. Let it go. Let it go. I see the myth of my life that lives through me and the dark reflections from society. Now she comes forth, Persephone resurrected. I rise again. Let it go. Let it go.
Wowzers. Good morals, good principles, and good music. I love this natural law community, and it is beautiful. My heart's just so touched. Everything about Leslie is lovely and wonderful, and she makes my life like worth it. So, thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, it's so weird to watch your own presentation, and because I'm hypercritical. I like my download was too low resolution, and I had audio glitches. I don't know. It like looked so much better before that, but I'm gonna fix it for the
You did
replay.
great.
It was an incredible presentation, Leslie. You should be very proud of that. The whole flow of it was great. I mean, what you're touching on, we've already seen a few kind of topics of music, which is great because it's the 4th funnel conference. So you're adding the quadrivium, you're getting those other elements, touching on animism and the interconnectedness of the anima mundi and stuff. I mean, I can go on and on. You did a really good job. Aesthetics. I love the music that you kind of intertwined and the dancing. So
Yeah,
it was great.
just like brave kind of whatever, like, you know, it was fun to do because I want to encourage people to not be afraid of putting themselves out there, you know, even if it's imperfect and unprofessional. Like, I'm not a professional, you know, dancer, anything, but it's something that I love. And so that's what we need to do, is bring our love, the things we love, forward and express ourselves, you know. And so anyway, that's meaningful. I wanted to thank Logan Hart for sharing some like kick-ass like guitar, and that was sprinkled throughout, like really awesome. And then Theo Lux, his beats that he sent me really worked in very well. And the local band that I showed in the beginning is my son's friends. Like, they're incredibly talented young men, you know.
Name of their band?
Say Less.
Say Less.
Yeah, and I when I gave the credit page, I forgot to put the song Kill Time on there too. The 2 songs were theirs. And you know, of course, Mark Passio, had to get him in there. And the Holly Day song, she's a local person here who gave me permission to play that song or play any of her songs. And she's a beautiful light as well. So it was fun to put together those, I guess, to share, you know, to get input from other people. And of course, my friend Glenn. So yeah.
And don't
That's
forget,
what's so beautiful.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Will.
No, I was just going to add, because I was loving what you were talking about right there. It's like, once you get over, and I'm speaking in general as a content creator, once you get over your own hang-ups in the mind and in emotional, then you can have full creative reins to do whatever you like. So I love how you're taking in artists and musicians from other people, different types of music, and adding the dance. That's great. That's something that's kind of new. I haven't seen you do that in your presentations, and you're just adding more to your progression. It's fantastic.
Yeah, it's fun. A little nervous about that, but at the same time, I'm kind of like, what the hell, you know, because I want to bring more of myself into everything I do, and to let that be authentic and fun, you know. So anyway,
I was going to say,
thank you guys.
Don't forget Melissa Mari. You know, I think I got kind of emotional, like your presentation, how beautiful it was, and you know how much I care about you. And then, you know, Melissa Mari's presentation was just so. I mean, her song there, "Let It Go," was gripping, you know, and then just really brought out this emotion out of me. I was crying a little bit.
Yeah,
So,
she's a powerful artist, and you know, Colin is an amazing musician as well, and writer. And you know, check out their work. They've done some amazing work on shadow work and Jungian psychology, and amazing musicians as well. So
Yeah, Shadow Tech Alchemy. They have a book out, and we had them on Dissolving the Divide, and yeah, it's fitting, quite interesting, right? The first time I met you and Chris, Southern San Francisco, you were going to a salsa convention. You know, you might not be a professional dancer, but yeah,
pretty close.
Yeah, right.
I love to dance.
Could have been. You know. Anyway, we're just like, I don't know, 12, 13 minutes behind schedule, but that's not a problem. Just want to let people know if you're following the schedule. And I forgot to mention that there actually is a UK time schedule, right? Wasn't it? Derek posted in the Telegram chat. So
yeah, good old Oscar from Denmark. He whipped that up this morning. Yeah, it's in the Telegram chat.
So yeah, I'll let Will take it over, and we'll introduce our next speaker, which I'm excited about. If I had popcorn, I would be having it ready.
Yeah, for sure. Sorry for the roosters in the background. They're enjoying the funnel conference as well. Our next presenter is a veteran, someone that's been around for a little bit, has done a tremendous amount of content. Check out thecubbyhole.com. Next up is Nate Cap. His title is Mental Power. Nate Cap is an independent researcher, symbolist, public speaker, founder of the Cubbyhole website, host and editor of the Cubbyhole podcast, with specialized skills in graphics and esoteric art. He is a teacher of natural law, morality, the occult, consciousness, esoteric Freemasonry, symbolism, esotericism, mind control, allegories, green language, and much, much more. His goal is to de-occult knowledge for the layman, help reduce slavery, align in truth, and generate freedom. Also on the One Great Work Network, ladies and gentlemen, Nate Cap.
Hello and welcome. My name is Nate Cap, and thank you for taking the time to make it to my Mental Power presentation. And also thank you to Chris and Leslie and Will for putting on another powerful funnel conference, and also for inviting me back. This is my second time back, and it's a real honor to be part of these conferences, and I'm really looking forward to delivering some very critical information with you guys here today. So please just keep in mind that this whole presentation is in a very short, condensed form, okay? It's a very short explanation of something that's so much bigger. So as you see here in this photo of the iceberg, the little tip of the iceberg is equivalent to what my whole presentation is going to cover, versus the rest of the topic, the rest of the iceberg that most people don't see. That's what's waiting to be discovered. That's what's waiting for you to go down and discover for yourself. So this is a refinement process, all right? There really isn't anything new that's going to be uncovered in this presentation here today. It might be new to your experience, but it's about becoming conscious of what already is. Okay, you already have all the information within you. You just need the right knowledge to unlock that information. Okay, and that is the understanding, to become aware, to become conscious. So I want people to question everything that's being said here today in this talk. Not because you want to try to prove me wrong, but to try to prove to yourself what you already know. Again, the information is already in you. You already know this information. You just need the right knowledge to unlock in order to understand that information. So the goal of this presentation explores the profound connection between mental power and the forces that shape our reality, both seen and unseen. So it's dealing with the occult. So it examines the role of mentalism and how thoughts and beliefs directly influence the world around us, followed by an exploration of sorcery and magic as tools, as necessary tools for manipulating these forces, whether that be for good or for bad, to achieve personal and collective transformation. So that's just a basic overview of what this whole presentation is going to be about. Now, the main topics for this talk that are on the table are mental power, mentalism, sorcery and magic, government. I'm going to break down government and go a lot further into the etymology, which is going to really help us find the deeper connections that are going to be revealed more in the second half of the presentation. I'm going to talk about the rota, which is tied in with the Wheel of Fortune, the tarot card. And I'm going to talk about the Great Wheel, the Sacred Garden, the hijacked plantation. And then I'm going to talk about your mental power as a solution at the end of the presentation. Okay? So I'm just going to jump right into the title for this talk and break down the derivation of the words that I'm using. So the word mental comes from the Latin mens, which is the genitive mentis. And I really want people to pay attention to these words, mens and mentis, as I go through the rest of this information. So the word mens in Latin means mind. It means intellect or thought. Okay, so very simple. Now the word power comes from the Old French power, derived from the Latin potere, meaning to be able or to have the capacity. This links to potis, meaning able or capable, and the related verb pose, meaning to be able, which ultimately comes from the Proto-Indo-European root poti, meaning Lord or Master. So think about how Lord or Master are associated with this word power. Okay, so think about the word master. What does it mean? What does a master represent? A master represents one who has perfected their craft, right? Someone who is ultimate at what they do. And so that's one way to understand how master or Lord is associated with power, all right? So at its core, the term power has always been tied to the concept of capability, control, and authority. And those last two words, control and authority, these are the words that most people of the world typically associate with power, because most people have the social Darwinistic worldview of man being the ruler. This idea that the most ruthless gets to rule over everyone else because they have the control, they have the power. And so people see that as power. People see man as the authority, as power. Okay, and there's so much more to it than that. So in a more abstract sense, power refers to the ability to do something or achieve a particular effect. This could include physical power, mental power, or the ability to bring about change into reality. Okay, and that's what I'm really getting at right there, because it's about an idea moving into manifestation. Now, the working definition of mental power is the ability of the mind to control thoughts, emotions, and actions with focus and intent to achieve goals and influence outcomes. It requires discipline and the ability to make decisions, this is about free will choice, and solve problems more effectively. Okay? So essentially, the mental power is the ability to gain and harness clarity from the higher faculties of the mind, being the thoughts, the imagination, being memory, being reason, and doing so for the reason of focus, being able to analyze things better, and being able to understand certain challenges. This is about problem solving, okay? That's what mental power is about. It's about breaking down the barriers of ego. It's about rising out of the mire of ignorance and laziness. So it's really important to understand that mental power cannot truly be understood without understanding mentalism. Okay, this is the very first Hermetic principle, and it's first for a reason, okay? Because mentalism states the all is mind, the universe is mental. So in other words, the entire universe and everything in it, both the physical and non-physical realms, are essentially mental in nature. It suggests that the fundamental substance of reality is consciousness or mind. Okay? So this principle suggests that everything in our reality, the things, events, circumstances, and states must first exist in the mind before it can manifest in the world around us. So simply put, what happens in the mind, the plane of causality, okay, where everything begins, what happens in the mind creates what happens in the physical world, which is the plane of effects, where the idea manifests, okay? So just think about the wheel, or think about an axe, all right? Where did an axe begin and how did it become what it is? I would just say that there is definitely, proof of how the axe evolved, but I would just say from the beginning, man discovered a stone that had a sharp edge that he could hold, and realized that the stone having the sharp edge could make incisions or cut or shape into another stone or a stick or another piece of wood. And then with the mind, he could see that if this stone was sharper and could be held better, that the shaping could be better of whatever he is shaping or whatever he's cutting. And therefore, man started to polish the stone to make it sharper and to shape it better to hold. And then over time, man needed better leverage and more control over the cuts. So then the stone was hafted onto a stick, onto a very thick, a foot-long stick. So man could have more leverage and more control over the cut, over shaping. So that's the development from the idea to the manifested result of the axe. Okay? So it's a very powerful way to understand reality and how things come to be. So mentalism can't be understood without understanding the will. So the will in mentalism, the will is the mechanism through which mentalism operates. It is the central force that directs thought, emotion, and action. So it's basically the mover of the thought to the emotion, and then the thought and the emotion are directing towards the action. So the will is the intent. It's the intentional force that shapes reality, like the axe. Okay? So now the mind is the source of power, mental power. But the will is the system, it's the tool that turns that power into action, into manifestation. And the two forces that use the will to bring about the desired outcome are sorcery and magic. So sorcery is it's using the lowercase w, will, which is used for personal gain, which is about doing my work rather than the great work, doing what I want to do for me, doing what I want to do because this is what I want to see done in the world, regardless of whether anybody else is negatively affected or not. So sorcery is the science and art of influencing change to occur in accordance with the ego-driven will, which is why it is the lowercase w will. So the true purpose of sorcery lies in its dual nature of consciousness. So this is about living dualistically, which is the capacity to manipulate discord and opposition within another individual, driven by ego and the pursuit of control. And this is about keeping people in dualism because most people are unconscious of what's really going on in the world, and definitely unconscious of what's going on internally, because most people don't do any real internal work. And sorcerers are conscious enough to understand that they can control those who are not conscious and keep them in a internal divide. And as long as they can keep them in a internal divide or an internal war within themselves, they can wreak havoc with discord, which is disharmony, which is disorientation, to keep people disoriented within themselves so they don't have an understanding of what's really going on because they're confused. They don't have any real understanding of how they actually operate. And so the sorcerer is living in fear, and they're projecting that dualistic consciousness of fear into others to keep them in fear, and to keep them not only in fear within themselves, but to keep them in fear of other people, their brothers and sisters, even their family members. Okay? And so sorcery is about keeping people divided and, directing that energy of fear, that opposition into other people for control. Now, magic, on the other hand, is about understanding that the will is used for evolution. That's what real magic is. So magic with the letter K is about understanding that this is dealing with magic of knowledge, which is the pursuit of truth. That's why the K is added to magic in this form. Not this isn't dealing with the magic of, pulling a bunny out of a hat on the street. This is about doing magic because there is a divine connection. There is a divine calling. There is a yearning to connect with nature and do what is correct. And the letter K is also the 11th letter of the alphabet. And I associate that with two pillars, which is, magic is about doing the work between dark and light, or the sacred feminine energy and the sacred masculine energy, in order to synthesize in the middle, which is what, bringing about union is about. This is about unity. This is about equilibrium. It's balance. So the true purpose, I'm getting ahead of myself. The science and art of influencing change to occur in accordance with the will. That's magic. So the true purpose of magic is triune in consciousness, which is the ability to think, feel, and act in alignment with the will, the unifying the self internally and then influencing others. Okay, so magic is all about doing the great work all the way through. Doing it internally first and then helping others, because this is when someone knows that the right thing to do is to help others raise, from their base level of consciousness into higher forms of consciousness, which is about unifying. Now, I want to make it very clear that, magic and sorcery there should be a synthesis of how you learn both of these. It's important to learn both of them, but to understand magic truly is about evolving from sorcery, because sorcery is about ego. It's about materialism. It's about control. And we have to graduate out of control. We have to learn to work with each other. That's magic. Okay, that's even, you could even say that's a miracle. If we could just learn how to work with each other without controlling each other. So a practitioner's mental focus, intention, and beliefs influence both the internal and external world. So sorcery is a consuming power over others, okay, to consume other people's power in order to maintain control over them. And magic is the generator of power to restore and maintain autonomy, to, move in the direction of evolution and freedom. That's what magic is about. So the philosopher Victor Segno, who wrote the book Law of Mentalism, states, "The will governs the amount of mental force that shall be produced, and also the direction and distance it shall travel. Like the rudder of a ship, it guides and directs the course of our thoughts." So I really want you to pay attention to the words that he's using here, okay? So think about the fact that the will governs. So this word govern, I think a lot of people know that govern means control, and you are correct. Govern comes from the Latin verb gubernare, which means to control, okay? Now, where a lot of people don't agree is that the noun forming suffix ment means mind, okay? So it does mean mind, because when you understand this suffix as a compound word that can join other words in order to state a condition of or state of, because ment comes from the Latin noun mentis or mens. Where did we hear that earlier? I don't know, from the word mental, which is the condition of or state of, which means mind. Okay, a lot of people don't agree with this. It doesn't matter. It's because they're under mind control, and that's because they have an appeal to authority, which is government. So government means mind control. So anybody who doesn't understand that government means mind control is literally under mind control. But to be fair, I think it's important to go much further into what government actually means. Now, the word government has a very, very deep etymology, and it goes so much further back than what I'm sharing. But it's important to understand that if we go back to Greek, the Greek kubernon, it means to steer, to direct, or helmsman or pilot. Okay, so a helmsman or a pilot is one who steers, one who directs. Well, what do they direct? What do they steer? So this becomes the Latin gubernator, and gubernator is a steersman or pilot with the root gubern, meaning rudder or helm. Well, what's a rudder or what's a helm? A helm, if you look at this ancient Roman relief, this statue that's carved into the wall, this is a Roman pilot, a Roman helmsman who is steering a ship with a rudder. And the rudder is the part that's in the water that is directing the way that the ship goes, the direction that it's going. Okay? So this is about understanding Plato's ship of state metaphor from his book, The Republic. Okay, and this is well over 2,000 years ago. And this is a metaphor of what government is. And so the words that we're using for government come from this metaphor. And it's important to understand what that really means, because it's about mind. think about, okay, we're going to look at the other etymology, which is government comes from the Latin gubernare, and this is a more defined version of gubernare, which means to control the direction of a ship, to steer, from the root guber, meaning rudder. Okay, so what ship is being steered in government? What literal ship? And, people do mental gymnastics around this. They're not thinking about it metaphorically or allegorically. So it's about understanding that the mind is directed by the helm. Okay? This is about understanding the will. Okay? To control the direction. Okay? And this direction in the law of man being the sorcerer who is controlling others, is using methods to control people in a system of control, which is, you can think of it like the political system. Well, if you are the one in control, you can direct with the rudder in the mind of whether people go more to the left wing or the right wing. Okay? Because if you understand the mind, you can direct them any direction you want. You're the helmsman. You're at the helm with the rudder, directing it wherever you want it to go. Directing the minds, directing the people wherever you want them to go. That's control. That's mind control. Okay? So that's external control as well. Now, the goal is to have internal control, internal government, not external government. Okay? So this word control is very, very powerful and very important to understand, because control comes from the Latin contra, meaning against, and rotulis, meaning a roll or a scroll. So control comes from rotary, which comes from the Latin word rota, meaning wheel. So rota means rotation, to rotate, and it's the rotation of the wheel. Well, what is it? What does that really mean? So I'm bringing in this tarot card to help us deal with this, to help us understand this a lot further, because in the Wheel of Fortune card, you have the acronym, the directional word rota on the wheel. Okay? And this is a very powerful card of divination. If anybody studies tarot, they know how powerful this card is, how much you can draw from this one particular card. So rota is on the bottom of the wheel, the left of the wheel, the top, the north, and then the right. So you have this, south to east to north to west, okay? The rotation. And the control of sorcery is an external control, and the control of magic is an internal control. So what steers the wheel? What controls the wheel? So we have to understand these two forces that are controlling this wheel within us. Okay? And so the methods of sorcery, there's many, many methods. Okay? But I really honed in on these particular methods because I think these really are so important to extrapolate on, and just because of time, I don't have time to really get into all of them, but these are some of the most important methods of sorcery that I feel need to be looked at and addressed. So the first one is the alteration of the perception of time, which is the obfuscation of the experience of time. And in people, they're confused because of the obfuscation of time. People are very confused internally, and therefore they're easier to be manipulated. They're easier to be fed a perception of time, because if time seems like it's going by fast, it's because the entertainment industry is doing a really good job when they need to. Okay. And then we have to understand that if time is going by really slow, or seems to be going by really slow, it's mostly because the news is projecting all this horrific information into people's minds at all times, keeping them in a state of hopelessness where they want time to speed up. And when anybody wants time to speed up, their perception of time feels like it's going by really slow. Okay, so keeping people in this hopeless, slow, perception. And, this is why people are they want someone to do something about it. That's why they want the government to step in and do something, because they don't want to go through these horrific things anymore. They don't want to see these things. And so that's what creates more of an outcry for more safety measures and more control, ultimately. So then there is the cycle repetition, which is the endless mental loop, keeping people in a, work, eat, sleep, repeat, repetition, okay, in that loop, keeping them in that loop, because they don't really understand what's going on. They're not conscious. And so they are just going through this endless loop, and they're in a state of psychosis. They're completely apart from reality. They don't understand what's really going on. And therefore, they can just stay in a really perfect rhythm for a sorcerer, because a sorcerer is feeding on that endless rhythm of their energy. This is where it's soaking in their energy, and they don't even know that their energy is being used to perpetuate this control system. And then this leads to chaos magic. And one of the ways that chaos magic is performed is through the Hegelian dialectic, which is known as the thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. And most people understand this as problem, reaction, solution, or it's also been referred to as chaos, confusion, opportunity. So this is where there is an event that takes place that is typically bad, and people, they're in a state of chaos, and therefore, or there is a state of chaos as a result of the event. And then whether that's manufactured or it's manipulated or not. And then there's an outcry. There's confusion amongst the people. They want someone to step in and do something, typically government, mostly government. And then, of course, the sorcerer can come in as the good guy, whether that's a puppet or, some kind of face that they can show the public who is the good guy. And now they can, bring in more control measures because there's an opportunity to do so. And then there's the manipulation of fate and free will, which is giving people the false choice to, vote for their next master or the next president, and thinking that will make a better change in the world, when really government is always the winner in that case. Okay. And, because the sorcerer knows who's going to be in there. Okay. They understand that. And also just think about the word rota as rotation, but it's 4 letters. Rota is the rotation every 4 years of a new master. Okay. So it's right in the card. It's telling you that they're just rotating a new master every 4 years. And then there's the primal fear that sorcery really preys on, which is the abandonment primal fear. There's multiple primal fears, but abandonment is one of the biggest ones because it's so layered. But the main part that I want to share is that the sun is what we are so connected to because it has warmth, it has light, it's what brings nutrition. And when it leaves us seemingly in the, fall and into the winter, we have a deep primal fear because of, darkness and predators and all these types of things, because we lose light, we lose warmth, and, we don't know if the sun's going to come back or not. We're only hoping that it does. And the sorcerers know this. They understand this psychology. They understand how people feel in this way, because remember, there is a day cycle of the sun and an annual cycle, and also a great year cycle. But they know how to fill in they know how to fill in for the sun. They have figured out how to fill in for the sun. When the sun leaves, they managed to manipulate a solar messiah. And that solar messiah is who people turn to, give them some kind of comfort when the sun leaves. And the sorcerers have also created world leaders, presidents, who are proxies for the sun when it leaves to, give us some kind of safety or comfort when the sun leaves. And then that extrapolates down to the rest of government, which is, giving us this idea that we're all good because we got warmth, we got safety measures, we got control during the winter to, keep the roads good, and all this types of, mind control that they do to keep us under this solar control system, okay? And it's a very dark part of the solar control system, and it keeps getting darker and darker. So we have to really pay attention to that particular primal fear. Now, with magic, there's the chronomancy, and chronomancy is the symbolism of time. So you have chronos, which is time, and mancy, meaning divination. So it's a divination of time. This is all about the magic of alignment. Okay, this is the art of aligning to the cycles, like the moon, like the sun, like the planets and the stars, and even, here within ourselves. It's about understanding the tarot deck or the runes in order to know when is the right time to act. And then you have the spire ritual. And the spire ritual, this is something I talk about all the time, which is the syncing the will with truth, because the spire ritual is all about the unfoldment of the soul to the central point, to the truth. And this is about the alignment to natural law. The spire ritual is an unfoldment of ourselves orienting to the cosmos. This is a way for us to have clarity and to have something to aim for. And it's also about cycle refinement. Okay, so when you're using the Wheel of Fortune, you're refining yourself to the centrally defined connection to the one great spirit, which is the X in the middle of the Wheel of Fortune. And then you have the karmic insight and healing, which is essentially the shadow work, doing the necessary shadow work of understanding how to do retrospect within the self and understand where you went wrong and why things are happening the way they are. Because karma is all about what goes around comes around, and why things are happening. We have to be able to look at the problem in order to heal from that problem. And then there's the cycle of knowledge and time, which is about preserving for progeny and posterity. And that's about passing down information, passing down knowledge and wisdom to future generations through cycles to keep this wheel moving through time, so that way people have a fighting chance to evolve, to move on and sharpen themselves to become, their better version. And also, there is the orienting to cycles, which is aligning the will to the cosmos. And this is what I talked about with aligning the self to the hemispheres of the earth, the brain hemispheres to the earth hemispheres, in alignment with the rising sun to orient the self, and then to understand alchemically going from the southern hemisphere, the dark, to the light being the northern hemisphere, in order to raise up out of darkness, out of ignorance, and understand your responsibility to reconnect in nature by orienting the self to the cosmos, to the sun, to the moon, to the stars. Okay? So love is the driver. Okay? This is agape love, the highest form of love. This is the real driver of magic. And fear is the driver of sorcery. Now, again, you have to learn to synthesize between the two. Okay? Because if you don't understand sorcery, then magic is very lopsided. You're really not going to get anywhere with magic. It might as well just be magic without the K. But to be a sorcerer, you do have to understand magic, because it's all magic. All of this is magic, but it's lowercase w will magic for sorcery, because it's dualistic. It's keeping ourselves apart and divided and not united. And that's what I'm trying to do, is unite us. I'm uniting myself, and I'm trying to help other people unite. So sorcery and magic are opposing forces that govern cycles, fate, and transformation, both within and beyond the self, harnessing the power of the will to control the flow of energy and shape the course of events. So this Wheel of Fortune card is very important in correspondence, working with the zodiac, especially in this orientation that you see here. Okay, so the zodiac and the Wheel of Fortune are the great wheel. And the zodiac is also known as the wheel of animals. And this is all a solar science, but of course it's preserving lunar and stellar science as well. So just want to keep that in mind. Now, another 4-letter acronym in this Wheel of Fortune is Arat. And Arat it means to cultivate or grow. Well, what are you cultivating, or what are you growing? Where do you typically cultivate anything or grow anything? Well, most people associate that with the garden. And this symbol that you see over here on the right, with the circle with the top half being light and the bottom half being dark, this is the symbol of mind, because the circle is infinite, and that is the boundary conditions of the mind. And the top part is the light, which is all about corresponding to the earth, the terrestrial corresponding to the celestial, because it's about understanding the elements of our world and how that corresponds to mind. Okay, so earth, water, earth, dark, and night are associated with the sacred feminine at the bottom. And then the top half is associated with the sacred masculine, being day, light, fire, and air. Okay, so this is dealing with the science of the sacred garden. So I'm overlapping the mind symbol over top of the zodiac to give people an idea of darkness and light, with the mind over the zodiac symbol. So the sacred garden is the divine enclosure, which is the mind. Okay, most people don't understand that the sacred garden is equivalent to the mind. It corresponds to the mind. So as we learn the sacred garden, we're learning our mind. And over on the right, it states that magic is transformation and growth. And underneath that is the will. The symbol for will is the right angle pointer. Okay, and this is about understanding that the will is about going from thoughts, emotions to actions. Now, in the sacred garden, it's about planting the thought into the emotion, which is cultivation, and then the action would be the fruition or the fruiting, the manifestation. Okay? So, understanding all the aspects of the bottom of the womb, so to speak, in the dark, earth, soil, roots, water, germination. This is all part of the internal garden. Okay, so learning the jargon of the garden helps us understand the mental garden, the sacred garden. Okay, so the internal plantation is really what you're looking at. And internal means within or inside, and plantation means to plant. So to plant within, okay, within the sacred garden. So this is the process of implanting or cultivating ideas, beliefs, or knowledge within the mind. Information or thoughts can be planted inside a person's psyche or consciousness and take root over time. So it's about cultivation of thoughts, emotions, and actions. And you are the guardian of your garden. And I really just quickly want to show you how this also works with karma, because I think most people understand the saying, reaping what you sow, to reap what you sow. Well, what does that mean symbolically? So karma being the right angle pointer, symbolized by the right angle pointer, is about behaviors to intelligent measurement to the consequence, right? So it's about sowing the behaviors and then intelligently measuring through the process of karma and then reaping, gaining the consequence of the behavior, whether that's good or bad. And obviously most people associate bad behavior with consequence. So but there is good karma and bad karma, right? So karma means to act. It is the whole action. It's the whole process. So the whole circle that you see here is the wheel, okay? It is the circle. It's infinite. And that means it is boundary conditions, which equals natural law, the laws of nature. Okay, so the will and karma are intricately connected because the will is the driving force behind the actions that create karma. So our sacred garden, all of us, most of us in the world, has been hijacked for a very long time. Okay, and it's not just because of sorcerers either. Okay. So this is the enclosure enslavement, which is under man's law, the false law of nature, which is the internal slave plantation. So internal means within or inside, and slave means one who is controlled through coercion. And plantation means to plant. So to plant and cultivate fear within one's mind through the threat of violence if they don't do what they're told to do, if they don't obey, okay? Because they're in fear. So the process of implanting or cultivating ideas and beliefs in another's mind through fear. Information or thoughts can be planted inside a person's psyche and take root over time. And if ignored, it will lead to further enslavement. And that's absolutely true. And that's absolutely what's happening right now. So all a sorcerer has to do is instill and cultivate his or her mindset or will into another person for the desired outcome to manifest. And so a sorcerer thrives on people's ignorance, laziness, cowardice, negligence, and apathy. And if you don't control your own mind, someone else will. And I'll guarantee you, most of the people listening right now are under a form of mind control. But we have to become aware of this in order to have the mental power to and the willpower to break out of this internal slave plantation and become the gardener of our own garden. You know, don't allow someone else to hijack our garden and become the gardener within, okay? You are the true gardener. Now, the ark is about steering the ship, which is, the ark is the mind, okay? The ark symbolizes a sacred vessel that carries and protects something precious, whether it's divine teachings, life itself, or the soul itself. As a vessel, the ark can symbolize the soul or the spiritual journey as it holds what is most important and moves through time of trial, challenges, and purification. It is a container of sacred knowledge or truth that provides protection during difficult times. And right now, we are really going through a difficult time. So it is very, very important that you turn inward into your internal ark and pull out all that information out of your own ship onto the table to help others. Okay, become aware of your internal ark. Okay, so, and symbolism is how we can, help ourselves do this. So it's about taking back your control, steering your wheel, controlling your mind. And I'm going to leave you with this. This is all about your mental power as a solution, which is derived from the will. Okay, the power to conquer your ignorance, your laziness, your cowardice, your negligence, your apathy, because the only one to blame is the one in the mirror. So you have the power to turn that around and become one who actually learns and understands and unslaves the self from ignorance, to teach natural law, to teach morality, to teach the law of one or universal law, to teach people the difference between right and wrong. So that way we can evolve. That way we can unfold ourselves. That way we can take back the control of our own ship, which is the ark. So your mental power is the power to orient with the cosmos, okay? The ability to orient with the cosmos, the ability to align yourself willfully to the sun cycles, the lunar cycles, the stellar cycles, the planetary cycles, okay? Because this is about taking back the control from those who are controlling us through these cycles. So your mental power is the direction to freedom if you want it, okay? You have to become aware. You have to do the work. So with that, I thank you guys for making it through my presentation. And if you'd like to learn more, you can go to cubbyhole.com, listen to the podcast, and I really appreciate your time. Thank you.
What if the biggest obstacle to freedom is the darkness you've been avoiding within yourself? On Saturday, November 22nd, 2025, Mark Passio of What on Earth is Happening will deliver his all-new Shadow Work Seminar. This will be a live, all-day, online event hosted on the Telegram platform from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern U.S. time. In this intensive seminar, Mark will explain the critical importance of shadow work and why it is so desperately needed in the lives of those in the pro-freedom community. For the first time ever, Mark will reveal his very own personal method of shadow work, taking his guests on a deep dive into the difficult but necessary process of personal spiritual exploration and self-actualization. For those wishing to go deeper into the inner work that is required for true freedom, this seminar is one that you will not want to miss. Enrollment is now open, but space is limited. So, if you're ready to stop avoiding and start transforming, join Mark Passio's Shadow Work Seminar by visiting whatonearthishappening.com.
And we're back. Thank you, funnel people in the chat, funnel people out there watching the presentations. I hope everybody got a lot from that. I know I did. I'm always just amazed by Nate's work on multiple levels. And I'm going to let Derek, he's got his tarot card in hand, so I know you got thoughts on your mind. Well, I'm going to bring up some art that was submitted by Nate. He's also an amazing artist, and we'll look at some of his art right now while we talk a little bit about that amazing presentation.
Yeah, I always love Nate, and he brings a lot of elements to the table, all his presentations. Check out his Earth Brain series. That's also great. But yeah, I love it when anyone brings up anything regarding the tarot that can be applied to so many different aspects of our consciousness and, situations and all that. Jackie Krasna did a great presentation on the tarot last year, I believe. But I'm gonna pass it off to Leslie in a second. But yeah, I love there's so many analogies we can sift through in regarding that sacred garden, the mental landscape, and just having a smile on my face the whole time since he said that. I remember doing a video called like alchemical gardening tips for the mental landscape or something like that. So yeah, it's just I love to see his aesthetics and professional grade work on his slides and just overall composed presence through and throughout. So yeah, much love, Nate. Always love your work, man. And yeah, check out that art.
Yeah, very cool. Yeah.
Wow, I love the synchronicity between this image and Jackie Krasna's art. Remember, with the
Yeah.
key and the ripple. Wow, and the synchronicities between all these presentations is just mind blowing too. Sorry to interrupt you, Leslie. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to comment on the deliberateness of everything that Nate says and puts on his slides, and we can spend our time studying his work, just like people study a Freemasonic board, a tracing board. Like, he's got so much rich depth there for us to learn from. Yeah.
Yeah, look at the pine cone being pulled out of that hole of the head of the soul dyer. The soul dyer, it says on his name.
Selling himself out for money.
Shoulder. Yeah, wow. Dark occult mockery. Yeah, it's so deep, man.
And yeah, I love the fact that Nate, with the whole gardening sacredly, check out that seed conference. They're planting all types of varieties of conscious seeds in their conferences, which you two have both been a part of, as well as Will, who's getting set up for his live and direct presentation.
Yeah, and Will is ready, and looking very forward to Will closing out our formal presentations for our conference. And this has been an amazing conference, one to be remembered. And so Will is was our main guy, for the first 3 funnels, doing all the tech behind the scenes. This year, Chris has been doing it. I don't know if people know that. So good job, Chris. I want to give you the kudos for that. You've been doing a great job. But Will has been just solid, and he is always solid in the work he's doing, the natural law in the natural law movement. He's a freedom activist, an animist, anarchist, public speaker, and a devoted father. He has been hosting or will host a series titled Will Tell Truth as a live show. He's got some out there, and keep your eye out for more. And he's a co-creator of the Natural Freedom League video podcast and a content creator for the One Great Work Network, and of course, a co-creator for the Funnel Conferences. Will is devoted and morally obligated to increase awareness on the causal factors of suffering for humanity and to expand the understanding of the current human condition by educating the public on crucial topics such as conscious parenting, human psychology, objective morality, natural rights, and natural law. So welcome, Will.
All right. Thank you for that great introduction. Funnel 4, it's great to have another presentation, and I'm excited to deliver this one. Like many presenters in this conference, it's hard to get everything down to 1 hour, so I always do an extended presentation. So there definitely will be one on this coming out probably in a week or two. But in the meantime, I've taken segments from this presentation titled Symbiosis, the Rhythm of Life. And we will get into it. So I'll start off with a caveat with my motto, simplify the profound, because simplicity is divinity. So in a world saturated with complex ideas and false concepts, there exists a unique skill, the art of simplifying the profound. My passion and expertise lie in unraveling the intricate tapestry of metaphysical and philosophical topics, transforming them into accessible and easily understandable content that gives someone clarity on what is actually happening in the world by understanding nature. So that's Victor Schauberger right there on the quote, and he's got a fantastic quote: understand nature, then copy nature. Right? What an impeccable concept. And we're going to dive into this a little bit and explore what that means. So the title of my presentation is Symbiosis. So of course, like always, I'm going to define my terms and talk about my position. So what is symbiosis? We hear this term kind of in the biosphere and ecological categories. So the word itself comes from the Greek symbiosis, meaning a living together, and syn, together, plus bios, which is life, right? From the Proto-Indo-European language, to live. So we put them together. Symbiosis is the interconnectedness and mutual dependence between different organisms or species. It encompasses various types of relationships, including mutualism, where both parties benefit in the system, commensalism, where one benefits while the other remains unaffected, and then parasitism, right, where one benefits at the expense of the other. So symbiosis highlights the fundamental role of cooperation and interdependence in shaping ecosystems and sustaining life on Earth. So when we think about symbiosis, right, what I'm referring to is the whole system of the planet, all the species, and all the interconnected systems, the subsystems that go in there, right? We're living on this planet. We're all interconnected. So we talk about the human condition and how the individual, the collective is comprised of the individual units. That just doesn't, explain just for human beings. That's the whole system: animals, plant, mineral, etc., etc. So we're all influencing each other on certain levels. So let's talk about, I'm going to focus on symbiosis and then parasitism. Let's talk about what parasitism is. from the Greek parasitos, meaning one who lives at another's expense. Break the word apart. The first part, para, which means beside or next to, and then sitos, which is food. So a parasite is an entity that feeds off a host, extracting resources, energy, or life force without giving anything of value in return. It thrives at the expense of its host, creating an imbalance that weakens, enslaves, or eventually destroys what sustains it. Parasites exist in many forms. There's biological, mental, societal, and energetic, which, they're all connected. But they all share the common trait of taking without reciprocity, or taking without consent, right? There's a violation there. So I'm going to focus on some of these categories. Of course, mainly the societal and the mental. Of course, most people are familiar with biological parasites, living in a toxic environment. It's actually, parasites are a natural part of the world. The question is it in an imbalance? Is it out of control? Is it weakening the system that is there? So certain biological parasites would be like fleas, ticks, even some fungus, right? But fungus isn't true parasitical because it does add benefits as a decomposer in nature itself. So, and of course, for human beings, digestive worms and that kind of stuff, and for animals. But we're going to kind of, transfer on why this is important, right? Why understanding symbiosis versus the parasitical systems is crucial for your life. It's important and crucial because your survival, freedom, and evolution depend on it. Every system, whether it's nature, society, or your own mind, operates on one of two principles: symbiosis or parasitism, right? Principles almost meaning conditions of a system, of systems. So symbiosis creates growth, balance, sustainability. It's how forests thrive, ecosystems flourish, and ethical societies prosper. Now, parasitical systems drain, exploit, and manipulate, feeding on others without giving back, whether through toxic relationships, corrupt institutions, or deceptive belief systems. If you don't recognize the difference, you risk becoming a host to parasitic forces, surrendering your energy, sovereignty, and potential to something that only seeks to control and extract from you, from your life force. But by understanding and embodying symbiosis, you can align with natural law, the laws of nature, reclaim your power, and create relationships, communities, and systems that nourish and elevate rather than enslave and deplete. So knowing isn't just important, it's the key to thriving instead of merely surviving. That's my position. That's why this topic is important. And again, the viewers of the Funnel Conference are going to be very familiar with a lot of these concepts that I talk about. But for the greater, community and viewership, let's dive in. Now, everything in nature, in this reality, is based on relationships. So in the natural world, everything is intrinsically interconnected and dependent on relationships. From the smallest microorganisms to the grandest ecosystems, life thrives through symbiotic connections and interdependence. Plants rely on sunlight, water, and soil nutrients for growth, while animals depend on plants for food and shelter. Even non-living elements such as weather patterns and geological formations influence and are influenced by living organisms. Recognizing the fundamental role of relationships in nature highlights the interconnected web of life, emphasizing the importance of cooperation, adaptation, and mutual respect for the flourishings of all beings. Right? So think about the human condition. Think about your own influence on your home, your yard, your neighborhood, your community, your children, your family, your friends, people you don't know, how you act in the world, your relation to principles, truth, freedom, this war that we are currently fighting. Everything in reality has to do with relationships. It all depends on the condition and the context. So let's think about our humanity's relationship to the planet, to the whole biosphere in general. And I have to state a problem, right? Parasites. Humanity is infected with parasites. Not only just biological from toxic food and the crap people put in their body, but mental, energetic, spiritual. So, humanity in its collective ignorance is self-imposing a condition of enslavement by rejecting the objective dynamics of nature and disconnecting from the rhythm of life. By failing to recognize the objective governing dynamics, society falls into cycles of control, exploitation, and dependency, mistaking artificial systems for reality. This disconnection breeds fear, blind obedience, and enslavement, allowing parasitic forces to thrive while true freedom and sovereignty fade. Until humanity aligns with truth, restores balance, and harmonizes with natural order, which is natural law, and the flow of existence, it will remain trapped in a condition of servitude it unknowingly creates for itself. The majority of people, unbeknownst to them, infected with the mental viruses, the parasites in their mind due to what they believe and the information they hold. Larva of loathing. Right? It starts in the mind, the seed. This is the seed. This is the larva. The belief that truth doesn't exist is a mental parasite designed to sever individuals from reality, leaving them vulnerable to manipulation, deception, and control. If truth is denied or ignored, then nothing can be objectively known, and morality, freedom, and justice become meaningless illusions. This ideology breeds moral relativism, where might makes right, and those in power dictate reality. In truth, objective reality exists, governed by natural law, and aligning with it leads to clarity, sovereignty, and true freedom. To reject truth is to invite mental enslavement. To embrace it is to reclaim power over one's own mind and actions. That's the larva, the seed, where it starts. The refusal of truth. And we're going to get into the objective dynamics of the natural world and how it affects us. So, parasitical. The parasitical inversion of natural authority arises when individuals, systems, or societies reject nature's self-regulating dynamics natural law, and attempt to impose artificial control, coercion, and exploitation over living systems. Instead of harmonizing with the reciprocal balance of nature, parasites extract without replenishing and disrupt equilibrium and create dependence rather than self-sufficiency. This manifests in hierarchical power structures that violate natural law, enforcing domination through deception, force, and manipulation, rather than alignment with truth and organic order. Such systems reject symbiosis and mutual benefit, instead feeding on the vitality of others while offering nothing in return. Whether through centralized governance, debt-based economics or economies, or extractive industries that deplete both the land and human spirit. While this parasitical model may appear temporarily effective, it is inherently unsustainable, and it disrupts the feedback loops and self-correcting mechanisms that maintain order. In the end, parasitism leads to entropy, collapse, and self-destruction, ultimately death, as it cannot generate true life force, but only consume and corrupt what already exists. Are there certain institutions or certain systems that sound familiar that do this? Absolutely. Humans calling themselves government have the ability to control people through coercion and violence, but they erroneously claim they have the right to do so. This is the belief in human authority over other humans, which means some people are masters who have the moral right to issue commands, and others are slaves who have a moral obligation to obey the masters. The belief in human authority is a dogmatic, religious, illusory, mental concept that has been programmed and conditioned into the minds of humanity for eons. The majority of people in the world support, condone, worship this belief system, which is the supporting and condoning of slavery. The larva of loathing, right? First, you don't believe or you ignore truth exists, which absolutely means that you don't understand and you ignore the laws of nature, the objective governing dynamics, so there is no right or wrong. And then, of course, certain people can have a moral right to control and own other people. There's a progression there for a reason. Let's look at some of the parasitical institutions versus the symbiotic alternatives. Remember, symbiosis being in alignment with the laws of nature, being in alignment with natural law and the rhythm of life. We'll expand a little bit more on that later on. And I'm going to run through these because I'm limited on time and I want to get to some really crucial aspects. And, you know, the majority of people here absolutely understand this next information. So the parasitical system of education, right? Indoctrination promotes obedience over critical thinking. It's standardized, one size fits all. It's gatekeeping for knowledge while leaving students in lifelong debt, and you know the marketing of college loans and all that crap. It disconnects new students from nature, self-sufficiency, and real-world skills, along with morality, ethics, truth. Now, the symbiotic alternative would be true education. It would be decentralized, holistic education that nurtures critical thinking, creativity, and personal sovereignty. It would be mentorship-based and skill learning-based, right? Homeschooling, unschooling, self-directed education, free access to knowledge via open source learning, apprenticeship, and real-world experiences. Education that teaches, nature's laws, self-reliance, and ethical living instead of compliance-based programming. Food and agriculture, the parasitical system, monoculture farming, GMOs, destroying the soil and the biodiversity and human health. It's processed, chemical-laden foods. Corporate factory farming exploits animals on a profound level, millions and billions every year, workers and consumers. Centralized food supply chains create a dependency and scarcity rather than abundance, which nature absolutely, that's part of the rhythm of life, abundance. When you're in that symbiosis, of course, in the parasitical system, it's all about scarcity, keep you in that fear-based mindset. The symbiotic alternative, of course, like Jim Adams talked about, regenerative agriculture that restores the soil and supports biodiversity, local decentralized food systems, farmers markets, permaculture, natural and whole foods that nourish rather than poison, self-sufficiency through homesteading, food forests, and localized trade rather than corporate dependency. Medicine and healthcare. Parasitical, it's profit-driven, right? The pharma sick care system, the over-medication and suppression of symptoms rather than addressing root causes. Censorship of natural and alternative medicine creates lifelong patients and consumers, right? Instead of empowering the individuals. And the symbiotic alternative, of course, it's holistic. It's preventative medicine. There's decentralized healing practices from just traditional wisdom all the way up to modern biohacking. Even alternative forms that are like hydrogen therapy, one that I'm a huge proponent on, fasting, movement, breath work, mineral knowledge and education of fulvic and humic, and regenerative health modalities, right? So it's empowering individuals with true health education instead of medical dependency. You see this common thread, right? You see with the parasitical system, it's all about dependency, being dependent on the system, which it's the parasite. It's feeding off of you. You are the host. It is extracting your life force energy, your time, your attention, your focus, your care. And it's the complete opposite in a symbiotic, ethical, moral system. Financial system and economy. Of course, the parasitical system, it's all debt-based monetary fiat currency that enslaves people through interest, inflation, and taxation, theft. Central banks and fiat currency control wealth while devouring labor. Consumerism, wage salary, and making people trade time for survival. Excuse me. Exploits artificial scarcity rather than fostering true prosperity. And the symbiotic alternative, Bitcoin, decentralized currencies, barters, precious metals, local currencies, value-based exchange systems that honor time, skills, and mutual benefit. Self-sufficient communities and resource-based economies rather than centralized control. Financial sovereignty through entrepreneurship and voluntary trade, right? The real currency is our own life force energy, our time and our attention. The true Mun-I, right? The knowledge, the knowledge that we can espouse and we can apply, which is wisdom. And then, of course, government and social relations. Parasitical, obviously, rules through coercion, taxation, and violence rather than voluntary cooperation. Power structures, making man's law benefiting the parasitic class while restricting freedom. violates natural moral law by forcing compliance rather than encouraging ethical moral action. War, surveillance, authoritarianism disguised as protection and serving the people, right? Symbiotic alternatives, of course, decentralized self-governance and voluntary cooperation based in natural law. Self-governing communities where individuals take responsibility and accountability for their own actions. Conflict resolution through mutual agreements rather than imposed legal systems. Freedom-based societies where rights are respected rather than dictated. And the last one, energy and technology. Parasitical system, of course, fossil fuels, really the oil lifeblood of the planet. Monopolies destroying the ecosystem and keeping people dependent. Operations like fracking. Big tech surveillance and censorship suppress free speech and manipulate perception, which is a big one, controlling the availability of information. And planned obsolescence, which forces constant consumption instead of long-term sustainability. And then corporate AI and automation, which AI being used as a weapon. And then symbiotic, free energy and decentralized technology, solar, hydrogen, Tesla-inspired energy, open source AI, and decentralized communication, sustainable technology designed to last rather than force endless consumption, and tech that enhances human capabilities and connection with the planet itself and the beings that also co-inhabit along with human beings. So the path forward. Every system we interact with is either life-giving or life-draining. Recognizing which is which allows us to break free from parasitic control and move toward sovereign, symbiotic alternatives. Every choice we make, whether where we bank, where we eat, how we learn, and how we engage with governance, either supports a system that enslaves or one that liberates. So the path forward is clear. Reject dependency on the parasitical systems and reclaim personal responsibility, and build symbiotic systems that honor truth, freedom, and natural law. The power is in our hands. It is in your hands, right? All those symbiotic alternatives and systems sound great. They sound lovely, right? They're all for nothing if we don't do one thing. Mind perceives manifestation. Before we can establish symbiotic systems, we must recognize that the mind perceives manifestation. The external world is a reflection of the collective consciousness that creates it. A corrupt mind will always build corrupt systems, just as a mind aligned with truth and natural moral law will create structures that uphold freedom, balance, and symbiosis. If we attempt to replace parasitical institutions without first eliminating the mental parasites, false beliefs, moral relativism, and conditioned obedience, we will only rebuild new versions of the same enslaving systems. Everything in life is governed by cause and effect, and our actions and behaviors stem from the information we accept as truth. Without understanding objective morality, we remain trapped in cycles of exploitation, believing we can achieve justice and prosperity through control, force, and artificial solutions. True transformation begins within, by purging false authority, fear-based programming, and parasitic ideologies from the mind. Only then can we consciously co-create new systems that align with nature, truth, and the principles of voluntary cooperation and self-governance under natural law. Harmony and balance. Now, when I use the terms objective and subjective, this is probably one of the biggest dividing factors that I see people in, right? And again, the ego hates objective truth, hates it. So let's talk about this real quick and to kind of set the foundation. Let's set the standard, right? Objective means it's inherent to reality. Nature, it's universal to all. It's immutable, applies to all humans. It's consistent, regardless of perception, beliefs, personal opinions, feelings, time, or place. Subjective is based upon perception, beliefs, and opinions. It's relative to each individual, time, and location. It varies upon interpretation. Now, when we talk about reality, of course, there are both aspects. We all live in an objective reality. Natural law is the governing dynamics that are objective. The sun comes up every morning, objectively. It sets every evening, objectively, right? We are living in an objective reality, but our subjective experience, that is subjectivity, the way our worldview and how we perceive the world. And of course, that's heavily influenced by the information that we take in. That's why it's important to have correct information. Apply the trivium method of truth discovery. So, aligning with truth, we exist in an objective reality, a world governed by natural laws, immutable dynamics, and inherent functions that operate independently of human opinion or belief. Gravity, thermodynamics, cause and effect, and the principles of life and death are not subject to interpretation. They exist as they are, shaping the structure of reality itself. However, as conscious beings, humans experience this reality through a subjective perception, which is filtered by beliefs, conditionings, emotions, and personal experience. While perception is flexible and can shift, reality remains constant. It remains constant. So the objective natural law, the objective dynamics that apply to us all, that is true natural authority. Natural authority arises from the inherent self-regulating, self-organizing principles of nature, which govern all living systems without coercion or artificial imposition. Unlike human-made authority, which relies on hierarchical enforcement, violence, and immorality, nature's authority is based on cause and effect, reciprocity, and the immutable laws of balance and harmony. The governing dynamics of nature, such as symbiosis, feedback loops, homeostasis, and fractal organization, demonstrates an intrinsic intelligence that maintains stability and order across all levels of existence, from ecosystems to the human body. Natural law is real natural order. It works perfectly. It's the only thing that is perfection. Our choices we are absolutely going to reap the effect of that, the consequences. This authority is not something that can be legislated or manipulated without consequence. Rather, it is a force that simply is. Rewarding alignment with its principles and correcting deviations through natural consequences. Societies, individuals, and systems that recognize and integrate this natural authority, or the understanding of natural authority, thrive in resilience and sustainability, while those who oppose or attempt to dominate it inevitably face entropy and collapse. Thus, true wisdom is not found in attempting to control nature, but in understanding and harmonizing with its governing dynamics to foster order, prosperity, and evolutionary growth. So, natural moral law. Most of us here understand what natural law is. It exists inherently to reality itself. So, determining whether actions align with harmony, balance, and life, or lead to chaos, suffering, and destruction. So, at its core, right actions, those based in truth, freedom, voluntary cooperation, lead to order, prosperity, and evolution. Wrong actions, rooted in coercion, deception, and harm, result in entropy, enslavement, and degradation, right? This is the law of freedom. As collective society becomes moral, then the society becomes more free. And in the inverse, if it becomes immoral, then it will become more enslaved. So that's an objective formula. So to live in alignment with natural moral law is to act in accordance with truth, justice, and respect for free will of all beings, ensuring that one's choices contribute to the greater harmony of existence rather than its corruption. Now, I want to get into the law of rhythm. And again, I'm going to kind of go through some of these aspects. There's subcategories to these principles of natural law, also known as the Hermetic principles, right? It's not just those 7. There's more, of course, and there's even subcategories. Can't get hung up on the actual grammar or the words of it. It's in understanding what it means and how to end the application, how to apply it in your life. So, the law of rhythm states that all things in existence moves in cycles, patterns. They rise, fall. There's an ebb and flow, reflecting the dynamic balance inherent in nature. Understanding this law allows us to recognize the predictable fluctuations in life, helping us to adapt and align our actions with the flow of these cycles. When we resist the rhythm, we encounter friction and disorder. When we move with it, we experience ease, resilience, and synchronicity. The law of rhythm teaches us that even in the midst of change, there is a greater pattern guiding the process, one that fosters growth, renewal, and evolution. So by honoring these natural rhythms, we can find balance in our own lives and live in accordance with the timeless flow of the universe. And what are the 4 great laws of life? Of course, there are many. These are the subcategories of the principle of rhythm. My dog in the background's feeling a little itchy. The 4 great laws of life: circulation, respiration, assimilation, and elimination are fundamental principles that govern all living systems, reflecting the law of rhythm, natural moral law, and symbiosis in action. These laws dictate how energy, matter, and consciousness move through nature, ensuring balance, vitality, and evolution. Or, obviously, entropy, chaos, disorder, and entropy. When these laws are honored, harmony and growth flourish. When obstructed or violated, stagnation, decay, and destruction. So, circulation, the flow of life, states that the constant movement of energy, nutrients, and information through living systems. In nature, rivers must flow, ecosystems must exchange resources, and economies must circulate value to remain healthy. Just as stagnation in the body leads to disease, Stagnation in thought, emotion, and societal structures create dysfunction. When we allow truth, love, and resources to circulate freely, life thrives. When we hoard, suppress, or block the natural flow, we invite decay and collapse. Another reason why we need more content creators and public speakers of natural law and objective morality doing the one great work. The next one is respiration. Represents the inhalation and exhalation of life force, mirroring the law of rhythm in its natural cycles of intake and release. All living beings breathe in oxygen and exhale waste. Just as societies require the free exchange of ideas, creativity, and wisdom to stay alive, in a deeper sense, respiration is receiving truth and wisdom from reality and releasing ignorance and illusion. When we resist this exchange, clinging to falsehoods or suppressing truth, we create suffocation, both physically and spiritually. Assimilation is the process of absorbing what nourishes while discarding what does not. Ensuring that only what is useful contributes to the system. In nature, organisms select and transform nutrients into energy while rejecting toxins. Likewise, in human consciousness, excuse me, we must assimilate knowledge, experiences, and relationships that align with natural law, while rejecting deception, manipulation, and parasitic influences. When we indiscriminately consume without discernment, we poison our minds, bodies, and thus the societies, leading to an imbalance. This is why understand what you are, the information that you are taking in. A lot of people are stuck in that black pill box of awareness where they just keep down that rabbit hole of the black pill information. Don't get me wrong, it's helpful to understand current events, but do not get stuck there. You need to quickly move to the causal factors that create where you can implement change. So then, elimination is the natural process of releasing waste, toxins, and outdated structures, making room for renewal and continued evolution. In ecosystems, dead matter decomposes to fertilize new growth. In the body, waste must be expelled to maintain health. The same applies to consciousness. False beliefs, destructive habits, and corrupt systems must be recognized, rejected, and removed to prevent stagnation and decay. Ignoring the necessity of elimination leads to toxicity, both individually and collectively. There's a compounding effect. It must be expelled. So, applying and living the four great laws of the principle of rhythm. These four great laws are expressions of symbiosis, ensuring that every system gives and receives, integrates and releases in a continuous cycle of balance and renewal. They also reflect natural moral law, as the refusal to circulate, exchange, assimilate, or eliminate creates blockages that leads to imbalance, disease, and entropy. Those who align with these governing dynamics flow with the rhythms of life, experiencing health, wisdom, and true individual sovereignty. While those who resist resist them, suffer from the stagnation, suffocation, corruption, and collapse. To understand, honor, and apply these laws is to walk the path of harmony, growth, and mastery, ensuring that we move in accordance with the fundamental truths of existence rather than against them. Natural law, right? And of course, opposing natural law inevitably leads to collapse and death, right? But there's always going to be those parasites. And even in a societal collapse, if individuals still aren't doing the work or applying these 4 great laws, right, then the parasite will attach and will feed, right, and then eventually will take the host down. So our care to action, which is the theme of this conference, right? Care to action is about recognizing that what humans truly care about is where they direct their energy, and that energy will inevitably manifest in reality. Our actions are the tangible expressions of our deepest values, and what we choose to care about shapes the world around us. If we want to see a society that respects freedom, individual sovereignty, and justice, we need more people who genuinely care about these principles and who are willing to take decisive action to make them a reality. It's not enough to merely wish for a better world. We must care enough to step forward, take responsibility and accountability, and work together to co-create the change we want to see. When care is transformed into action, it becomes a powerful force that can shift paradigms and ignite the transformation of society. Freedom under natural law. Humanity is at a pivotal moment. We are facing a choice between remaining trapped in these parasitic systems of control or rising to embrace true freedom under natural law, symbiosis. The rise of humanity is not about the accumulation of power or resources, but the awakening of individual consciousness to the laws that govern life. Freedom under natural law means living in harmony with the intrinsic principles of right and wrong, recognizing that every action has consequences and that true justice comes from alignment with these universal laws. The rhythm of life is an external dance of balance, reciprocity, and dynamic flow, where every action ripples through the web of existence. Just as nature moves in cycles, day and night, the seasons, birth and decay, so does human evolution depend on aligning with this sacred pulse. To move in harmony with life is to recognize that moral right action is not a subjective construct, but an objective principle rooted in the governing dynamics of nature, of objective reality. Actions that respect free will, uphold truth, and foster symbiosis create expansion, growth, and evolution, while those that violate these principles lead to stagnation, decay, and collapse. True progress is not found in forceful domination of life's rhythms, but in learning to flow with them, adapting to their wisdom and embodying their lessons. Just as a river carves its way through stone, not through resistance, but through patience, persistence, vigilance, so too does conscious evolution emerge through integrity, wisdom, and the alignment with natural order. In this way, balance is not passivity, but mastery, where the individual becomes an active participant in the ever-unfolding symphony of creation. Just as we've seen Conrad and Leslie talk about music and the symphony of creation and the rhythm of life, right? Using these laws and this information of rhythm, we can absolutely step into the slipstream of the symphony of creation. The future hangs in the balance. The choice is ours. The choice is yours. And I hope after seeing this conference, you have been inspired in some form or fashion to look at yourself and evaluate your rhythm, your flow, and how you can contribute to the ending of slavery and for the freedom of all. And we are at a crucial, pivotal time where the future hangs in the balance. And our individual choices are going to make the difference. So what do you care about? I thank all the presenters in this conference for their care to action. And I thank all the viewers for their spiritual currency, their time and their attention. And hopefully that generates into some type of executive and application. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is my presentation, Symbiosis, the Rhythm of Life. It was high-paced, and of course there'll be an extended version. Please visit my website, willkeller.com, and I hope you enjoyed it and got value out of it. So thank you very much.
What a life it's been, 33 years feel like 70. From 2015 till presently, I've been shattering familiarity. My identity morphs, crawling out from the skin of my corpse. All the ex-me's that I divorced, this MC grows without remorse. Pause. What's the point of existence? Don't know, but I'm persistent. Each minute, each brand new instance. Break these chains, I build new systems. In it for the long haul, going the distance. I bring about my own deliverance. Every day reborn, call it Christmas. My own trail of crumbs and biscuits. I'm coming down a chimney, coughing up all that dust within me. We got a problem, Houston, Whitney, mind control. Okay, Disney, fish out of water, check my kidney. Cross that border, Mexico from Sydney. But all my charges, fuck your litany. Can't be handled, not your Britney. Spearheading the case, can't catch me, I'm on the chase. This legacy can't be erased, this path I walk can't be retraced. Bloodline done been displaced, stared evil in the face. Integrated and embraced, illegal interface. I'm making friends with these voices in my head. I bring them home, serve them tea and cut them bread. Check every corner, every closet, every bed. I wanna see it all, I want nothing left unsaid. This is my time, this is my moment, this is my place. I seize it all as I stare Caesar in his face. I make Caesar salad with these chickens in this race. Like an iceberg, let us freeze their whole estate. I've seen empires crumble, seen emperors stumble. I've seen mountains cracked by the weight of a dumbbell. Nobody infallible, rich the rational. Your mind is the capital, compounded and stackable. Your life is the fuel, your potential is flammable. Spearheading the case, can't catch me, I'm on the chase. This legacy can't be erased, this path I walk can't be retraced. Bloodline done been displaced, stared evil in the face. Integrated and embraced, illegal interface. I'm making friends with these voices in my head. I bring them home, serve them tea and cut them bread. by the narrow gate. For wide is the gate and broad is the way which leads to destruction, and there are many who go in by it. Because narrow is the gate and difficult is the way which leads to life, there are few who find it.
What if the biggest obstacle to freedom is the darkness you've been avoiding within yourself? On Saturday, November 22nd, 2025, Mark Passio of What on Earth is Happening will deliver his all-new Shadow Work Seminar. This will be a live, all-day, online event hosted on the Telegram platform from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern U.S. time. In this intensive seminar, Mark will explain the critical importance of shadow work and why it is so desperately needed in the lives of those in the pro-freedom community. For the first time ever, Mark will reveal his very own personal method of shadow work, taking his guests on a deep dive into the difficult but necessary process of personal spiritual exploration and self-actualization. For those wishing to go deeper into the inner work that is required for true freedom, this seminar is one that you will not want to miss. Enrollment is now open, but space is limited. So, if you're ready to stop avoiding and start transforming, join Mark Passio's Shadow Work Seminar by visiting whatonearthishappening.com.
Wow. So much inspiration. It's brimming up through me. All this information and the way it all fit together. And man, I'm so excited. We have in the house quite a few awesome individuals here who I can't wait to hear from. So I've talked enough. I'd love to hear from you all. Thanks so much for coming.
Amazing job. Can you guys hear me? Oh my God.
Yeah.
This was a great weekend. Will just hit it out of the park. All you guys just killed it. And it's so inspiring. There's so much growth since last time. And is that a dog I hear back there?
That's a dog.
But yeah, it was such a great job, Will. I just wanted to touch on your presentation since it was the last one. So awesome. The way that went right in, my presentation kind of went right with your presentation. And I guess I just saw that throughout the whole thing. Getting a little bit of feedback.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate you, man. And your presentation was fantastic. I mean, dude, you nailed it. Jake Jackson had a phenomenal presentation. I mean, everyone here followed through with incredible content, aesthetics, delivery, etc. So it was fantastic. We got Chris in here. Let me see. Oh, looks like we're getting full. Chris, I'll step out. You come in.
Conrad wanted to just share a little bit, and then he said he would step out. So since we're running short on room, let's let Conrad share some of his thoughts first.
Yes, thank you for that. It's jam-packed, so I will make room because I just want to say a few words to close the conference because it's been quite the day, and then I want to give you guys the well-deserved, hard-earned spotlight. And Will just closed it. Like there's been such a rhythm and harmony to this whole event for me, and Will's kind of been there for from day one for me. So that's like your divine masculine right there. The consistency is always there. He's been around all the time with the technical aspect, the support. And then today it's been such an interplay of like reason and emotion. And I'm more inspired by the emotion right now, which is why I'm talking. I pulled a tarot card in the middle of this day and I got the Tower card. And I think like, that's kind of dark. Like what's up with this? Is it telling me, the Tower card's always been for me about falling down from your high horse, your ego. And my ego kind of got inflated yesterday because you guys have been like so warm to me. It's been awesome. And then today, as it went on, listening to Leslie's presentation and all this, I had this like, I was just filled with gratitude. So I did have my Tower moment. I had my moment, but it wasn't because of anything negative that happened. It's just because I was filled with gratitude for being here. And Leslie with just turning, I put the headphones in and heard all the music in her presentation, and it moved me. And then I see Chris come on, and he's moved to tears as well. If you could have seen me, it would have been the same thing for me. And then seeing Melissa Mari, RIP to her. And then this feminine energy was all throughout today. And with Leslie, thank you. And Jackie, you were just amazing to start it off. And the reason I'm on here talking all this is because I always thought that we don't have enough women in this movement. We don't have enough of that energy. And I know there are women watching this right now. And it's so important for you to do this and be here, because I think about the mavens and the connectors. And to me, a woman is a maven just in herself, just in that. And as a woman, you attract more attention, but you also attract more criticism, all the scrutiny. So the inspiring care to action thing, as I ride off into the sunset, I just want to say thank you so much. And I came into the freedom movement expecting it to be like a lonely fight. And I see now that it's a family, it's a community, and it's all about relationships. So it's all about gratitude for me. And thank you so much for having me. And I got a family, which is great. So thanks, guys.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate you, man.
So glad to have you here, Conrad. You brought a great element to our conference. Thank you.
Loved your presentation, and I really hope that you watch my Earth Brain 3, because it completely coincides with what you talked about. Your presentation blew my mind, so just wanted to make mention of that. Oh, he's gone. Guess he had to really go. But yeah, it did. I mean, when he started talking about the over dominance of the material masculine, I knew right away. I don't know if he's ever looked at my work, but he's seeing it, and that was very powerful. So
Yeah, Nate, thank you. Your presentations are always quite powerful, as with everyone's today. Bravo, everyone. Hats off to everyone. For folks listening out there, please, we're here to answer comments, questions, anything going on with y'all, lingering thoughts about things. What were you inspired about? And yeah, Jake, how have you been, brother? It's great to see you here. Spoke with you with Leslie a couple months ago. Yeah, you got some fantastic work yourself. So yeah.
Thank you. Good to be here. If you see me looking over and extending my arm, I've got a Amber's in heat right now, and Tiger's trying to get all over her. So I got a little bit of a mess going on the couch over here right now. But no, this was great. It was amazing. I'm happy to be here. Happy to put together what I put together. As I was watching this, this entire weekend, I watched the entire thing. I had it on the entire time. And just to show everybody that's watching, this is how natural law works. The organizers sent out requests to people that they know who have been doing this work, said, hey, can you put a presentation together? Without knowing what it was going to be about. And look at what we created. Look at what we did. This is just a small microcosm of what is possible worldwide once people understand the power of natural law. I spent almost about 2.5 weeks and over 80 hours working on my presentation and putting it all together and editing it and recording it. And then I got to break it in two and everything because it was over 2 hours. But, what I had to say, it really does need 2 hours to tell the whole story from beginning to end. This is where we are and this is where we're going to go, where we need to go if we align with natural law. So, I think it's amazing what all of us were able to create because, and again, without force, no one forced us to do this. This is just us speaking from our hearts and our wealth of knowledge that we have and sharing it with the world in an effort to try and move the world to a better place. And that's why I do what I do.
Appreciate that.
Well, and it's if you guys can hear me, and it's a real visual movement of magic. What we all just did was create magic. Our mind, our heart, and our action just put into it and directed by our will, as you were saying, Nate, right? So we are so powerful. We can create so many wonderful things. And so that's sort of as I'm listening to you guys, that's how I want to synthesize it, because this is beauty here. And this is what we were made to do, is create this wonderful, wonderful information and care to help people, inspire them and move them forward. This is how it happens. So it's a great honor.
That's right. Magic at a distance. Jackie, Jim, Nate, we can get everyone's thoughts kind of just on the conference and, maybe their process on creating a presentation, and then we'll take some questions.
Go ahead, Jackie.
Sure. Can you guys hear me? Yep. So I was just blown away by everybody's presentation. I just think every aspect of everybody's presentation today, like aesthetically, all the music, I care a lot about art. So I just thought all of that was on point for everybody's. And I want to thank you guys for inviting me. It is an honor to be considered as somebody to speak in an event like this.
You did great, Jackie. You just stepped right up. So yeah, you belong here. And hope to see you more.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was so impressed by your aesthetics and the quality of your video and how well it was all put together. It was just like, wow, this is professional.
Thank you.
And so many of the presentations had a really high level of production, and we always try to encourage people that are kind of new at this stuff too. And Jim, this was like your first formal presentation, right? And you still did really well. Amazing.
Thank you.
Fantastic work. Yeah.
Well, that's because of you, for me, I first came across you guys with Funnel 2, and I responded to Chris's video, and that's how we got together with the rest of the One Great Work Warriors we formed after that. And then you guys taught me so much. I still got so much to learn, and I'm slow with it, but it's where I'm at now. I was able to do that, and I learned so much from you guys as well. So, and then I also got to see you guys a little bit behind the scenes in creating this thing, and that was really impressive. So yeah, you guys are awesome, and all you guys, the presenters, phenomenal. I didn't get to see everything. I've been running around a lot, but what I did see, it's just an honor to be here with you guys.
Thanks, Jim. Thanks for Jim, you volunteered for the setup of the conference, and you did a lot of website work, so appreciate all your contribution, man.
Awesome. We have at some point we have a few questions that we can look at in the comments, and at some point here I'd like to bring some of the art back through. So keep the conversation going, and I'll bring in a share screen in a little bit here. Go ahead, Nate, please.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, yeah, Jim, you this is your first time, and Jackie, and hold on, let me
Sarah,
yes,
Jake,
Sarah. Yeah,
Derek, yeah.
yeah, so many first timers, and all you guys just blew my mind. I mean, if you go back and look at my first presentations, this is nowhere near as great, and your information is so solid, and it's so wonderful to see you guys here, be alongside people who really care, and you know, to not sound redundant, putting your care into action, and it's just really awesome. I mean, the thing that happened to me right before this conference, I actually had a whole huge presentation that I was gonna try to shrink down. So I feel Jake's pain, and trying to shrink a presentation down. Sometimes it doesn't work out, and I actually had to just toss my other presentation aside and make a new one. And I'm glad I did, because the content that I remembered that I've been wanting to share so bad for a long time, I was able to condense it, and I had the idea in my mind that people have already seen some of my work, and would be familiar with it enough to see where I was going with what I was saying. So some of it's advanced, but I tried to bring the layman in, and try to keep it cohesive, and make it um, make it to where people can actually keep up with what I'm saying, and see where I'm going, see the what I'm cleaving. And so it was, it's always an experience making these presentations, and I've fought through a lot of technical issues, especially this past year. I did with this presentation, and so we a lot of people just don't know what goes on behind the scenes with these things, but you just be persistent, use that will to keep pushing through, mental power, and you have something at the end, and you get a wonderful presentation. I mean, so many people really brought their A game, and just so much beautiful aesthetics going on, and aesthetics are so pleasing to the eye while you're putting this information out, and it's just, people don't understand how important that is. So to see that at this conference has been really awesome. I mean, Brandon freaking, he just put himself on the screen and gave one of the most powerful presentations I've ever heard. So it doesn't have to be like with slides or images, and it sometimes it just takes a really powerful message, and that's all that you need. And of course, his camera is really nice too. And his mic. So he did such an excellent job. I could just go through everybody's work again. Conrad, and Chris Nelson, and Brandon Spencer, just such amazing presentations. It's really cool how everybody is really flowing with each other. This rhythm, it's cool to, like, when I was talking about the rhythm in my presentation, and then hearing Will, continue that rhythm, and explaining that, it's like I don't even have to say anything, because he already explained everything that I was going to say. Of course, there are some questions that I do want to answer eventually. I saw some people wanting to hear some questions, but that's basically what I have to say. Chris, and Will, and Leslie, and Derek, you guys are great. I really appreciate you and all your work, and it's just it really brings a beautiful feeling to my heart to see you guys doing the work you're doing, and I'm very thankful and honored to be here. So, and thanks for sharing my
Nate.
work.
Appreciate that, brother.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, and Dustin, how you been?
Chris,
Sorry.
I'm good.
well, we have some questions. We'll just go into the questions to kind of, uptick the flow a little bit. And where was it? Jackie, there was a question for you. Where does your dedication and motivation come from, since How to Become the True Media, you were always so fully invested?
Yeah, I think because I'm a really sensitive person, that when like a few years ago, I was actually working a government job and I had worked in the military, and like I'm sitting in this government cubicle hearing Mark Passio like telling me like you're a piece of trash, and I was realizing it was true because like the police worked like right alongside me, and I was just like knowing that I was doing wrong, and I just finally up and quit, and I was like, I've got to do something better, more authentic, and I just like right away just started making a portfolio and going for it, and yeah, I guess that's kind of my dedication, just comes from like this sensitivity, like I just kind of know what I need to be doing now.
It's exactly what I said about you after your presentation. I'm like, Jackie's just the perfect example of just activation. It's like you made up your mind, and then boom, you do what needs to be done, and then you activate on it.
Yeah.
Like I totally forgot that this was your first formal presentation.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That's great. That's how I started too, from the Seed 4 conference. And it's just and like Jake, you've been doing work for years. I remember seeing your videos just a few years ago. And so that's the combination we like. We want people that have been doing it for a long time, and we want people that are doing presentations for the first time. So that's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. What were other?
I had a question in the chat that I think got buried, so I'll just say it. It was for Nate. And I wanted you to expand a little bit on the difference between like this living through like cycle repetition versus orienting to cycles.
Well, so yeah, it's very important to understand that, because one is feeding into the control system, which is the cycle repetition, and this is the negative, okay, because obviously we're talking about sorcery, and control, and so when people are doing their 9 to 5 job over and over and over, being a government official, or just working a job that is under a government control, especially, which most jobs are. You're doing a 9 to 5 not because you necessarily need to. You're doing it because if you don't, then there's going to be repercussions. You're going to be, like you're going to have to be forced to pay taxes. If you don't pay those taxes, well, then there's going to be someone who's going to, give you a fine. And if you don't pay that fine, someone's going to come to your door to arrest you. And if you don't, if you resist arrest, you're probably going to be, murdered, executed. So, but the point is that people are in these prisons of cycle repetition, just constantly feeding this whole system of control and doing, everything that they're told to do. Not, like I said, they're in a state of psychosis. They're not really aware. They're unconscious. They don't have any real connection to reality at all. And therefore they are used. Their unconscious being is used to perpetuate this system and this control system. And then the cycle, you said the orienting to cycles?
Yes, that was the wording.
Orienting to cycles is about, I mean, this goes hand in hand with what Will was saying, because when you're talking about rhythm in the cycle repetition, that would be like a false rhythm. It's still a rhythm, but it's a rhythm that is generating power to a control system. It's feeding it. But aligning yourself, orienting yourself to natural cycles, that's the beautiful rhythm to the sun. And understand it's not just you go walk outside and you look for the sun. It's about taking in the knowledge of the cycles of the sun and understanding the aspects of the day, the night and the dark, the winter, the seasons, the fall, the winter, the spring, the summer, and aligning yourself to that, because that's about aligning yourself to nature, to the cycles, to the lunar cycles, to the planetary cycles, to the stellar cycles, because the way that you're doing this is you're taking in the knowledge. Like, for instance, with the lunar, there are roughly 28 days of a lunar cycle, from the dark moon, the new moon, waxing to the full moon, and then waning to the new moon, right? So that's understanding 7-7-7-7, or dark moon, new moon, the waning angles, 14 waning or waxing angles to a full moon. And understanding that means that you're aligning yourself. You're consciously aligning to the orientation of the moon. And it doesn't mean that you got to go look for the moon every day, or it doesn't mean that you actually have to do anything physical. It's just about understanding how to align yourself mentally to these things, because these things are being used against us. The energies of these, like I was talking about with the sun being, something that we are, like a primal fear, right? The abandonment of the sun. If we don't understand the cycles of the sun, we're easier to fall prey to those who understand the cycles and are using those cycles of the sun being a way to control us during the time when it's cold and dark and wintry, right? And so if you can learn how to align yourself to that, that's why I use the tarot card. It's about understanding that you're learning how to control yourself rather than someone coming into your internal plantation and controlling you and using the cycles against you. And that's, I mean, it's not something that I can completely explain, just in a few minutes, but it's like, it's so important to understand how valuable these cycles are, because they have been not only stored into religions and perverted, we have forgotten about these cycles. That's why they use it against us constantly. I mean, that's why we're in this, false rhythm repetition over and over and over, rising with the sun, going down with the dark, but having no idea what that really means, and just going through, just living as a cog in the wheel unconsciously, until people like us are like, hey, you might want to understand what you're part of because you're actually being used. Someone is using you. They're using your energy. They're using your mind in order to, perpetuate or grow a control system and, annihilate your will at will. So there's a lot to that.
In Mark Passio's class, How to Become the True Media, he teaches you to never accept the default settings on programs. Always go in and adjust the settings, and it's like the default settings of our realm have been upset. It's like we need to do is get back to, but what happens then because of that is the default is this world of materialism and Satanism that gets just dropped into everyone's lap through so many things like were described. Like Dustin, your presentation really kind of made an alignment with me with stuff I struggle with sometimes with this, some of the astrology and but it kind of brings it all together when you realize that, like, yeah, there really are certain personalities and archetypes that show up in people, and specific timings of that can create conditions, especially if certain types of behavior are applied or not, like not having the care of a parent or being distracted constantly by a television with the Muppets. What does that do? If you're born, under a certain moon, that's going to affect you a little differently than a different, because there is a reality to the seasons and the time. And becoming aware of that is a hard process when we've been so, it's been so hidden from us. So,
Yeah, I mean, just think about the fact that we're constantly being conditioned with this climate change, um, agenda, and not even knowing that there's a rhythm of what's called the one great year cycle, which is roughly 26,000 years. And, people don't even take the time to observe the fact that we went through an ice age between, 12 to 15,000 years ago. And now we have, because we're going through, like when you do the math, that means that if there's a bell curve, that would mean that we're going into a heat wave, right? And if you don't know about that heat wave that we're going through, if you don't have a perception of that, or haven't really done any kind of work to understand how these cycles work, you can be manipulated into basically paying taxes on your own, like on everything, because that's what they want. They want to tax the whole universe, essentially. And that makes us the ultimate slaves to them. And so if we can learn, I'm not saying, this isn't a debate to try to say that I know everything about the way that the climate changes and all this. It just means that if we don't at least think about these things in particular, then we have this one-track mind, an unconscious mind that is looking through the lens of a few people who wish to guide your mind as sorcerers, to guide your mind in a certain direction. And if you don't have that spiritual armor and that knowledge, that understanding, you will easily go right into the direction they want you to go. So that's really what I'm trying to say here. There's, of course I could just keep going on and on. So
yeah, it all falls into the Hegelian dialectic and getting led into this, programming. It's horrible, but yeah, great insights, Nate. Wanted to reel it back in because we got a couple questions from Hexproof, real anarchist with the etymology in mind for sure. And this one's for Jake. Do you know who John Nolan is?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
And
yeah,
I
go for
think
it.
I may have reached out to him before, but that's the problem with doing this work is you reach out to people to try and share your knowledge, and no one ever gets back to you. You know, the only podcast I've ever been on outside of your Derek and Leslie's, because I contacted you directly. I think maybe you contacted me, and I said, "Yeah, here's my work." But every time I've tried to reach out to someone, I've never gotten a response. But the shows that I have been on, I've been on because other people recommended me. Said, "Hey, you got to get this guy on. Look at his work," and then they contact me. So I don't know what the big holdup or the big barrier is, and I don't know if they think, oh, he's just trying to self promote or whatever. No, I'm trying to get ideas out into the world that will dissolve the matrix. Like I said in my first part one of my presentation, and so Chris, we're gonna do part 2 tomorrow night.
Yeah, 6 p.m. Pacific. If that's cool with you, yeah, I'd like to just keep the magic rolling.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm looking forward to seeing that. You really did a wonderful job. I was very impressed. I loved how you built on the pyramid and kept adding more and more of the explanation and details to kind of fill in. And I know it was a big undertaking for you to put all that thought process together. And people that haven't done this yet, when you create this type of work, I know it'll elevate your own thinking and process from here forward too, but I know you're proud of it because it's great work, man.
Thank
Good
you.
job.
Yeah.
Looking forward to seeing part 2.
When I do my work, I think of the person who doesn't know anything about this, right? Just like, I don't talk about left and right politics. I talk about the system. And if anybody, so my videos can be shared with anybody. Because I'm not bashing the left, I'm not bashing the right. I'm talking about this is the system, right? And if you can see the system for what it is, this is the nature of your cage. And then what we're going to talk about tomorrow in part 2 is this is the key, because they do have an Achilles heel. And it's the one thing, if you notice, everything they do is they have to divide us. They create all these little subgroups, and whatever it is. And they get us fighting about things, so we don't understand who's really controlling us at the top of this pyramid. And so that's what part 2 is about tomorrow. It's all about, this is the key to unlock our cage. And, so I hope everybody tunes in and checks that out.
Very cool. Yeah, I'll watch it. Well, I got the How to Become the True Media class, but I'll definitely tap into it. I'm definitely interested. I take a slightly different approach. And I still don't know exactly until I see your video, but I see the enemy being twofold. I see it actually being the average person that's completely ignorant to this type of information. Sure, there's the parasites behind the veil up in higher positions of institutions and stuff like that, but that is such a small portion. It's all the minions and peons and just the average people that are, oblivious to this type of information. So it's tricky,
And that's what I've been talking about a lot on Facebook lately, is it's really the people. It's the mass of people. And I talk about this in my presentation a lot. And
cool.
One of the things, now I'm getting an echo. Based on your presentation, Will, mine is the perfect next segue from what you were talking about, because I do talk about symbiosis in, my 4 moral maxims of natural law. There's a symbiotic balance in nature, and so the 4th moral maxim of natural law is always respect the balance of nature in everything you do. And so what I've created, and you talked about creating systems that fully align with natural law, and that's the bulk of my work. That is exactly what I've focused on for the last 15 years of my life, is how do we create something. And that Buckminster Fuller quote that came up today in the presentations, you don't fight the existing model. If you want to create something new, you have to create a new model and then show the world and show how much better this would be if we all just left this current model and moved over here. And so that's what my work is about. That's what we're going to talk about tomorrow on the presentation.
Excellent.
Yeah, I have one of my older presentations was called Humanity's Most Powerful Weapon. And still, if you go to my End Evil Facebook, that's still up on the header, just because I love that so much. And it has two hands grasping, and that explanation, that presentation was all about the importance of communication and trust and people working together. And I've been saying a lot, like we saw comments from time to time, people like, we need numbers. And that's true. But the machine, in my mind, of what actually happens to get numbers is we start with a very small group of people that are quality. It's quality over quantity. And that's what I see here in this conference, people that are really taking the time to really think things through and put out quality and make quality connections with people. A small group of very quality people are the ones that make change generally, in the world. And then all the other people are going to start jumping ship when they see that, oh, there's a better way to do things. And so I see a certain tipping point, talk about tipping point, Jackie, where certain people start to see that solutions can be solved in a better way. And some of us just have to exemplify that and live that. And it's going to take a minute for us to be able to do that in such a way where we're really providing real world solutions. And when that starts happening, then I see the tipping point really starting to explode. But that's just my own perception of how I see things panning out. I'd be curious to hear others. But do we have other questions we haven't
There was
addressed
one
yet?
for Dustin asking.
Yeah, let's
Yeah,
try to find that.
I more or less have it. In your life, work, and experience, do you see a correlation between people who care about freedom and those having a history of personal trauma?
Well, yeah, I think that's a big component because if one suffers and knows what it feels like to suffer heavy, violence against them, either emotional or physical, growing up, there's a lot of injustice that gets set inside of them, and the rectification, like I talked about. And so, if it can be alchemized into a movement of, hey, wait a second, I can care for myself, and then that naturally builds the care in the individual, and then it starts spreading with the law of correspondence. But it's that will to push forward. But yeah, there's there is something to be said about feeling that, and so feeling the violence on that, and then moving forward with the care. So I think there are some folk, and I mean, you could even think about, like, I call it COVIDs. We were feeling the pressure of all of that and that injustice, and that sprung, at least for me, it sprung me forward. That's where I got involved with Passio's work. It sprung me forward because you could feel it, and obviously, if you care about yourself and others, you don't want that to be happening. I don't want that to be happening. So it's that push forward. So yeah.
I like that. I see it doing this work. We're almost catalysts, right? I mean, like in nature, a natural fire, forest fire, it starts from a lightning bolt hitting a tree. Bam, there's a fire. Or, someone is in, military and then listens to Mark Passio and decides to quit her job and start making some awesome content like Jackie. Or myself, being completely anti-technology and really thinking, yeah, this shit's got to burn. Everything's got to burn. It's like an alchemical process. It's got the blackening stage. It's got to burn before it can be rebuilt. So I was in a very nihilistic mindset, and then listened to Mark, and then bam, Mark was the catalyst for me to finally look at myself and really truly consider these ideas. So you never know who's listening. I mean, again, it's tough, but there are some people that, you might be their catalyst, their lightning bolt.
I've heard more than one person say that one of the earlier funnel conference was their catalyst. I've heard a couple people tell me that now. So I sure hope that we get a lot more of those little sparks off of this wheel turning that we're creating.
Because it definitely is quantity as well. It's both. It's qualitative and quantitative. So,
and I'll add a little of my perspective to that question about how trauma can lead or inspire people to value freedom. And one thing is a lot of people who have experienced early childhood trauma are interfacing with government systems more. So often they're, maybe interfacing with the healthcare system and have kind of, various kinds of limitations or challenges within the, medical system, or getting aid, or being on Social Security, and so they get a lot of firsthand exposure to the lack of care that truly is in the government agencies, and the contradictions and barriers and irrelevant kind of rules and craziness. So I think that, when we have, there's this process of effects, from those early causes of, in children who are being hurt, right? And then there's rippling effects. And a lot of those kids, wake up, saying, I don't want to be like my parents, I don't want to do to my kids what I experienced. So there's a lot of that I've seen too in adults. There's lots of ways I think that our traumas and our wounds can be a motivator. Joey Phipps, in his interview there with Chris, talked about that a bit in his book of Wonderful Suffering. And he really is kind of, I think, saying, to some degree, it's our suffering, it's our pain that then motivates us to change. And I do think there's a lot of truth in that.
Yeah. When I was asking around with people about where does willpower come from when I was working on that, finally got some really good answers. And a lot of people were saying that it comes from pain, it comes from, trauma, it comes from the part of us that wants to fix something. And I think for people out there that are struggling with finding your own personal passion, when you struggle with things and you really work hard on things and you get up against it, that's sometimes where you find that treasure of, the things that hurt you and held you back. You want to protect other people from them, or better than protect them, you want to give them the tools to defeat those monsters that beat you down, and when you do that, you transcend the tortures you went through, and you become more powerful than, and you're the hero of your own story. And I think that's where I think people need to be. You need to be telling a story where you're the hero of your own story. And I really appreciated when I forgot whose presentation that was. Might have been yours, Dustin, talking to ourselves. I had someone teach me, like, do you talk to yourself like that a lot? You should talk to yourself like you're a 4-year-old. How would you talk to a 4-year-old? Be compassionate to your own self, respect your ego. Ego's not a bad thing, as long as we don't inflate it and turn it into something that's monstrous. But
I'll just add one more thing.
Go ahead.
It reminds me of the rune Nauthiz, which translates to need fire. And it's the state of kind of like emptiness, of blankness, of nothingness, where you need to create something for survival, the need to create fire, and I've thought about this question of how do you create something from nothing? And when you were talking, Will, ironically, talking about will and will being that masculine aspect that creates a spark, and then the feminine principle of love, right? And it's those two things that come together and, create something out of nothing. And I think that is an alchemical process that all people, all of us, are needing to go through our inner, journey, our inner shadow work to get to our darkest place, and feeling hopeless perhaps, or discouraged in the world, and somehow needing this kind of alchemical spark to transform us forward. And this idea of hope, which a lot of times say it's not about hope, you can't hope, right? Action. And that's true, but there's something in what I've always thought with my work with people is that hope is important, because it is like that spark that ignites a person to then take action, to then see that something better is possible. And if you can't believe, you can't see, if you can't see that there's something else possible, then people stay stuck. And that need fire, and I think we are, like you said, Will, kind of catalyzing, hopefully, some of this hope and transformation through action, inspiring action, through care to action, is this process. So like that.
Well, and I want to add to that, right? I think that was beautiful. I think we can't get out of Malkuth, the number 10 position, without imagination. That lifts us off the ground, and it's an upward path. We don't fall. We got to go up the tree, and that's the hard part of the task of breaking through and shedding all of this stuff that are pains that are in, by taking responsibility, right? And then moving forward. But the beauty of it is we have the invisible world and love around us. We have a great community and family around us, and generosity to push us up. That's the awesome part of it. And as we, I think, all inspire more folks to get them to spark, and to walk up and go up the tree, then we keep building this bigger and bigger family. So those are some of my thoughts as you were sharing, Leslie.
Yeah, like sunlight coming through a window. I think we hit all the questions in the chat, but one thing I thought would be cool I don't know how much time people got, but if we're getting close to closing, what I really like to hear from everybody is one favorite book or author and one favorite song or artist. And I'll start because mine's quick. My favorite book's right here. The End of All Evil by Jeremy Locke. If anyone needs to get a copy, there's a guy named Brendan in our Telegram chat on One Great Work Warriors that sells them. And I've got some for sale too. I'm going to create a membership thing on endevil.life. So hit me up if you need to get that book. And that's the best book there is. And as far as music, I'm really into this band I was talking about in the chat called the Rudians. And they have this one, they talk about freedom stuff in their songs, and they're really like emotional, and it just hits me on a deep level, and I get that tingle up my spine. And they have this one song called Release My Pain, and I feel like it does literally release my pain every time I listen to it. So that's me. I'll pass it on.
Well, if you don't mind, I just got to riff off the inspiration in regards to the catalyst of, we're trying to inspire that care to action, so people are not suffering, these painful moments. That is their catalyst to awakening. Kind of take it to someone, you're sick and this and that, and you didn't realize you were sick until you're at dire moments and you got to get rushed to the hospital, that kind of stuff. Did it really have to go to that point of being enlightened to your own suffering or something not wrong? So the whole diagnosis process, and we're trying to give people the tools to unlock those blockages and sufferances, and just especially with the mental issues, going back to mentalism and all that stuff. So I've been quite inspired to be aspiring to breathe in the inhalation, exhalation of that breath of life, and how maybe be a breatharian, just gonna we're kind of some of the common themes I've heard throughout the past couple of days. But let's talk about a little bit of music. I've mixed too much music. I don't have a specific artist or song that really, I have a go-to thing. I try to keep it at a top 10, but my channel, AwakenYaMind, I have over 130 mixes, chocked full of 200 hours of conscious, truth-infused tunes. So that's all I got to say on that. And then you said books as well, right?
Yeah, author or book.
Maybe Tolkien, just because, it really opens up the imagination beyond fathom, to be honest. And he's created worlds and languages and poetry and all these things. The sound song frequency, it's there. The creation story, it's there. Even if he doesn't say he's not into allegories, they're there. The mythos is there. And so it's like, wow, you can draw so much from that. And it's the lore is so rich, and yeah, it does. You can draw things to it in regards to natural law, and the gubernare, the ring of power, and whoever the hell is trying to smeagol that stuff, So yeah, and that's nothing to be precious about, right? So yeah. Anyway,
Thanks, Derek. Who's up next? Jim, is it Ishmael?
Well, since you mentioned books, like the ones that are just sitting right here in front of me, it's there, Ishmael, right? And then the sequel, Story of B, and then Braiding Sweetgrass is a really great book. Really gets into reciprocity, and that's by Robin Wall Kimmerer. She's like a indigenous woman. And then you got this one, right? The Kabbalion. That's too many books, but this one's sitting in front of me too, because I'm just learning about the runes, starting to integrate that.
Oh, you have to
But
take Logan Hart's course. Logan Hart has
yeah,
a rune
I
course
really
out
should.
there.
But of course, Ishmael's been my go-to, the one that I'm always touting, right? As far as music, what do you mean? Just like something that's inspired
Yeah,
me
what you're
throughout my
into right
life,
now? What's
or
hitting you?
right now? There's this guy called Delicate Steve, who's like a really cool guitar player that I just discovered. But
Cool.
the Allman Brothers Band have always been my favorite band. Like I went to go see them when I was young, and just like Dwayne Allman was like, to me, like he died when he was 26, but just phenomenal. Like so and I love the Grateful Dead. So I always listen to that, and blues music is a big part of my life. So I always, and jazz, jazz improvisational music is amazing. So that's where I'm at with music.
Cool. Thanks for
So,
sharing, Jim. Yeah.
yeah,
I
man.
think live music is what I want to say is my favorite. I love all.
So you can dance,
Yeah,
right?
danceable music, which for me is a lot of things. But yeah, I can't really pick a particular song or a particular artist, and I've always been bad at stuff like that. I can't tell you my favorite color. Like I like so many things, and a lot of it is the set and setting, and I love the diversity, but I love to be around live music and people who are, I love watching musicians, especially improvise. I've been blessed to have some friends who are musicians and just like able to just make shit up and like include us all. It's just that's really magical. It's part of what also, my presentation, part of one of the video I made that I plugged in was my practice video on adding music. It was the first time I ever added like music track. And so I did it just actually as an experiment, but then I kind of liked it. So I put it in. But in the background of that was actually like this just silly improvisation from some like gathering we were at with a friend who's Holly Day, who played the piano in that Firefly, and she used her piano music, and then friends playing the handpan, and then just like, so it was so fun, it was, and I just secretly taped it, and then I added it in the presentation. So that's what I like. And I'm trying to think about a book, because when I was young, in my teens, I read a lot. My mom had books, and I just was gravitated to them and would read them. And I remember reading like Of Human Bondage, and I read Hemingway, and some different big, thick, freaking books, War and Peace. I don't know. And I can't say like I really love any of them, but I think just the fact that I read them and they had like some kind of impact on me, and my cousin gave me the Tolkien, The Hobbit, and then the Lord of the Rings. And I read that, so it's like sentimental kinds of stuff, I guess.
Well, I've been seeing you dipping into that quadrivium book quite a bit in the last couple
Yeah,
months.
yeah,
That's a lately favorite.
yeah, for sure. There's so much in there. Like, oh my God, like I can't even, my brain can only understand like that little tiny much of it. Yeah. And that was a gift from our friend Jason.
Yeah, who's next? Jackie? Oh, Jake raised his hand. You're up, buddy. Oh, you
Can you
lost
hear me?
your voice. There you go. Yeah.
Let's see, a couple books. Celestine Prophecy, which I read in the mid '90s, was all about, how much better a world could be. I think that kind of got my mind going in a certain direction. And then one of the first books I read after I woke up in 2007 was None Dare Call It Conspiracy by Gary Allen, which really kind of gave me the overview. Hey, this is how the world really works. This is what you've been blinded to your entire life. I know Will just popped out, but right here on my bookshelf is The Trivium by Sister Miriam Joseph, which you have right behind you there. I noticed that earlier. And then I've got my wooden books on The Trivium and The Trivium, Quadrivium, and Scientia back there. So I love those books. As far as music, 5 months after I woke up in April 2007, I was at a concert in Milwaukee. And as I was singing the lyrics to the songs that had been with me for 40 years at the time, or 30 years probably at the time, I realized that this band, if it hadn't been for this band, and this goes to what Leslie was talking about in her presentation today, the power of music in our lives, right? And it was the intricacy of this band's music, and like the respect they have throughout the entire industry for how professional they are and how precise they are. But as I was singing through the lyrics, I was like, holy shit. If it hadn't been for this band in my life, I may not be here. I may not be where I am today, having done all this work, if it wasn't for the music of Rush and all of their lyrics, especially the lyrics of Neil Peart. You got a Farewell to Kings. All of his work was about the man against the machine. If you look through their whole body of their work, it's about natural science from Permanent Waves and Red Barchetta. The dangers of a technocratic future where technology is going to take over. So much of that body of work is what influenced me to become the person I am today. And I don't think if Rush had been a band and they had never put out their music, if I would be sitting here today talking to all of you. So that's the power of music.
Creativity, sometimes I've called it source energy. It's like the divine energy comes from the source. What else is it that creates life? What is it when, like you talked about, Derek, when the two come together? It's that magic. That's what creation is, right? The source. So I know when I mentioned books, I saw Nate's head spin around and he went back to his book. So I know you got some books you want to mention, Nate. I'll let you pop up next and then we'll go
I got my little library. I have a lot more books in the other room, but I figured, I know this was already mentioned. This is always a must for anybody who's trying to understand natural law, the Kabbalion, the Three Initiates. This is the book that I mentioned earlier, The Law of Mentalism by Victor Segno. Great book if you're trying to understand the will. Fantastic book. You have Richard Witherill. I know this is more than just one. I don't have a favorite book.
Breaking the rules, huh?
Right is might. You gotta read this. Albert Churchward, all his work is a must. The origin and evolution of religion, and a very stellar Egyptologist / anthropologist. He's a super master mason builder, however you want to look at that. He's somebody who I just really admire his work, And there's so many other authors that I could name off. But as far as music and or just art in general, um, anybody who knows me knows that I really just don't have any favorite music. I mean, I groove to a lot of different tunes. I don't really have anything specific, but I will say that what has really inspired me my whole life is Salvador Dali. I love all his work, and he was very cryptic in his work. I really hope to talk about his work someday. And also, if you've never heard of Lubomir Arsov, he is the artist who wrote, directed, and animated the In Shadow animation, and also he did the Kingdom, the new one. His work, his message in his work is phenomenal, and I even like the music that he uses too. So I don't know if he actually did the music. I never really, I guess I didn't look into that, but either way, it's you know, there's so much inspiration.
His new one that was just released recently was just amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
thanks, Nate.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go to Jackie. And while you're talking, is it okay if I show your art?
Yeah,
one more
no
time?
problem.
Yeah, let me do that.
And Jackie, you said that all of those are canvas and acrylic?
Only the Courage, the one with the lion, is that's like a flat board that I painted it on, and then the Heart Key one is a canvas. Now these ones are the tarot card ones. Those ones started as drawings, and then I brought them in and did some digital enhancements to them.
Sweet.
So
excellent.
Thank you. So let's see, books. Let me actually grab one of them real quick. Hold on.
Yeah, her work is so awesome.
Okay, so I almost never read fantasy, but my favorite book that comes to mind is by Clive Barker called The Aberrat, because it just has some really awesome artwork in it. It's like really dark. Let's see, find like a good painting. Like here's some of it, and you can tell the guy is definitely an occultist. He has some like really nice like poems in there talking about like the night and day, and like I read this as a teen, and then all these years later I kind of understand what he was talking about and how symbolic it was. But just a damn good book, really.
Can you hold it up again one more time? Sorry to interrupt. Oh, interesting. Okay.
Clive Barker.
Yeah.
Very cool.
And but then as far as there's another book that I really love called Practical Anarchy by Stephen Molyneux. And it's just, he does a really great job at talking about all the things that people wonder about, like how will the roads get built and da da da. And then he just like has all these really awesome ideas for how just practical ways that these things would actually get done. And then also I'm really into learning about health and Kevin Trudeau. A lot of people think the guy was shady, but whatever. After I read his book, just talking about like eliminating garbage from your diet and then basic things, putting the nutrition back in or whatever, I was able to pretty much like miraculously heal this terrible physical health problem I was suffering from for like 2 years. So I just have to say that is up there in my favorite books. And then as far as music, my favorite band for sure is Tool. Like Jake was saying about Rush, that's Tool for me. Like I would never have looked into like I know people laugh about the Tool fans, but I never would have looked into like the Fibonacci sequence and sacred geometry or Carl Jung or anything like that if it wasn't for Tool, probably, or maybe it would have been way later. And I want to say I think the best like banger of a song by Tool is The Grudge. That's the one I've been listening to a lot, and I like how he's talking about like not getting dragged down into like this past BS. I don't know. You'd have to read the lyrics. I think a lot of you guys would get it. And but yeah, and then another one I've been listening a lot to, well, just like in general classic rock lately. I've been getting into more and more. Yeah.
Fantastic. Will, I think you were the only one that didn't get a chance on the book and music.
No,
Destin too.
I'll make it quick. As far as music, I mean, being in the music industry, the hip hop industry, that was like my focus way back then. But you know, Chill Will the rapper is dead and gone. So the last several years, 10 years, my music's kind of fluctuated. I don't really have anything that I gravitate to or say like my favorite song, but I do like Wardruna and Helong. They're Scandinavian, Norwegian and Scandinavian bands, so it's very Norse related, natural sounds, ancient musical instruments. That's what I've really been into. Actually, I think I'm going to take my daughter Violet to go see them. They're finally doing a second world tour, and they're coming to Oakland. So,
did you say Wardruna?
Yeah.
And what was the other one?
Yep.
When is that? Because I think I'd like to go see them.
Oh, cool. Well,
Yeah.
let's do it together.
That'd be fun.
May, I think it's in May.
Oh, wow.
I'll send you the link.
All right, sounds
They
good.
just released it like 2 days ago.
Wow, cool.
As far as books, I'm always diving into like multiple books at once. So I'll just rattle off a couple. One I just recently got that haven't dove into is The Art of Deception, an introduction to critical thinking. That's by Nicholas Capaldi and Miles Smith. A classic, Metaphysics by Richard Taylor. Richard Taylor, absolutely epic when it comes to like the category of metaphysics. Here's one that was recommended to me by a guy in the How to Become the True Media class last year. This is by Peter Kelly. Very nice. He's from Ireland. The Phoenix Birth. Wow. I purchased the book, but it's out of country. He messaged me on Instagram, so we had some back and forths. He really gets into laws of nature, consciousness. They're all poems. It's all poetry, but it's got some really good occult imagery in there. So it's fantastic. Yeah.
Right on. Thanks, Will. Oh, and did I forget you, Dustin? Yeah.
No, that's all right. So yeah, the book, I have a kind of a cool privilege right now. I live next to the Philosophical Research Society, Manly P. Hall's library.
Sweet.
And so, yeah, I know it's really cool. And I got a really good buddy that actually works at the bookstore. So I stopped by, and so I got this one. I'm just learning it now. I'm just beginning to read it, but the revised.
Can you read it? Because it's backwards.
Oh yeah, sorry. The Revised New Art Tarot, Mysticism and Kabbalah in the Knapp Hall Tarot Deck, black and white edition. So it's by Yolanda Robinson. And then this is the tarot deck from Manly P. Hall and Knapp. And I haven't opened it yet. I'm still connecting, but these two things go together. So I'm really excited about them. And so anything with like Kabbalah and tarot right now over the last several months for me has been really, really touching deep with me and my spiritual process. So as you can kind of hear, I'm kind of tying those things into as I'm talking. So that's kind of where my soul and heart's at right now. And then music. Well, for me, I kind of like music just to be fun and to let my hair down. so I like Angels and Airwaves, actually. The guy from Blink 182 guy, and so because he got big into like ET stuff and all that stuff, and so he has this band Angels and Airwaves. So I really like that one. And then actually Blink 182's recent album I really like. So I'm kind of in the pop punk, grew up. So that's sort of my energy. But yeah, so those two things is kind of where my energy's at. So
Sweet. Hey, I wanted
Right
to add
on.
something real quick because I do, and I have started, but I'm still kind of fresh, is one of the presenters in the Funnel Conference, Sarah Cross. This is her book, her story. It's amazing. She takes personal experience and adds natural law, true freedom in with health and all kinds of stuff. I think she did a really good job at kind of packing in a whole bunch of topics, but tying them in together. So good one to check out.
I didn't know that. That's awesome.
Yeah.
And it sounds like she wanted to know, Destin, she's asking you in the chat, where can she find, probably she's referring to the tarot deck. Where'd you get that, brother?
yeah, so I got that at the PRS, the Philosophical Research Society bookstore. So that's where I got it. I don't know if I don't know. I mean, you may be able to get it online, but yeah, since I'm close to the area, that's where I jumped in to get it. But I think you can order it too. But yeah.
Right on. Well, this has been one hell of an awesome weekend. We've been streaming for 9 hours and 40 minutes today. And I think it's probably about that time to close things up and maybe put on some music on our way out. But I want to give you roundtable participants here any last opportunity to kind of plug your website or whatever you want to do. And people, remember, the tap link is on the website and everybody's links are there and stuff. So, that's an easy way to organize and find things. Go to freedomundernaturallaw.com and scroll through, and we'll be putting those replays up over the next day or two. And every individual presentation will be posted, as well as the entirety on YouTube and Odyssey and whatever platforms we can get them on besides. So any last words?
I guess I'll go. Yeah, this has been amazing. You guys are, Derek and Leslie, Will, Chris, you guys did such a professional job as always, but it feels like you've really picked up your game even more. And I'm just really thankful to be here. And, the message that I'd like to let people know is that just understand the real enemy is ignorance, truly. And, keep fighting that as hard as you can, because that's the only thing that's really holding us back from, a real world of freedom. And so if you want to learn about anything that I've been talking about today or in my presentation, you can go to cubbyhole.com. That's CUBBYWHOLE.com, and have a whole podcast series done with Brandon and Douglas Martin. And it's a stepwise progression, chronological podcast. So hopefully you'll find some value there. And that being said, really appreciate you guys, all of you.
We appreciate you too, brother.
Thanks, Nate.
Man.
I'll just plug a little bit of something I'm doing. It's very new, hasn't even gone live official yet, but I'm creating a free community for women on a platform called School. And it's geared towards women who have struggled with dysfunctional relationship patterns in their life and are really ready to do the internal work to break those patterns, for a better future. So if you're a woman and you have some interest in finding out more about this free community, I'm going to be sharing, I'll be sharing a lot in it, probably some answering questions and providing support in some groups and things like that. So leave your email address, send it to me. You can reach me out at alivethrive.life is my website. There's a way you can email me through there, or find me on YouTube. And you could leave me a message, but I think the best thing would be to do an email to vibrantlightcounseling@gmail.com.
I'd like to give a shout out to Mark Passio. He's the biggest inspiration, I think I could safe to say, for almost all the presenters. And he's the reason I'm here. Like, without discovering him, and that guy rocked my world and changed my life forever. So with all that truth, and so if anyone's watching this and has never heard of Mark Passio, that's why we're sitting here. Check out his work. And he's got that. You guys have been promoting his upcoming work as well, which is great.
I just want to plug the End Evil podcast tomorrow night, so y'all can come and see part 2, because I talk about all of my my business and my Freedom Project 2020. I talk about that in part 2. So come and check out Chris Jantzen and I on End Evil podcast tomorrow night.
6 p.m.
Awesome.
Pacific.
What's your main website, Jake, for people to go to? Is it Freedom Project 2020?
Well, the Freedom Project 2020.org, and then the one livingwellvnl.com is my business, my commercial site.
Got it. Excellent.
Did I get that right, by the way, when I introduced you? Is it via natural law?
It's actually because when I was creating the business, I did Living Well UNL, and I'm like, well, that looks like unlimited or unleaded. And I didn't like that. So I did the small v and the capital NL, and the V is actually an arrow meaning under. Like you use a V in text to mean under, look under here. So that's what it is. The V is actually representative of an arrow meaning under. So it's living well under natural law. But to spell it all out was too long. So I like the way it sounds. Living well VNL. It rolls off your tongue nice.
Very nice.
I dig it.
Nicer than nice, rather. You know what that word means?
And then
word, but yeah. Go for it.
Yeah, and then I would like to, again, thank you all, Derek, Leslie, Will, Chris. You guys rock. Thank you so much for the invite. It's been amazing. My information free as above.xyz is my all my esoteric stuff, my natural law stuff, and I sort of combine everything. And then my website, drdustinplattner.com, is for my association to help people connect and build in good mental health into their lives. And then also kind of super exciting is there's going to be some cool stuff happening down in Florida, and St. John on the One Great Network, and Jerry and me and Jim Gale are going to start creating some really cool things down there. And so just keep an eye out for this stuff, because there's going to be really some cool things happening with permaculture and natural law and helping children. So we're just getting all this ready, but I just want to plug that for everyone, and some cool things coming ahead.
Yeah, big shout out to
awesome
Corey Enderlat out there.
Yes,
too,
Corey.
another,
Yes.
Hardworking brother that, we didn't have him in this conference, but he's been in past, and he's always putting out awesome, amazing work. So,
yeah, a lot of us were on his last Freedom Summit.
Yes.
Well.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, and I'm involved in a project called Health Revealed with Corey, Stephanie Mo Davis, and Scott Gordon. So we've been starting to put out some videos, but not really promoting heavy yet. They're really a series of long content around healthcare and statism. Really important work too. So yeah, this has been great. I'm pretty filled to the brim, and really looking forward to just processing, and kind of sitting in the glow of this weekend. Yeah.
Yeah, and we didn't get to have Etienne in the final chat here, but people out in Mexico, and say hi to everybody at Acapulco, and get this book, Government, the Biggest Scam in History. All government is slavery. Evil is the destruction of freedom.
Yeah, and then what a pleasure to have Etienne come on and do that live.
That was
Yeah, we're
cool. That
all
was cool. And
great.
thanks, Will, for showing us how to do it too. Your mastery of presenting is pretty evident. So thanks for closing things
Oh,
out.
absolutely. And Chris, I want to. Oh, Jackie, actually, why don't you go and share your links and website?
Sure. Yeah, well, thanks again for the invite and for everybody that was watching and participating, because that all the comments were so encouraging. And thanks to the presenters for really talking about important matters here. And your messages were awesome. And where you can find me, everything that I do is on JackieKrasna.com. And I also, in addition to my art and my writings and videos, I also do tarot readings for people. And just recently, I've been having a lot of people ask for like private sessions where I teach people about the occult. So that's another thing that people could reach out for if they want. So JackieKrasna.com. Thank you.
And to all the viewers, remember we have all the presenters listed on the freedomundernaturallaw.com website with direct links to their platforms. And I also wanted to give thanks to Leslie, Derek, Jim for participating in the conference and the organization. And then I want to give a huge shout out to Chris. I want everyone to know that Chris he engineered this whole conference. So stepped up, not to mention doing the graphics, the imagery, all that kind of stuff. Chris led this Funnel 4 conference, and you did a fantastic job, Chris.
Well, thanks, Will. You set the bar pretty high, but I remember back in like Funnel 1, Funnel 2, I was like, one day I wish I could do what Will is doing, and it seems so far away and so hard. And I was even nervous last minute. I was like, Will, maybe you should do it. I don't know. I'm going to make a mistake. But it all went pretty smooth, and I'm proud. Thanks for your help and for actually being such a cool guy to just stand back and just be like, no, you run it. Like, you know, some people would get their ego involved or whatever. Not Will. He's like the most honorable warrior out there. He's just like, he just opened the door and let me walk in and just do this stuff. So
Well, I
thank you for
appreciate that, Chris.
Appreciate it.
Anytime, brother.
Yeah, appreciate
You made me proud, bro. You made me proud.
The two of you really are the main, the main doers. The one, without you two, Will and Chris, there would be no funnel. There wouldn't be any of them. So really, I feel like you guys have carried that weight more than anyone, and you're doing a great job. So I'm very grateful to be even part of it.
Well, the next goal is we all got to figure out how to get together in person. I really see you all as my family, and some really bad motherfuckers out there that I know that the world needs, so bad being good. So I appreciate, this family of truth speakers and freedom fighters. And that's how I go to sleep at night, knowing there's people like you guys out there and we're not alone. and hopefully more people now are seeing us all get together. You're not alone either, So, I think I'm going to put on a little bit of music, and then we can enjoy the chat for a few minutes. I'll let the chat play and let our little music montage roll, and then we'll call it a night, and we'll see you guys tomorrow, 6 p.m.
Real quick. If anybody wants a puppy, you can say you have a puppy that was conceived during the Funnel Conference for
a freedom puppy.
I thought I had him on.
You give girls new ideas in.
Yeah, when I was doing my first spiel, I was so focused. Tiger got on Amber, and they were stuck together for a good half hour. So I'm sure I got some puppies on the way.
Oh my God!
Care to action. See, we're inspiring all life.
I'll let you know when they're born. All right.
Yeah.
Just make sure and teach them truth and natural law.
Oh my gosh, special puppies. All right, guys, it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much.
All right, let me see if I can find some music to put on, and we'll call it a night. Much love, guys.
Thanks so much, guys.
Thank you.
Thank
If
you
you
so
are
much.
intelligent, then you know that freedom is inherent, cause it's evident. It doesn't come from government, it don't come from the president, it comes from the creator of all universal elements. Some people say it's God-given, others say it's heaven sent. No matter what you call it, natural law sets the precedent. Subjective morality's a fallacy. There's laws that we cannot see, like gravity, that people accept happily, but tragically they believe that freedom has to be granted to us magically by royalty or majesty. It's sad to see people willingly give up their liberty, cause they don't really see the enemy that's on a killing spree. The state, it hates sovereign individuals, cause those who follow natural law and abide by all its principles are mentally invincible, immune to the brainwash. We liberate ourselves and then help others break the chains off. We ain't soft, we go hard, like when the thunder hits. Guns and clips, ready in self-defense from the government and the elitists running it. Blast them all, claim our freedom standing under it. Natural law, the elitists running it. Blast them all, claim our freedom standing under it. Natural law, freedom under natural law. For us all, yeah, freedom under natural law. For us all, yeah, freedom under natural law. For us all, what? For us all, what? Freedom for us all, what? You know what we do. Get big on FUNL.
All I wanna keep